Chapter 171. The inexperienced little guys were excited by the principal's encouragement. They immediately heated up the atmosphere with one word after another. Shichen was also like a big friend chatting, without any airs, chatting with everyone. And there was no change in his emotions. After knowing and understanding the information he wanted, he even said goodbye to everyone politely and with a smile. And then found the next student with a clear goal and started a new round of testing and guidance. This is called treating everyone equally. Xiaoxia's eyes are still very sharp. He can even find the little guys who talk the most and have the most friends during the school motto to chat alone. These little guys are almost innocent and can easily get along with him again. They don't even read the student handbook. They are careless and easy to deceive. Occasionally, they will meet those cautious students who have read the student handbook. When they hear Shichen talking about dating or the signs of getting close, they will subconsciously be alert and guess what Shichen's purpose is. But before they could show more, Shichen could immediately notice it, and smiled, stretched out his index finger, and slowly shook it in a place where only they could see. And even his smile became meaningful. The reliable freshmen, who were familiar with the student handbook, were motionless, lowered their heads, and were as quiet as chickens. Shichen finally collected the information he wanted. He stood up and patted everyone on the shoulder, and reminded them kindly, the small dungeons on the welcome day are open. If you succeed, you can get contribution points. If you have a chance, you can try it. Pay off the contribution points early, and you don't have to compete with everyone for tasks. He also gave the freshmen some examples and reminders of key points, which moved the freshmen to tears and completely forgot about Shichen's previous unscrupulous behavior of deceiving them. The freshmen even brainwashed themselves. The principal did not do it on purpose. He just wanted to increase the trust value, so that they could let down their guard, tell the principal about their troubles, and make targeted arrangements. Look how suitable this school motto is. With their efforts, they did not leave too many people, and everyone is still good friends. The freshmen thought more and more about the principal's kindness. Some even said, the principal really loves us. My cousin in Merim said that the principal of Merim is basically nowhere to be seen. Our principal is more amiable. Really? Herman, who was in the crowd, suddenly asked. Did your cousin tell you that dating is prohibited in Merim? The freshmen were surprised. How could it be? Why is dating prohibited? My sister is going to study in Merim to find a highly talented civilian magician to marry. To be honest, if it weren't for the good publicity of Screech, I would also go to Merim to find a highly talented magician to join forces. If there are many good talents in Screech in the future, I will let my sister come over. Yes, it's not a loss to be in Screech. The minimum requirement for us to graduate is to be a senior magician. A freshman winked. Although we may not be able to meet the requirements and will be expelled, you can choose to pursue the girls in the fast class. They are likely to graduate. And then, you will have a senior magician wife. The freshman who said he wanted to join forces also laughed subconsciously. He scratched his head. They may not like me. I don't work as hard as them. They won't like you during your time studying at Screech. Herman finished slowly. And the freshman's face suddenly became ugly. He smiled reluctantly, a little aggrieved. I know. I don't work hard enough and my talent is not as good as theirs. But classmate, you are a little too much. We were just chatting. Why did this classmate attack me personally? Herman curled his lips. I mean, when Screech was studying, they couldn't possibly like you. And you couldn't possibly like them either. Several freshmen were at a loss. Why? Why can't we? They really like them now. Herman opened his mouth to explain, but thinking of Screech's meaningful smile before he left, he beat around the bush. Did you bring the student handbook? You can take a look at the contribution point uses and other uses. Other uses? A freshman subconsciously took out his student handbook. He hadn't finished reading it yet, so he thought he could read more if he was bored to avoid breaking the rules. Are there other uses for the contribution points? Why didn't he notice it? He quickly flipped to this place and read it carefully. Sure enough, at the bottom, in the section for handling violations of school discipline, there was other uses for contribution points. It was very small and easy to ignore, in order to ensure that students focus on their studies and are not affected by other factors. Our school does not encourage premature love, including but not limited to showing signs of love, unilateral confession, private love, and overly intimate private contact between men, women, and women. He continued to read. Once discovered, no evidence is needed, and a certain amount of contribution points will be deducted to compensate for the slowdown in learning progress. The freshman was getting more and more terrified as he read it. And the louder he read it. Reference for contribution point deduction, 100 as the base. No upper limit. And multiple discoveries will be accumulated? Hermann nodded slowly. He has collected the names of people. And he can deduct contribution points without evidence. Of course. I think he will convince us. Don't forget. Their school motto has always been recorded on the photostone. Not to mention that the teachers always have more ways. Hermann had a strange expression. In addition, there is an explanation on another page. You can also take a look. If premature love is discovered, the college will impose certain punishments to show the college's attitude. He laughed. The small punishment is to write a 1,000-word self-review in the duplicate check homework book. And the number of words is accumulated in sequence. The relatively serious punishments include practicing with the tutor to make up for the missed progress, having one-on-one evening self-study lessons with the teacher and increasing the amount of homework, and even raising the final examination standards. If you can't meet them, you have to take a make-up exam. Oh, by the way, I think you probably won't forget to read the assessment. Right? Hermann showed a demon's moan. A make-up for the exam. 50 contribution points. The freshmen who were in a spring heart. It's cold. And his blood is cold. Ah. What kind of devil is Skritic? The freshman regrets it. I didn't confess. I just said I thought. I won't deduct my contribution points. Right? The current situation is no longer whether I deduct my contribution points or not, but that he may even be beaten by Mr. Scholar, as a freshman who had been beaten by the guard. This possibility simply horrified him. Damn Screech! The freshman roared in resignation, not even watching the sitcom, and lowered his head to start posting on the forum. Why was he the only one who was scared? He wanted everyone to share the pain. So, when some freshmen were bored from watching the mild sitcom and could only go to the forum to have fun, they suddenly saw a post with thousands of posts. A warm reminder from the amiable Principal Screech. The freshman looked at the poster, who was also a freshman, and rushed in immediately. Whoa! This title seems to contain a lot of information. 0, as the title says. I guess many students have received friendly greetings from Screech today. Does he care about your training life? And gave a lot of useful suggestions? 1. The OP again. The OP would like to remind everyone not to forget to read the other uses of contribution points between the discipline and contribution points sections of the student handbook, as well as the content related to the re-examination section of the assessment section. There are surprises. This is the first gift from Principal Screech for everyone. The freshmen who were consoled were confused and quickly borrowed the student handbooks from the students around them who had student handbooks, and looked down carefully. 10 minutes later, the freshmen looked ugly and shouted in unison, Damn Screech! They couldn't help but rush into the forum again and started to discuss. 3. Why? Why could he do such a cruel thing to me with such a kind and gentle expression? He even congratulated me. Is this congratulations? Is this the surprise he wanted to give me? 5. I am the idiot who blew himself up. Screech confirmed our progress again and again. I said that my lover is a very talented person. I am worried that I can't catch him. So except for the body, we did everything we could. At that time, he also comforted me, saying that I can catch better people in the future, and don't look down on myself. But, why? Is this also a hint? 7. The sister on the 5th floor is really miserable. I think you may really get the most severe punishment. I also told him that I was in love, but my family had already discussed the marriage. Speaking of which, he was very strange at the time, and asked me if it was my parents who brought us together. For those of us who are not in college, there should be nothing wrong. Right? 13. Not necessarily. Didn't he ask your parents? Couldn't he just go and talk to your parents? 23:13th floor. Don't scare me. 37. I was an auditor before. I can prove that Screech would indeed contact parents. He is the kind of principal who will take the lead in solving problems for parents if students have difficulties. My parents wanted to send me to a marriage proposal at that time. I don't know what Screech said, but my parents came back with a very ugly face and agreed to let me stay. P.S. Screech came to me later and told me to study hard and not think about love. If I have bread in hand, love will not be far away. 77. So, his attitude is very clear. I feel that as long as they are in a relationship, there will definitely be punishment. If the parents are involved, the parents will probably be interviewed. P.S. I am also an auditor. The seniors told me that he joked before that he would label the seniors who were close to him and then deduct their contribution points. 89. Is it Senior Lucius? Is that right? I heard from Senior Borouet before that Senior Lucius has a lot of gossips and has spread them to every senior in the class. So Principal Screech once considered whether to deduct his contribution points without any reason. But in the end, he didn't deduct them. But no one knows whether this is a joke or he really thought so. 112. Oh, I can't calm down. Why? He said it directly. I absolutely will not agree to XX's pursuit. I will seal my heart and mock my love. 228. Well, there is a small news. Before Principal Screech left, he said that on the day of the orientation day, everyone can go to those places to pass the level to earn contribution points, and asked us to hurry up and not wait to grab the tasks together later. Otherwise it is easy to miss them. 336. Okay. I see. So there is no room for maneuver. Right? 544. Look. The seniors are in the underwater city. It is said that this is the area where you can earn contribution points. They will go there. 788. Oh. Thank God. Thanks to the welcome day. Thanks to the seniors. The contribution points I owe are saved. I hope there will be more opportunities. 993. Damn. This difficulty is really for us to earn contribution points. The freshmen didn't have the heart to climb the stairs anymore. They didn't even have much heart to watch the sitcom. They were fully focused on this challenge. In the previous plot, Senior Bori and his two friends took Screech and passed by several teachers. After successfully digging a hole for the teachers, they arrived at their next stop. Death Sea. This is a place with dense challenge areas. They need to overcome various difficulties to reach the underwater city and get the blessing of the sea monster. And when they were about to challenge the level, they also put up an advertisement. In the Death Sea, you can earn a lot of contribution points if you win. It's fun, and you can get contribution points. Oh my God. If I wasn't a warrior, I would have gone to try it. You can get 10 contribution points if you pass it. Bori deliberately read it. Novice suppressed his laughter and agreed, yes. And it's very easy to pass it. It's very suitable for students with heavy debts to experience it. Bori deliberately asked, Novice, you didn't have this treatment at the beginning, did you? Novice nodded, yes. I earned it for a long time to pay off my debts. Ophelia covered her mouth and laughed. Navius owes hundreds of dollars. It's still different after all. Navius shrugged helplessly, but I have Bori to help me. So I have to hurry up. Otherwise I will be a pauper now. Several seniors chatted with each other, and then used the current character settings to show them the process of breaking through the level. Undersea gorillas. They need to avoid various underwater monsters that appear from time to time. The monsters are all fake. But once they are caught up, it means that the challenge has failed and they will be teleported out. It seemed to be another space. If they were not anxious to see the seniors pass the level, they would have sighed that Boss Screechy had a profound foundation. The two seniors handed the cumbersome things to Ophelia and asked the River God eagerly, River God, we are going to defeat the dark forces. Do you have anything to give us? He has become addicted to taking advantage of Screechy. Screechy smiled slightly. Kid, you are advertising. I can't interfere at will. That's right. After thinking about it, Bori gave up this regrettable idea and dived into the sea with Novice. The sea is real. Only the monster is fictional. They kept diving in the sea until they were notified that they had reached the challenge area. At this time, a teaching stick suddenly appeared and quickly wrote down the rules of the game. There are a total of 20 monsters in this round. The highest level is level 2, and a chase will be held. The challengers avoid the pursuit of the monsters. Every 10 minutes, a Screeky-style gem will be released. If 3 gems are successfully collected, the challenge will be successful. Bori and the others secretly complained that Screeky was here again, and hoped that the juniors would not have any shadows. They clenched their fists with great righteousness. Let's start. Victory will belong to us. The teaching stick withdrew, and the entire calm sea area surged and rolled. In an instant, no less than 5 monsters appeared and rushed over from all directions. Even though Bori and Novice faces changed drastically, they couldn't use abilities beyond their character settings now. If they failed to get through, they would be embarrassed. How could this be possible? The two looked at each other and immediately split up to try to reduce the others' pursuit. However, the monsters seemed to be controlled by the teachers. I don't know which wicked teacher is the wicked one. Anyway, they are particularly wicked. Every time, a large group of monsters surround the challenger, making him embarrassed. If another challenger comes to help, he may be chased by the monsters. Ah, novice! Help me! Bori swam frantically. The speed on the seabed was much slower than that on the shore. They also had to face various obstacles from all directions. Even though the monsters inside were almost not good at speed, it was still a headache. Novice hurriedly thought of a way. He simply attacked the monsters from time to time to help Bori relieve the pressure. When he used it for the third time, he finally attracted the monsters to his side. Bori slowly breathed a sigh of relief. And the next moment his face changed again. Novice. The gem. The gem fell on Novice's side. But Novice was still surrounded by monsters. Bori hurried to rescue Novice anxiously. Novice looked at the gem close at hand, gritted his teeth, grabbed the gem, and threw it over. Throwing a gem in the water will create a lot of resistance. Fortunately, Bori was close, and he was very familiar with this. After quickly identifying it, he pretended to accidentally throw the gem into the monster's mouth. Bori was annoyed. Ah, Novice. I was careless. Novice was silent. There was no need to think so much about pitting the freshman. But this was his good brother. He couldn't say anything, and could only comfort him against his will. It's okay. There's another one. Fortunately, the next 3 throws were all real gems. Perhaps the teacher behind the scenes also wanted to give the freshmen a surprise, and didn't make things too difficult for the old students. But the difficulty shown so far has already silenced the freshmen. Even if the teaching stick finally said that they would only be chased by 10 first-level monsters, and they would not appear all at once, it would be difficult for them to feel at ease. This is also difficult. Does Screech really want them to earn contribution points? The freshmen looked at each other and hesitated. How about we go to other challenge areas? It seems that there are several places. But because the senior situational drama is still going on, everyone wants to watch it before going. So there is no news from many places. I think we should go to this challenge area first. A freshman considered and said something fair. If we go to other areas, there are still risks. But in this area, we already know what we are testing. The seniors have already demonstrated it to them, so they can be mentally prepared. Maybe this is also the role of situational dramas? The freshman thought uncertainly. Over there, Bori and Novice, who had finally made it through, came ashore panting, and the river god hurried forward to provide them with energy potions. This time they had to drink it, so they stuck out their tongues to identify it, and after confirming that it was normal, they drank it in big gulps. Ah! The teachers are so narrow-minded. They want to cheat them at such a critical moment. Bori muttered in his heart. And after a rest, he continued to move forward. Let's go. Little Magician and King. We should go to seek help from the Siren. The plot of the Siren is relatively small, mainly introducing the challenge area. But here, they met the prophet Osido. Osido fiddled with a crystal ball, pretending to ask Bori and the others a question. And he answered it. Bori thought for a moment. Can we get what we want? It was a double entendre, and only good brothers could understand what he was asking. Osido closed his eyes and began to look at the crystal ball. The crystal ball also showed him a picture. It was the contribution point bill of each of them. Bori, who owed the highest amount, owed 245, and Darren, who owed the lowest amount, owed 98. Osido was silent. Bo-Roy's face was solemn. Prophet. Is it a very bumpy journey? Osido thought for a moment, carefully glanced at the river god who had nothing to do with it, and whispered, Did you spend money along the way? Bo-Roy was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said righteously, The kind river god said that he is free. Right. River god? The river god nodded with a smile. Yes. The river god is free. Osido couldn't guess. Screech was not a person who would lie and break his promise, let alone to his students. That would be even more impossible. So is it that he is not good enough in his studies? Osido, who doubted himself but was unwilling to doubt Screech, grumbled for a long time. I am not good enough in my studies. How about you ask another question? Bori looked at Osido suspiciously. Could it be that Osido felt that it was inconvenient to tell the freshmen the results? Or if the results were told to the teachers, would the teachers take action? That would be good news. Bori's smile widened. Okay. Then let's ask a more distant question. Where will our future be? Another double entendre. But he believed his good brother would understand. His good brother did understand and began to look at the crystal ball attentively. This time he must play well, and not let down the expectations of Bori and the others. Asado closed his eyes. Asado spoke confidently. And Asado saw a picture again. It was the 21 of them wearing study uniforms. And Screech in front of them handed over a piece of paper with a gentle smile. This is the list of make-up exams. Don't forget to study when you go out to study. And this is the upgraded version of the baby who teaches you to talk. Don't forget to brush up your grades when you go out. Otherwise the teacher will be sad. Ah? But teacher, is this really not considered premature love? Shichen smiled and said, yes. So remember to keep it in moderation. You should understand. Right? Shichen hinted. I won't say anything extra. Lest you say I'm going to settle accounts later. Pay attention to safety. Study. Take online classes. And pay attention to repaying debts. Teacher believes in you, and you will definitely be able to do it. Asado didn't understand. And he didn't want to understand. He felt that he couldn't do it. But he really hated himself for knowing Screech so well. He actually understood the threat in Screech's words based on just a fragment. I won't give any extra hints. Lest they accuse me of abusing my power for personal gain when I continue to settle accounts with them. Asado opened his eyes with a look of despair. What do you think? Warrior? Ah? Warrior Bori carefully probed. Is it just bad? Asado lowered his head and saw the online class again. Every teacher's smile was like a devil. Wait. He seemed to be short-sighted. How come he saw Teacher Mans coming to take revenge on them in person? Asado hesitated. Just take care of yourself. And encourage each other? Bori was silent. What on earth did he see? Could you, Asado, not learn prophecy magic and pretend to be a riddle teller like Teacher Vivian? Little did he know that Asado didn't want to do that. He just had a sharp sixth sense, and his intuition told him that if he told it, he would die miserably. Prophecy is not immutable. Asado could only follow his last conscience and said briefly, just, I'd rather die than you. As long as you understand. Bori suddenly didn't want to understand. He looked at Ophelia and Novice silently. We? Novice suggested, slide the means? Ophelia didn't care. We will be punished anyway. Let's just let it go. Since they set up so many characters, they already knew that they would be picked on. That's right. Bori was easily persuaded by Ophelia and took the siren with him to the next stop. The team expanded further. And they planned to go to the elf forest to find 2 elves and dwarves first. And then continue to harm the teacher. The risk is shared by many people. The little guys had a good idea. But they never expected that a partner who didn't play by the rules would appear. Lucius, who was disgusted with the slow progress of his friends, kidnapped the dwarves, elves, and Ophelia, who needed to be here. Or he borrowed the power of Teacher had. The little friends looked at each other and were silent. What are you doing? Lucius said coldly, too slow. When will you finish like this? I speed you up and make room for the new students. Slow Boranavis, Okay. They don't pay attention to efficiency. Lucius said the lines coldly. Welcome to the Dark Empire. You have been kidnapped. If you want to leave the Dark Empire, you must get the blood of at least 5 people with hidden identities to open the door of the underground palace. If anyone can take me into the underground palace, I will give them a chance to leave. As he said this, Lucius leaned on the high throne, waiting for his friends to ask. It is right to ask. But Herbert smiled and approached the river god first. Oh my dear and beautiful river god. Can you give me some blessings? Wow. It turns out that Screech, who follows the character setting, is so attractive. Ha ha ha. He can't wait to get the photo stone. The river god's smile deepened, of course. But only pure elves can get the blessing of the river god. So, little elf, are you willing to accept my test? Herbert was stunned. There's still a test? He subconsciously looked at Bori for an answer. Bori crossed his arms with a gloating look. Come on, elf. You can do it. The river god looked at Herbert steadily. And suddenly whispered, don't you want to? His eyes turned red. And he was about to cry. Herbert was stunned. No way. No way. Screech really dared to do this? Lucius frowned directly. How come this is not like Screech? Could it be someone pretending to be him? Anna tilted her head. No way. Screech is always changing? Lucius felt more and more strange. Something is wrong. It's definitely not Screech. Maybe this is a trap he set for us. Lucius sneered. I understand too well. Screech would never agree so easily. Before he finished his explanation, several basins of water suddenly appeared in the air, soaking the students who were close to him. Over there. The river god pretended to explain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't control my tears. Just like I can't control the river water flowing with my tears. You will definitely forgive me and agree to my inspection. Right? Drenched Herbert. Lucius, who was still thinking about conspiracy. Lucius changed his words expressionlessly. It's okay. It's Screech. There's no other one like him. He didn't know that he missed the correct answer and paid a heavy price for it. And then regretted it. Now Lucius, with a gloating look on his face, supported his chin and began to watch their performance. It seems that choosing the right identity is really important. Inside the field, Herbert spat out the water that had accidentally entered his mouth, and looked at Bori in embarrassment. Bori! Bori! Bori hid behind Novice very skillfully. We are acting in a situational drama. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You are plotting against me. Herbert couldn't calm down. And Isabella and Darren, who were implicated around him, couldn't help but want to beat Bori up. Bori immediately shifted the blame. And Ophelia? Isn't Ophelia gloating over others' misfortune? Ophelia said innocently, I am a noble king. I am maintaining my image. The whole scene was in chaos in an instant. Not to mention the sitcom. It was hard to say when it could be performed again. The river god was very excited and found a place to watch the students' performance. He inadvertently looked at Lucius, who was sitting on the high platform, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes were slightly red. Lucius stood up suddenly, pulled Anna and prepared to retreat. Warriors, remember to contact me when you find the underground palace. I also need to provide the key to the underground palace to enter. After the plot was finished, Lucius stopped participating and hurriedly said he would run away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, shocking everyone to stop subconsciously. Beauroy was stunned. Is he a space department? Novice's eyes were complicated. Maybe. He is an escape department. Everyone calmed down. Lucius's choice was right. The most urgent task was to find the most deceptive teachers and trick them, and then quickly end the sitcom. They understood that as long as there was this confrontation, the teachers would definitely trick them. Perhaps choosing the water mirror to play the sitcom was a double-edged sword. We have to hurry up. At the same time, in the challenge area of the Death Sea, a group of freshmen stood on the shore in twos and threes, hesitating. After the seniors left, the challenge area here changed completely. It is no longer an empty sea area, but has been divided into sections. The seniors only showed one challenge content, but there are many more contents in the Death Sea. There is a signboard in front of the sea area, which briefly introduces the various rules here. Welcome to the Sea of Death. In order to facilitate everyone to quickly accumulate contribution points, this sea has been modified. 1. Diversified space. Each challenge area can accommodate no more than 50 people at the same time. Each challenger can choose to challenge alone or in a team. Note that the number of monsters and difficulty of team challenges will increase, and the number of team members shall not exceed 3 people. 2. Diversified challenges. This sea currently has 5 challenge areas, namely Ocean Ball War, Deep Sea Gorilla, Ocean Maze. Each level is divided into simple, normal, and difficult modes, and can give 5, 10, and 20 contribution points respectively. 3. Time reduction. The time ratio inside and outside each level will be controlled to a certain extent, no matter how long it takes to pass the level. It is a unified 20 minutes. Please make good use of your time. Freshmen now tend to go to familiar gorillas to get points. Everyone owes a small amount of contribution points, and the most is about 50 contribution points. There is no need to challenge 2 difficult ones. Pay back the contribution points first, and you will have time to explore these fun projects later. The freshmen who were reminded before were very sensible and followed Herman to stroll over. Herman, which one are you going to break? Herman was ambitious and had a clear goal. Gorilla. Difficult level. He guessed that even if it was difficult, it would not be as difficult as Senior Bori and his team. Otherwise there would be no point in setting it up. But he could give it a try. He didn't owe many contribution points, and with the scattered tasks he had done at the mission center during the school training, he now owed less than 20 contribution points, which would be paid off soon. But this was not the result he wanted in the end. The instructors all attached great importance to contribution points. And the student handbook also emphasized the role of contribution points. I plan to earn more, Herman said. His brows relaxed, full of the confidence of a young man. I don't think Principal Screech's reminder is just a simple hint. Perhaps he was reminding everyone to seize the time on the orientation day. Once the opportunity is lost, it will never come again. There will be no such good opportunity to earn contribution points in the future. Herman is right. Alia came over with a smile, followed by her roommate Aya, who was in the same class with her. I think back carefully and find that every action of Screech is not a random bad taste, but has his own reason. For example, right now, maybe Screech is also thinking about us adapting to campus life as soon as possible? Alia shrugged, smiling. I have read the Stern Entertainment newspaper. The issue on auditors. The teacher's tricks are much more than the instructor's training. That's right. Her reminder made many freshmen recall their previous impressions of the newspaper, and they suddenly became sober. Herman watched Alia alert everyone with just one sentence. And while appreciating it, he also strengthened his determination to improve himself. He said that he was an ambitious man. Not only did he want to become the future self he saw, he also wanted to get the first-grade leader status of Screech Academy. He had to work hard to develop his strengths, make up for his shortcomings, and get the appreciation of the teachers. Since he decided to stay, he would not waste time easily. Thinking, Herman nodded to Alia. I go down first. You should do your best too. Alia was stunned and subconsciously called Herman. We are all classmates in the same class, and we owe almost the same contribution points. How about forming a team together? With her and Aya. There are 3 people. Seeing Herman's hesitation, Alia emphasized, don't worry, Herman. We won't hold you back. That's not the reason. Herman hesitated for a moment and explained. I want to wait until Screech's dating punishment standard comes out before forming a team. He said sincerely, sorry. Alia, please forgive my rudeness. Alia, The freshman watching, Damn it. They actually forgot this weird rule again. Chapter 172. The capacity of the Sea of Death is limited, and not all freshmen can enter and challenge it at the first time. Freshmen who cannot challenge it will still watch the development on the water mirror, because after the seniors arrive at the new area, they will show them a skill to challenge the current area, and then continue to perform the situational drama. They can get enough experience and shorten the time. The confident students naturally go to challenge it early. They can't wait to pay off their debts. And at the same time, they are eager to try this interesting challenge content. Smarter freshmen can guess from these areas that this may be related to their future assessments, and they try their best to adapt to these measures of the academy. The good news is that it is just as the teaching stick explained. There is no difficulty experienced by the instructors, and even when the simple mode is selected, there are only about 5 monsters, which are very easy to hide, if their swimming skills are good. However, there are also pitfalls. The first round of students who entered were deceived by the gems with the names of Merim, Hellwinds, Kyabray, etc. written on them. What's even more deceptive is that as long as you have gems on you, whether they are real or fake, they will arouse the agitation of the monsters and make them chase you more vigorously. The freshmen who challenged didn't even have the opportunity to check the words inside. If the seniors were here, they would probably gloat and say, "Come on, wait a little longer." Maybe they will encounter the kind of gems that can only be vaguely seen by looking carefully in the sun. Now, the situation that can be seen by inspection is already very good. Even so, the freshmen are still tormented with mixed feelings. It turns out that contribution points are really hard to earn. No wonder the instructors cherish contribution points so much and would rather use coins than contribution points. The little ones are in great pain. Meow Mew is also in great pain. Their situational drama itself does not have much content, and the main purpose is to torment the teachers. What is the result? The teachers cheated them in return. Bori leaned against the empty library and muttered, "Isn't this still a trap for us? Are the teachers injured?" No. The story started with Lucius's hasty departure. After Lucius left, the river god asked them with a smile if they needed help. Everyone subconsciously took a step back and began to discuss how to proceed. They reviewed the current accident and felt that it happened to Screech. So Ophelia made the decision, and the little guys unanimously decided to lock Screech outside the underground palace. They went to collect the blood of several important people, and then went to find Lucius to continue the plot. Yes, They didn't bother Screech for the time being. He would make trouble. They thought it would be more efficient to trap them one by one. So the little guys began to divide the people. And even asked Hater to bring some stray little guys here. There are so many teachers here. And they need to share the responsibility. Bori and Novice formed a team as usual. And were assigned to Gore, who was easier to talk to. They are the main plot line. And it would not be good if it was too embarrassing. Bori went to find Gore with Novice. Gore's character is a poor boy who can only speak Alkin's lines. This character was thought up by Bori, because Bori thought that teacher Gore might feel something when he said such words. As it turned out, it really felt something. When Gore saw them coming, the redness on his cheeks spread directly to his ears. He looked like a boiled shrimp. And even his eyes were dodging. He tried to take a deep breath. What do you want me for? Bori laughed maliciously. Dear human, we need a bowl of your blood. Can you help us? Gore said dryly. Then you have to exchange. He closed his eyes and recited the lines quickly. I fell in love with a newspaper girl. But her father looked down on me. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Her father humiliated me like this and broke us up. I can't give up. Gore gritted his teeth and continued to recite the lines. I hope you can bring her to see me. Bori couldn't help but bent over and laughed. Ha ha ha. I finally know where Screech's fun is. Gore's face darkened. Oh. It seems you can't do it. And it's useless for me to keep you. Novice's face changed. Wait. Gore quickly locked them in the time and space library without explaining to them. He let out a long sigh. This is really too difficult. Fortunately, he was smart. Will Screech not agree to such strange things in the future? Gore felt very wronged. Gore was still immersed in shame. And suddenly heard a call. He subconsciously looked up and saw Fanny. And Gore stood up immediately. What's wrong? Fanny? Fanny blinked. Maintained an innocent look. And pointed to the little guys behind her. Gore. They said that as long as I give them blood, they can take me flying. Gore immediately understood Fanny's subtext and stammered fiercely. You actually competed with me for a woman. You're looking for death. Gore's face was red as he sent away the little guys behind him who were very upset. Fanny couldn't help laughing. Teacher Gore. I didn't expect you to be so funny. Gore's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course. It's so funny. Fanny patted Gore's shoulder. Come on. Teacher Gore. I continue to lead the seedlings over. What's the point of just locking them up? When everyone gathers together, pack them up and send them to Eugene. When they know the good news of their debt and see Screech, I don't know how surprised they will be. Just thinking about it makes people very excited. Fanny turned around and ran away with a smile, while Gore hesitated and finally hung his head in dejection. Why couldn't Fanny tell him that she was excited? Fanny and Gore worked together to send away several little guys. And in various places. Emoshuzi, who was forced to say love words. Ariel, who pretended to be shy and innocent. And even Jiang Shui, who gave monster eggs to everyone she met. All found their own rhythm. Not long after they appeared, they found a way to trick the little guys. And then collectively teleported the tricked little guys to the final location. The Castle of the Dead. Many of the places they said were cruelly skipped by the teachers. Instead of letting them explore slowly, and then thinking of more ways to torment them. It is better to control the rhythm, and give them the final blow at the same time. Mance packed Amelia and Chloe, and sent them to the Castle of the Dead with an expressionless face. And put away the photo stone in his hand. You? Ha! You look like you've been tortured. Had looked Mans up and down. Mans was wearing a knee-length puffy skirt. A scarf on her head. And her clothes were dirty, with 3 bloodstains on her cheeks. You could tell who did it at a glance. Mans rolled his eyes at Hard. You should be thankful that your magic talent has prevented you from being strongly targeted. Hard looked innocent. Oh my dear old friend. What nonsense are you talking about? You are so miserable. Isn't it because you were too cruel to little Amy and little Chloe? Cruel? Mans sneered. I have something even crueler waiting for them. Had approached curiously. Just now I seem to see the photostone you hid. What did you do? Watching the group. Mance glanced at Had and answered briefly. Had curiously opened the school pass and saw the video at once. I don't know what tricks and magic Mance used. Chloe turned into a human form to help Amelia block. And then turned into a cat skeleton in a second. And instantly became autistic. Before Hater could figure out what this image was for, he saw a message from Mans. Undead Mans at Principal Sieshichin. Knowing that the teacher was absolutely safe, he rushed to protect her. It was too intimate. I suggest deducting contribution points. Hater. Hater opened his mouth, but allowing a girl to be forced to become a skeleton is not a gentlemanly behavior. Yes. Mans took it for granted. If he didn't block it, he had something to hide. If he blocked it, it was too close. Hater. Hater hesitated. Do you think Screech will handle it? This kind of completely fictitious thing shouldn't be possible. Right? Of course not. Man slowly and quickly changed his clothes with one click. And explained to Hater. He said he doesn't need evidence. But he will only deal with it if there are real signs. Hard was puzzled. But Man sneered again. But this doesn't stop the petty Screech from using it to tease those little guys. It would be best if the black cat could be beaten by the angry Amelia. It doesn't matter if he doesn't beat him. When he goes to the Wizard Academy, he will have plenty of opportunities to beat the black cat. The petty-minded Mance is definitely as good as Xieshichan in tormenting students. But what Mance didn't expect was that as soon as he posted this video, other teachers also posted various videos with some clues. What about Novice and Bori's close contact with each other's shoulders? What about Valentina stretching out her little dragon horn for Freya to touch? What about Nathaniel and Oris whispering in each other's ears? Xieshichan couldn't help laughing. How come even Lucius holding Anna's hand was highlighted? It can be seen how much the teachers wanted the little ones to be retaliated from all aspects. And even such a small matter was brought up. Xieshichan simply collected all the videos. These were all the little ones' black history. Meow Meow and the others didn't know that the teacher was so petty that he made up something out of nothing. After they were collectively teleported to the Castle of the Dead, they all fell into silence. In the entire Castle of the Dead, except Eugene, there was no other teacher to be seen. Arabelle? What's going on? Bori asked Arabelle, who had been staying here. Arabelle was silent for a few seconds. Teacher Eugene said that he will be the ending demon of this sitcom. As long as we can defeat him, the performance will be successful. Bori was puzzled. Ah? But isn't Teacher Eugene set to be a dark wizard who likes to drink strange potions? He can poison himself to death? Arabe looked at Bori with pity. Bori had a bad premonition in his heart. Eugene said calmly, given the many mistakes you made along the way, the ending of the situation play has changed irreversibly. You only need to defeat me to succeed. Ophelia pointed out the shortcomings. What mistakes? Did the teachers not want to continue playing and end it in a hurry? Eugene was silent for 2 seconds, lowered his head, and took out his notebook. A lot. Do you want to hear it? 21 Yummy finally nodded. They wanted to know why the teachers suddenly made such a choice. Eugene said, as of now, Bori owes me 103 contribution points. And Novice owes me. Wait a minute. Bori was shocked. 103 contribution points? How is that possible? When did I owe contribution points? Eugene pointed out, the potion that the river god gave you was stolen from me. Bori, Ophelia's face also changed drastically. Yes. Screech only said that the river god doesn't want money. But this thing is not his at all. Everyone who has more or less madly flees Screech. Novice calmed down. It doesn't matter. Screech also lost a lot of teaching props. We actually made a profit. The teaching props should belong to Screech. Right? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder it has to end early. The leading actor Bori is in debt. It's really not appropriate. Herbert muttered. Hey. The cunning teachers. Ophelia was a little uneasy. Are there any other mistakes? Eugene raised his head and pointed at the river god behind them. Several little guys turned around cautiously, looking at the river god with vigilance. What's wrong with the river god? Herbert had also tricked the river god a lot. He stammered. It can't be that the river god doesn't care. But Screech does. Right? Isn't that taking advantage of a loophole? No. A very familiar voice came from behind them. But the person was clearly in front of them. Meow Meow looked at Screech, then slowly turned his head, and saw another Screech. His expression collapsed. This? Xieshichan's smile deepened. Teacher is really too sad. I didn't expect that after so long. No child would recognize the teacher. Meow Meow, The river god also smiled slightly, flashed for a moment, and became an ordinary face. He shrugged and spread his hands. The river god of Screech will not accept any payment from you. But I am not the river god. Meow Meow, Introduce yourself. The new teacher. Teacher Ing. The new teacher finished speaking briefly, and threw all the bills to Xieshichan. Let your students pay it back themselves. I roughly know their strength. Meow Meow choked. Huh? Calculating them like this is just to understand them? This teacher is too outrageous. Right? The little guys didn't even know what expression to use to face this result. They looked at Shichen and asked sincerely, "Is there anything more wrong? Tell me. They can bear it." Shichen smiled. Speaking of which, I receive reports from multiple teachers that there are students in our class who are too close to each other, and they are suitable to be examples. Before he finished speaking, 21 Meow Meow stood at least 2 meters apart, one faster than the other, looking at Shichen with a very mature and independent expression, trying to tell him with their actions. They are absolutely innocent. Shichen clenched his fist against the corner of his lips, and continued after a while, "But I am not the kind of teacher who can't distinguish right from wrong. So I just preserved your happy memories." After a pause, Shichen asked meaningfully, "Did you have fun today?" The little guys were silent for a while, gnashing their teeth, happy. They were targeting each other, but they didn't feel fulfilled in their hearts. And the teachers caught a lot of handles on them one by one. The little guys really couldn't go on now. Apart from other things, the way that they continued to cheat their contribution points from nowhere was enough to discourage them. Shichen shook his head and laughed. "Let's have a fight. Give the sitcom a perfect ending." Although the ultimate goal of pitting the teachers was not achieved, it was better to have a beginning and an end. And it seemed to have really put a perfect end to the whole orientation day. The little guys were stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "Okay. In this fight, they will definitely show their most handsome and dashing side." 20 little guys fought a hearty fight in the castle of the dead, under the care of the teachers. And the depression and irritability of the whole day seemed to have dissipated because of it. They lay on the floor tiredly, and finally sighed. "Forget it. It seems that during the period of academy, I can't think of cheating the teachers." After reflection, Bo Rui suggested, "When I become a legendary wizard, I will come back to cheat the teachers. Maybe it is possible. But maybe you need to become gods." Shichen smiled and sat cross-legged beside them, saying leisurely, "The teachers who cheated you will not wait here. Little guys, eh? Okay. Okay. You treat them as donkeys. Right? Can't they just charge?" Finally, the skit finally came to an end. There was still a whole afternoon before the dinner started. The little ones were temporarily free, but the freshmen were not. They needed to try their best to get enough contribution points in the challenge area carefully arranged by the seniors before the dinner started. "Have you rested well?" Shichen looked at the Meow Meow, who had recovered, and took out a piece of paper. "I believe Asudo must have seen it." "Right? Teacher Vivian said you know what I am going to do." He shook the paper in his hand. "Tell your friends what the teacher wants to do." "Asudo, eh?" He stuttered. "Here. Show us the contribution points you owe." "Really smart." Shichen smiled and handed each of them a copy of the paper. "Then take a look. Pay it back quickly, or I won't be able to give you a study abroad gift package." "Another study abroad gift package?" Meow Meow looked at Shichen in shock. "Didn't we start studying this year? Why are you going on a study tour again?" Shichen pondered for a moment. "Do you want to know the details now or on the day you leave?" He then looked at Asudo. Teacher Han said that Asudo should have seen it too. Asudo was silent. He really didn't want to see it. He didn't want to. Shichen's words made everyone curious. What did he see? Asudo stuttered and couldn't explain it clearly this time. So Shichen simply took over the topic and revealed it to them in advance. This time, the study tour is mainly about Teacher Man's taking you to report to the Wizard Academy. At the same time, I will give you some small study tour tasks, and you can come back after completing them. Amelia and Chloe, who had just tricked Mans, Chloe asked desperately, "Do you have to go with Teacher Mans?" "Of course. There is also Teacher Eugene." Shichen explained to them. They are all experienced black wizards, who can quickly adapt to the Wizard Academy. But because of his status, Teacher Eugene cannot appear often. So the person in charge is still Teacher Mans. Chloe was silent. If she knew, he would not take revenge so early. Shichen curled his eyes. "Don't worry. They are not difficult and interesting tasks. Villa is interested in being a wizard." "But," she blinked, "Scritch, is it us who find it interesting, or can we make you find it interesting?" Shichen hummed, "Both?" This answer. The little guys are a little uneasy. In order not to make the little guys nervous, Shichen decided to reveal some details. "Your graduation requirements are very high, and the academic workload is heavy. The teacher naturally cannot let the study tour delay your classes. So this time you will also be given coop pigeons and online classes. You must hurry up to earn contribution points, because you have to take the exam when you come back. Miami recalled the sadness of skipping classes while running away, and the pain of coming back and spending a lot of money to retake the exam. Shichen said again, this recruitment exposed many of your shortcomings. So the teacher decided to let you retake the courses you are not proficient in, such as micro-expression learning, 36 strategies, and the art of language. The art of language? Lucius's face changed drastically. How do you plan to retake it? Do you want him to confront that shameless kid who doesn't know the limit again? Ha! This time he won't admit defeat. Shichen shook his index finger. It's not what you think. That's boring. He clapped his hands with a smile. And a new doll appeared in his hand, the upgraded version of the doll that teaches you to talk. Your doll will be upgraded before you leave. The new doll is also called the doll that teaches you to say sweet words. Meow Meow didn't dare to speak. They always felt that this was a trap. Shichen didn't care, and continued, you need to perform pua on the doll. Say sweet words, etc. until you successfully gain the doll's passing line of favor. And then it will be considered a success. Children, you should speak to people in a way that is human and to ghosts in a way that is not human. Although the teacher does not advocate love, you must learn to do it. Otherwise, you will be easily deceived by others using the beauty trap. It is better to deceive others than to be deceived. This doll will not only teach you how to speak, but also teach you how to defend yourself. It can also train your patience, faith, and perseverance. It is a rare good thing. Good thing? Darren almost couldn't help his sarcasm. Why don't you use it? Shichen was surprised. The teacher doesn't need it. The teacher never leaves the school gate. Besides, if I don't know how to do it, how can I teach you? Meow Meow, Yes. Yes. He is so good. So good that he has deceived them for a whole year. And there is still a fool who firmly likes him. I am talking about Novice. Shichen simply explained a few words. Anyway, he still had to remind him before leaving, earn contribution points well, study the doll well, and wait for your good news. Novice asked Shichen carefully, if the doll's favorability is accidentally increased. You won't. Kid. This is a difficult thing to say. Shichen said calmly. It all depends on the evaluation that doll gives you. So you have to grasp this degree. I don't want the students I teach to become a playboy who can only make little girls and boys happy. I understand. Novice pondered the meaning. Although Screech would teach them skills, he didn't want them to rely on these skills to deceive the weak. Therefore, if the scores were high, but there was no action, the evaluation from doll would not be high. Simply put, the difficulty of this 2.0 version is not only in terms of language, but also in terms of self-control, which is even more difficult. Lucius said even more venomously, after coaxing the baby, I will definitely be willing to be single for the rest of my life. The little ones also nodded with sympathy. That's right. They are not worried about being deceived. They think Screech wants to use this noisy baby to completely dispel their restless hearts. Screech is full of tricks. The little ones are still focused on business. After learning about the subsequent itinerary, they also began to plan the preparations for this period. Contribution points are essential, but teaching aids, some life-saving props, useful magic alchemy tools, potions, etc. are also essential. Screeky emphasized that unless their lives are hanging by a thread, the teachers will not easily take action this time, and every action will affect their study abroad assessment results. So he hopes that they can plan some. Shichen is worried that because of the original world line, he can't intervene in the crisis. So he can only try to make the little guys pay attention. The little guys don't know if they listened, but Shichen found that they did plan a lot of life-saving items, and he was relieved. Of course, before that, they still have a very important thing to do. Orientation Day dinner. The dinner was held in the auditorium. This was the first orientation day for Screech, and it might be the last one that Meow Meow was in charge of. The next orientation day would be prepared by the freshmen of this class. Meow Meow was very attentive. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the freshmen in school uniforms walked into the empty auditorium. In the middle of the auditorium was a super large cake, the kind that could hardly be seen at the end. The cake was covered by a tall transparent cover, like a delicate rose with green cream vines entwined on it. With a fresh green, various drinks and food were placed on the rows of buffet tables around. and a gentle piano sounded in the auditorium. The freshmen were first amazed by the huge cake. And then they found something unusual. Hey, why can't I see the teachers and instructors? Although the school motto had ended, they still habitually called the instructors, which was more convenient. It's so strange. It feels so quiet, even though there are so many of us. Someone joked. Perhaps at the end of the sitcom, they saw the strength and confidence of their seniors, and seemed to see their real, possible future through them. So now they are somewhat dependent on their seniors, as if they can only feel at ease when they see them. The freshmen walked into the auditorium one after another, but they still couldn't see their figures. Some people began to speculate. Could it be that the dinner on the welcome day was for the freshmen to have a carnival by themselves? However, without anyone to guide us, it felt like the atmosphere was not going to get going. Everyone looked at each other, hesitantly. How about, Herman? You? Bang! The door of the auditorium slammed shut, and everyone looked towards the door. The freshmen around the door replied in horror, it wasn't us. The door closed by itself. What kind of project is this? Or is it that the Screech School of Magic itself is doing some strange sacrifice? The freshmen were anxious, and were scared by their own imaginations. They were sweating all over and at a loss. The soothing piano sound suddenly became urgent, and then slowly slowed down. Gradually, an ethereal female voice sang loudly. It's Instructor Genevieve. The freshmen led by Genevieve were surprised. It's her. We definitely didn't hear it wrong. Thank God. The instructors finally showed up. Suddenly relaxed, the freshmen finally had the mind to talk and laugh. And they even began to wonder if Screech was going to give them another surprise. Yes. The transparent cover of the cake was surrounded by circles of water, winding up like a long snake, surging more and more. And finally a chestnut-haired, golden-tailed siren jumped out of it. The siren wore a pearl crown and continued to sing with a sweet smile. The tone became higher and higher, attracting everyone's attention and making it difficult for everyone to look away for a while. Immediately afterwards, a few-meter-long little dragon glided down from the sky above the auditorium. It picked up the siren at a very fast speed, threw it on its back, and slowly flew around the auditorium in the air. During this time, the siren continued to support the little dragon's back and sang loudly, conveying the joy and happiness in her heart, as well as a kind of inclusive acceptance. The freshmen also hummed subconsciously, and the sound gradually became louder. Everyone slowly let go, and some even began to dance indulgently in the auditorium. On the ground, two slender elves emerged briskly from an unknown place. Everywhere they passed by, clusters of flowers and grass would emerge, bringing the freshness of nature into the auditorium. A vine flicked lightly, and the dwarf swung to the cake, then slid down quickly. He threw the vine with a smile, and a wizard holding a skull took it, shook it, and a black cat slipped out of his sleeve, stretching out its claws and jumping with the vine's swing. The freshmen looked at the seniors who appeared one after another, their eyes full of amazement. It turned out that their instructor was actually Welcome to Screech. On the second floor, a row of teachers surrounded the railing and looked down. Their smiles were gentle and encouraging. They wore the college uniforms they wore during the first assessment, and wore the work permits they should have. They watched the students fooling around quietly, full of tolerance. In the center of the teachers, the Muggle headmaster of Screech lightly tapped the teaching stick, and clusters of colorful lights suddenly lit up around the entire auditorium. The lights flickered, pushing the celebration of the welcome day to the highest point. The teachers did not stay on the second floor all the time. Instead, after they appeared, they took off their school uniforms, changed into their own private clothes, jumped down to dance and sing with everyone, played and rolled around, without any seriousness of teachers. Old Man Han even started to tell fortunes when he caught people, and then was hurriedly fled by the freshmen who could not avoid him. He touched his beard and turned happily to walk towards Xieshichin. This should be the best place for the orientation day. Xieshichin nodded, yes. But I think there are better places. Old Man Han came up curiously. Oh? Do you have any ideas that I don't know? Xieshichin smiled with his eyes curved. Nothing. Just a big gift for the little guys. At the end, when they were about to leave the auditorium, he would tell them the punishment for the little classmates who fell in love early, so that they could concentrate, study hard, and no longer worry. Old Man Han, ahem. He burst into laughter. Xieshichin, sometimes you are really good at making them calm down. Shichen shrugged. The orientation day will be over soon. And classes will start tomorrow. If we don't give them a chance to cool down, the effect of tomorrow's class will not be good. Xiao Xie is a principal who pursues efficiency. With ups and downs, the mentality of the little guys can be trained. Why not? Chapter 173. The welcome party did not last very late. After everyone danced ballroom dance together, the teachers led them to share the huge cake. And after saying goodbye next year, everyone dispersed. With high spirits, they went to train their bodies. Yes, even on such a happy day, they could not stop their training. Shichen finally softened his heart. And when the little guys were in pain training their bodies, he told them the punishments for several students who were found to have signs of premature love. Although no one except the person himself knows who was punished, Shichen fully disclosed the content of the punishment. It was almost the same as they expected. The lightest punishment, that is, those who had this intention, was deducted 100 contribution points and asked to write a self-criticism in their homework book. Shichen wrote in the notice very touchingly, "You are very lucky, since you are the first batch of people who were caught for premature love," and wrote a self-criticism. The requirements for self-criticism and repetition are very easy to pass. When the next little students make the same mistake again, their self-criticism will not overlap with yours. Aren't you happy? In addition, there are surprises if you submit early. The later you submit your review, the more likely it is that it will overlap with other students who have already submitted it. Please hurry up and complete your punishment. Freshman, is this good news? But on second thought, it is indeed good news. At least their duplication check is not so strict, haha. The little guys thought with a smile. And those freshmen who are even about to get engaged and have done many things they shouldn't do are very miserable. 300 contribution points were deducted alone. And there were also review and assessment requirements. In addition, they were also asked to attend the principal's online class, The Connection Between Love and Bread. It was the kind of online class that required contribution points to be paid for. And after listening, they also needed to write a reflection. And it was also the kind that needed to be checked for plagiarism. The freshmen were very upset, but none of them dared to go to the principal to refute. It was just a love in the heart, and they wanted to go to the principal for evidence. The principal wrote it clearly in the notice, and it was calculated by teachers Vivian and Han. And teacher Ariel read the mind and confirmed that there was a tendency to love. The notice also suggested that if you can't control your inclination to fall in love, you can go to class XX or class XXX. And remember not to go to the classes of teachers Ariel, Han, and Vivian. Otherwise, the consequences may become more serious. Very considerate. So considerate that students are afraid. For those who are about to get engaged and meet their parents. The principal said in the notice that he will communicate with their parents in the near future, asking them not to follow their parents' wishes, but to concentrate on their studies and do whatever they want after graduation. The principal smiled attentively and screeched, "Your lover will never cheat on you. You will have 5 full years to observe the other person's character, loyalty, and even personality." Almost made the young couple break up. But it must be said that no matter whether they are in love or not, everyone can't help but feel pressure. Your teachers are all very capable teachers. And they look like they value you very much. Which is really frustrating. Moreover, it's not that they are Versailles. Although there are few teachers in the academy now. Each teacher does not need to take care of too many students. They are all at least great magicians, full of energy, and there will be no situation of neglect. Even without the invisible cloak provided by Shichen, the teachers can hide in various ways and patrol the classes they are in charge of several times a day. As class teachers, they are indeed very responsible. But for the students, they are too responsible, which has become a kind of painful sweetness. I never thought that I would be followed by the great mage, the mage saint, and the legendary mage. I have gone too far. That is all the exciting college life. For the little guys, the biggest hurdle in front of all of them is class. The day after the welcome party, they had to start classes. They didn't even have time to rest. Screech School of Magic was very efficient in this regard. Before class, even the class teachers had already found students who needed help in the class, introduced the school's work-study program, scholarships, loans, etc., and asked them if they needed help from the school. Unlike the modern plane, Shichichen's setting was not so much support, but more relied on the efforts of students. For example, part-time jobs or some positions in the college. Students can work during their breaks, but they cannot take up too much time and can only earn small amounts of coins. However, Shichen added various related tasks to the task center, such as practicing eloquence, selling magic beasts, cleaning the laboratory and learning about experimental equipment, and refining magic potions. The contribution points obtained from these tasks can be exchanged for coins for their expenses. Of course, coins cannot be converted into contribution points, and they cannot transfer contribution points at will. It is very difficult. The scholarship is provided by the college to promising freshmen for 5 years of tuition and a certain amount of room and board. However, after graduation, students need to stay in school for a period of targeted work before they can leave. A behavior of overdrawing future work in advance. Loans are easier to explain. The college provides money and students earn contribution points to repay the debt. There are many forms, and all aspects are taken into consideration. After the teacher's suggestions, Shichen also thought of a daily task bar. Every student has such a task bar on the school Easy Pass, which contains some fragmentary achievement tasks and upgrade tasks. For example, if there is no make-up exam for all assessments in a year, cheating is successful. Make-up exams for all assessments and the make-up exam scores reach a certain level. Become a junior magician, intermediate magician, senior magician identified by the Magic Education Bureau. Get an S-level medal, etc. As long as they are completed, the college will reward contribution points. This is a growth task for every student. The scope is very diverse, and even students may not be able to get all the task rewards. But for the students, this is a very novel experience. It's like finding a goal to move forward. Every time they complete a small plan, they can get praise and full of motivation. On the first day of class, under the guidance of the teachers, they saw the daily tasks, the rules for using the class group, and all the uses of the school Easy Pass. The teachers also emphasized some of the student handbook contents that need to be paid attention to, so that the freshmen can thoroughly remember the various new rules of Screech. Being exposed to new things made them want to discuss with each other and praise Screech. But soon, their emotions calmed down. The teachers came to class. Although the classes were determined, the lack of teachers was still a major flaw of Screech. In order to ensure that all students could receive education and not waste time, many classes with similar progress took classes together in some courses. They sat in the large lecture hall and listened to the teachers teaching basic courses. They might meet different classmates every time. With the classes staggered, the teachers finally got through. Fortunately, Nyamyu does not need one-on-one teaching during this period, and the teachers can adapt. Scritch, this is still a problem. Are you really not going to continue recruiting teachers? As one of the persons in charge of the dark place this time, Fanny will also leave with Nyamyu. Before leaving, she saw that the college was so tight, and she couldn't help but want to find out about Shichen's preparations. Shichen was helpless. Fanny, it's better to have nothing than to have bad teachers. Good teachers are hard to find. I also want all the teachers to report to the college. There are indeed too few teachers now. It is not that there are few professional teachers, but there are few basic teaching teachers. After the number of students increased, the shortage of basic teachers was exposed. Before, they only taught Nyamyu. They were at the same pace, and basic teachers were the least lacking. They lacked professional teachers who could take them in depth. Shichen specially recruited a lot of professional teachers to make sure they developed comprehensively. Now, with a large number of new students coming, they lacked basic teachers. Fanny pondered, how about we lower the standard and just have a grand mage? It is indeed difficult to find a mage saint. It doesn't matter. When the Wizard Academy is acquired, there will be a lot more teachers. I might as well hurry up and improve the teaching and research department, so that the quality and infrastructure will not be able to keep up with the progress of the teachers in the future, Shichen said, and then casually comforted, don't worry too much. I have a backup plan here. When Nyamyu comes back, I will come up with a charter. Shichen's I am the principal's assistant app has a teacher recruitment mall. But as Shichen and Fanny said, it is better to have nothing than to have something of inferior quality. After he got better and better teachers, he hesitated about those teachers who were not professional enough. Even though he knew that the teachers who only taught the basics and could be put on display by the school were actually more than capable. But Shichen still believed that the textbooks could be bad and they could be compiled slowly. But the teachers were really important, and he needed to investigate and make sure they were good before recruiting. Xiao Xiao said something fair. Host. You get what you pay for. You can spend 10,000 principal points. Every teacher is like Mo Shuzi. Even if they only teach the basics, they are terrifyingly strong. Xie Shichen smiled slightly. Xiao Xiao. I'm finally out of debt now. Do you have a new loan method? Tell me about it. Xiao Xiao was as quiet as a chicken. Thanks to the freshmen. There are so many freshmen. Just the daily teaching every day will bring Xie Shichen at least thousands of principal points. Their admission and the current popularity of the college also made Xie Shichen earn a large amount of principal value. Not only did he pay off his debts, he also took out 50,000 principal value, recruited 5 more teachers, and gathered 15 new teachers. Even so, Xie Shichen still had no less than 50,000 principal value. Simply put, he was well off. But it's true. With more teachers, the principal value was spent quickly, and it was still stretched to the limit. No matter how much principal value, it was not too much. Moreover, with more new students, more teaching aides were needed, and the principal value could not be retained at all. Xie Shichen also needed to ensure that there was enough principal value reserve so that his teachers could unlock their strength at any time to protect their students. Therefore, unless Xiao Xiao gives her another bone repair plus new loan, Xie Shichen will not spend money casually. Xiao Xiao will be teased as a foreign marriage system when she returns to the main god realm now. How dare it continue to give discounts? Just pretend that I have never said anything. Xie Shichen sighed softly. Fanny, let's talk about your side first. If it doesn't work, I will continue to work. Just not sleeping. I'm used to it. Fanny was confused. Why did she suddenly become sad and pitiful? She opened her mouth and felt something was wrong. But she followed Xie Shichen's train of thought. I have printed multiple copies of the teaching aids you want. Just give them to the little ones when the time comes. Screech, are you going to assign them tasks? Or do they do it themselves? All of them. Xie Shichen took the storage props from Fanny. I will tell them what tasks they have to do, and they can arrange the distribution themselves. This time, unless they are on the verge of death, I will not intervene, Xie Shichen said. His voice lowered a little. Obviously not so reluctant. But he had no choice. Fanny looked at Xie Shichen steadily and sighed. Trust them. Don't be too nervous. Fanny said. Happy, why do I feel that you are like their parents? How about, let them all have your last name. It can be regarded as the inheritance of your Screech family. Xie Shichen remained calm. Fanny, shouldn't you go to class? Fanny howled. Screech, you really don't know how to please ladies. She muttered, you know I'm busy. But you still treat me like this. And don't even say to comfort me. Xie Shichen said. For example? Fanny raised her eyebrows. A pay raise? Xie Shichen, if you are late, I can deduct your salary. Fanny choked. Ruthless man. Fanny turned around and was about to leave angrily. Xie Shichen gave her a candy as usual. Okay, Fanny. It's hard for you during this period. I have written to Sheldon. When Miao Miao is about to come back, he will come to the college to help. Fanny paused and turned around with a face full of surprise. Really? He is not busy with his career? Xie Shichen smiled. I told him that I would give his daughter some property to practice. He was very happy to give his own property to his daughter to practice, and said that in order for his daughter to be able to manage her own property freely, he could come to exchange it. Recently, in order to prevent his daughter from being sad in the future, he is training his subordinates, at least to ensure that his daughter will not make trouble anymore, and the industry will prosper. In simple terms, it is to train right-hand men for Vera. If Vera is capable, the right-hand men will be obedient. If Vera is not capable and makes trouble, the right-hand men will be obedient on the surface, but work hard to promote Vera's ideas. It must be achieved that no matter what Vera's ability is, he can experience the fun of being a housekeeper. Xie Shichen is very tempted by such excellent subordinates. Fanny was speechless. Don't tell me you want to steal Sheldon's girlfriend. It's not without precedent. John Merrim's girlfriends were all stolen by Xie Shichen. Xie Shichen looked innocent. What are you talking about? Fanny, I'm certainly not such a shameless person. Wow. Fanny stretched out her tone. So what are you planning to do? Wouldn't it be better to steal Sheldon himself? We have a saying that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Xie Shichen said with a smile. It's better to find him to train talents than to find talents trained by him. Don't worry. I'm ready to make his honorary lecturer a college teacher. Fanny, She couldn't figure it out. Then what do you need such talents for? Aren't you running a school? Xie Shichen's expression was calm. My students can work in all walks of life. Besides, Fanny, you should also be able to think that when everyone knows magic in the future, will our students still be competitive? No. Then the cultivation of talents in all aspects is necessary. The world needs magic. But the development of the world does not only need magic. Fanny took a deep breath and finally gave in. Well, maybe I will never be able to keep up with your ideas. No. You can. Xie Shichen touched his chin. Rarely gossiping. Speaking of which, how did you convince the head of the Breno family? Is there a chance to cooperate again? Fanny thought of the headache she had when she was entangled with the other party. And gritted her teeth, scritch. Don't push your luck. Xie Shichen coughed. Then can you help introduce it? We want to develop a third journal. If we can work together to make money, isn't it much better than fighting alone? Fanny was even more confused. Didn't they say that they would wait until later to publish their newspaper? What was Screech doing? She had to remind Xie Shichen, Screech, your students haven't been reported yet. Why don't you be more restrained? There was really no need to dig into this. Xie Shichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? I saw that Breno's transformation was quite successful. So I wanted to cooperate with them and promote the teachers of our college. It would increase the college's reputation and provide materials for Breno. Maybe when the editor-in-chief of Breno is in a good mood, he will directly interview their seedlings? Xiao Xie is now short of the principal's value, and can't wait to get it by all means. Fanny realized what Xie Shichen wanted to do. However, this win-win situation. I believe the Breno family will not refuse it casually. Fanny thought about it, thinking that Xie Shichen was busy recently. So she simply patted her chest and said that she would help Xie Shichen contact, and he would arrange for the teacher to meet Breno. Xie Shichen smiled and agreed, and said a lot of good things about Fanny, which made Fanny feel comfortable while working. When Screech speaks human language, he is still quite easy to get along with. This feeling is particularly deep in Shishu's mind, because it feels extremely guilty now. Xie Shichen just made a joke with it before, but it actually kept silent. How much harm did this cause to its host? Moreover, apart from anything else, its host absolutely keeps his word, although it always makes it entangled in various ways every time. The result is always good. This is also the reason why Xiao Xiao can apply successfully every time. Such a good host. It actually made the host sigh in disappointment, and tried hard to find more ways to earn principal points, and even shameless, for the sake of students and principal points. Although Xie Shichen was shameless. But here at Xiao Xiao, its host has always been thinking hard for the students. And he saves a lot. Isn't it also for the students? The more Xiao Xiao thought about it, the more she felt that she was not good enough. It actually rejected its host for a little bit of other people's prejudice. Absolutely not. When Xie Shichen packed up all kinds of things and prepared to look for Miao Miao, Xiao Xiao still spoke. I probably can't give you a loan this time, but I can give you a discount. Xiao Xiao raised her voice. Teacher Mall will give you a 10% discount, but only for 1 day. Is that okay? Xie Shichen paused and asked calmly, will it be too difficult for you? It's not easy for you to apply in the main god realm. Not difficult, Xiao Xiao promised. Host, you completed the task very quickly. It's just an overdraft in advance. Other systems don't have such a high return even if they are overdrawn. Our reputation in the Lord God realm is super high. Xie Shichen showed a grateful look. That's great. But can we choose a better day for this opportunity? He pretended to be worried. We still have too few principals now, and many good teachers won't be available by then, and this opportunity will be wasted, he said softly, and suddenly came back to his senses. But this arrangement of time is also very difficult for you. Right? Forget it. How about applying later? For example, wait for Miao Mi to come back or something. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. No. Sure. I can arrange it for you whenever you want a discount. Isn't it just unlimited time? If it works hard, it can still get this 10% discount coupon. Xie Shichen is eager to try. Then, can it be accumulated? As long as the time is not full, it will be automatically saved. Xiao Xiao, eh? Xiao Xiao was furious. Host, you are really getting it for free. Every time I open the 10% discount mall, check out, and close it immediately. This card is a bug. If Xiao Xiao wasn't a system, it would probably really beat up Xie Shichen. Oh, it can be done now. Xiao Xiao tried hard to control her clone to come over, and she was bound to beat up Xie Shichen. Xie Shichen sighed. Well, it's good to get a discount. I'm greedy. Xiao Xiao, eh? Why is its host so good at playing the victim? Why? Xiao Xiao said awkwardly that she would help Xie Shichen fight for it. Xie Shichen was satisfied and started to praise him. Don't worry. I believe you have me in your heart. And you will definitely fight for the best interests for me. We are the best partners, Xie Shichen said, and began to guide Xiao Xiao casually. Why don't you tell me what difficulties you have? And I will teach you, Xie Shichen modestly said, although I am just an ordinary person. I am still eloquent. Tell me about their personalities, and I will teach you how to fight for them. The eyes of the elf Daodu who floated over Xiao Xiao gradually widened. Yes. Why didn't it think of it? Since Xie Shichen himself made such an excessive request. Let Xie Shichen find a way to fight for it. It stumbled every time. And finally got the discount when the Lord God was around. Oh! It had to be the Lord God who was cold and taciturn and didn't like trouble. If it was another Lord God, who was more cunning and another who liked to have fun, it would be very difficult for it. And it might even be teased in various ways. If the host taught it, there would be no problem. Old foxes against old foxes. How good. Xiao Xiao knew that although his family had a rough time applying, they were able to get preferential treatment basically. The biggest reason was that Xie Shichen was the host that the main gods took the initiative to find. And he was also a future colleague that they were very optimistic about. So, Xiao Xiao was eager to try and started to complain. Host. They are too much. I tell you. Xie Shichen listened with a smile, trying to collect more information about the main god world while analyzing the personality of this so-called person in power, and some information behind him that he could not get to know for the time being. It's really interesting. So you think so highly of him? Knocking gently on the table, Xie Shichen patted the elf's head. Don't worry. This time we will definitely have a great harvest. Come! Host Xiao Xie will teach you how to get the most benefits. The small system floated over with a gurgling sound. If it had known earlier, it would have let the host protect it earlier. After spending some time with the system, the little guy's study tour was postponed for another week. They didn't have any classes this week, but were just working hard to prepare for their departure. When Xie Shichen arrived, the kids were already wearing their study uniforms and sitting in the classroom, and they were already eager to try. Borui asked immediately, how many contribution points does this study package cost? It should be said that the study package is really a good deal, and those things are still useful now. Oh, it's a pitfall. It's really a pitfall. If there are troubles along the way, the gift package will help solve the troubles. If there are no troubles along the way, the gift package will be trouble. Xie Shichen smiled and said, of course. But there are not many things in the gift package this time, so I won't give you a box. A big gift package is 50 contribution points. Meow meow, question mark. Not many things, but 50 contribution points? Everyone was even more curious. Xie Shichen didn't keep them in suspense. He introduced directly. Do you remember what I told you before? That you need to go to the Wizard Academy? Everyone nodded. Xie Shichen continued. The teacher and Principal Miriam and Principal Helwins established a magic education bureau together. As you know, the education bureau is now famous. And it just needs an opportunity. Coincidentally, this unruly Wizard Academy appeared. You have two tasks. The first is to sneak into the Wizard Academy, find out about the Academy, and try to help Teacher Mans turn the Academy into our Screech-affiliated Wizard Academy. Meow meow, Your ambition is really not concealed at all. Xie Shichen continued calmly. The second task is to sell the teaching aids we have prepared with the logo of the Magic Education Bureau printed on them to the students of the Wizard Academy to win their hearts. Teacher Fanny will secretly assist you, but you still have to find a way to make a name for yourself in the Education Bureau. Meow meow understands. Too well. Ophelia thought about the mission and the points that could be used, and asked, Teacher, do you have any other requests? Xie Shichen shook his head. Not for now. We will let you play on your own. And don't worry about not playing well. If there is anything, the teachers will cover you. Lucius opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Xie Shichen looked at him with a calm look. Children, the teacher's advice to you is to try to rely on yourself. And don't rely on your family unless you are in desperate situation. Lucius was stunned. He was just about to ask if he could use the power of the Dark Church. This time was so important that they should not have to rely on external forces. Why? Chris asked Lucius's confusion. Xie Shichen didn't want to explain it too clearly. as it would put pressure on the students. But a lot of preparation had been done before, and the students were becoming more and more resolute and strong under their education. Shichen thought. It was time to reveal some more details. At least, they should be mentally prepared. Do you remember? Teacher Han predicted to you before that there is a very important node in your life that involves life and death. You need to get rid of bad luck now. And you will be lucky when your node comes. Sometimes luck is really important. That little bit of luck can determine your life and death. Villa didn't know why Screech wanted to talk about such a heavy topic. She couldn't help but panic in her heart, and even subconsciously glanced at Chris. Chris was still as calm as ever. No one could see what emotions he was feeling under his skin. But he still gave Vera some confidence. Vera asked the teacher softly, "Is it because this is our own node? So your family can't help us?" "No. The teacher doesn't know where your important nodes are." He knew but couldn't tell. Destiny is not immutable. But the nodes cannot be changed. You can only rely on yourself. But you don't have to panic too much. With the teacher here, the teacher will always be your strongest backing. Everyone felt a little heavy. Ophelia smiled. "Yes. I am very glad that I joined Screech and gathered here with everyone who has important nodes. We are all very lucky." "Do we all have important nodes?" Ophelia asked. Shichen changed his way of expression. "For now. Only you have them." Ophelia was stunned for a moment, pursed her lips, and her thoughts surged. She seemed to understand something, but she seemed to see nothing clearly. She asked, "Is it true that everyone has important nodes, but they are just lucky to meet the teachers?" The teacher said, "Only they have them. Only the 21 of them have them." "Why? Is there anything special about them?" "The most special thing about them is that they all stayed in Screech when Screech was down and out. That's all." But Lucius behind him changed his expression. He knew clearly that he and Anna would not come to Screech. But his father found someone to predict, and then sent them here. Lucius couldn't help but clench his fists. He always felt that Screech was hinting at something. Why can't the family help? Could it be that just helping would also implicate the family? Or, is this node related to the family? He was in a complicated mood. Shichen had known this would happen. He clapped his hands helplessly, attracting everyone's attention. "Don't be nervous. The teachers are here. Just be careful. You will know what you should know sooner or later." "Got it, teacher." The students nodded in unison, and they were very generous to put this guest behind their minds. Shichen continued with a smile. "In order to facilitate the study tour, our gift package this time is a little special. First, the upgraded version of the talking doll and cooing pigeon. They are more flexible after the upgrade. Here are the upgrade cards. Just insert them into their bodies when the time comes. Second, disguise. You are Screech's students. You still need to disguise yourself if you want to enter the Wizard Academy. I am not worried about magic. You still have a chance to imitate the talents of dark wizards for a short time with your mental power. But you have to change your appearance," Shichen said, and took out various tools and potions. "You should hurry up and think of your plan and your identity. We will disguise you and forge a new identity at the same time." Meow Mew, shock. Herbert stretched his neck. "Any identity is fine?" Shichen nodded. "Yes. As long as you don't reveal the truth. It's fine. If you reveal the truth, just be conceited." Herbert went back with his head down. The little guys knew that Screech couldn't give them such a big discount. But this is also a good deal. Several students who already had a plan in their hearts began to calculate happily. Other students who didn't have a plan waiting to be arranged simply looked at Shichen. What's the end? Finally, "Here are your travel expenses. 10 gold coins," Shichen said, taking out the red ones separately. "This is a sensor coin. It will get hot when you encounter danger." Shichen went back last night and looked through a lot of Worldline content. It was still difficult to identify the identities of his students only from the perspective of the protagonist. After looking carefully this time, he simply listed all the dead characters separately. He had guessed, but he was not sure that his guess was necessarily correct. He could only prepare as much as possible. Therefore, Shichen was not sure how many little guys would meet his node during this study tour. Only, Shichen glanced at Novice, and they looked at each other unintentionally, with tension in the other's eyes. Novice stood up subconsciously and stuttered, "Teacher, can we talk?" Shichen sighed, and finally shook his head cruelly. "Novice, believe in yourself, and believe in the teachers." Novice pursed his lips and agreed. Shichen gave a few more instructions, and temporarily avoided the issue. leaving the students enough time to calm down. Even if they did not complete the task well this time, as long as they were vigilant enough and could come back safely, it would be the best situation. Old Man Han stood outside the classroom. When he saw Xie Shichen coming out, he swept his clothes with a whisk and smiled. Brush off the bad luck and be safe. Xie Shichen shook his head and laughed. Don't tease me. I am indeed a little nervous. Thinking about it now, I feel a little regretful. It seems that I have spread anxiety to the students. I don't know if it will have any impact. Old Man Han also said earnestly, believe in your students. And believe in us. Xie Shichen listened to the very familiar words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know. Teacher Han. I will. He really should work hard to make himself trust others more. At the same time, in the classroom, after Xie Shichen left, no one spoke for a long time. 21 people can get hurt for each other, share hardships and happiness together. But there are still close and distant relationships. At this moment, they all subconsciously looked at the person they trusted and cared about the most. Bori dragged Novice to the corner. His tone serious. His eyes probing. Do you know something? Novice shook his head. I don't know. I'm just worried. No. You know. Bori interrupted Novice suddenly. His voice was very light. Novice, you should understand that you have never lied to me. So when he chose to lie, it was really obvious to Bori. Besides, you have never hidden anything from me. So, Bori knew a lot about Novice, including Novice's time magic, the fallen angel sealed in Novice's left eye, all the gifts Novice received from his teacher, and all that Novice wanted and didn't want. He knew it all. But it was not until this moment, when Bori saw Novice's nervous expression, that he realized that Novice had hidden a little information. A little information that Bori thought was insignificant, but was actually very important. You actually know about my important milestones, right? Novice suddenly fell silent. What should he say? Should he say that he saw the self that he could never catch up with? Or the absurd and weird puppet show? Novice didn't want to say it. But Bori asked. So he had to say it. Yes. I saw it. Novice lowered his head. His eyes slightly red. I saw your important milestones. The boy who liked to be lively, loved freedom, and always had many friends died in a dirty, smelly and messy pub. Not even a good friend came to collect his body. Chapter 174. Bori and Novice stood in the corner and confronted each other for a long time. So long that Bori could only sigh deeply and stopped forcing Novice. But Novice spoke in a low voice. You know, at the appraisal meeting, I was sent to be sacrificed. And the teacher came to find me. I was there and saw. I don't know if it was a picture of the future or the past. I'm not sure, Bori. I only know that it was a result that I didn't want to bear and couldn't bear, Novice said, his eyes dim. But what the teacher meant today is that. Is the future? Destiny can be changed. Bori shook his head, disagreeing. I don't know what results you saw that scared you so much. But I think that after joining Screech, even the worst results will be reversed. Navius hesitated. And finally, he whispered what he saw. I don't know what happened. I can only see a group of puppets being manipulated. They are performing puppet shows. My subconscious tells me that I am manipulating them. I watched them say in a mocking tone. A drunkard was defeated by the warrior in their mind. In a shabby tavern, the drunkard swordsman was very lonely. He never waited for his friend. Novice said this. His eyelashes trembled. His voice was a little choked. His friend broke the appointment. Bori was stunned. But you didn't break the appointment. Shouldn't this be false? Novice didn't know. But if compared with the nodes that Screech said, he felt that it was very related to this. Bori touched his chin and began to think about what was going on. Let's think about it. Since the picture you saw said that I was a drunkard, it should be that my family is gone. Otherwise my mother would definitely beat me to death with her shoe soles. And I can't be a drunkard. Novice became nervous. Bori, can you? Don't say it so. So, Bori understood. He felt that since it didn't happen, it was not a big deal. But Novice would be scared if he saw it. Bori patted Novice's shoulder and simply hugged him, leaning his head against his, giving Novice a sense of security. It has to be analyzed clearly. Can I just say it simply? That means I'm alone again. And you broke the appointment. Which means you didn't come to see me. When Novice was about to get angry again, Bori quickly said, you can't not come to see me. Unless you can't come. Or can't find me. Novice was stunned. He didn't think he had such a good reputation with Bo Rui. Bori didn't realize Novice's thoughts, but continued to analyze. But you didn't break the appointment this time. You came to see me. If you see the node? But you came to see me. I'm not alone. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that this is the future. So Screech told us not to look for our families. And he is avoiding the dangers we might encounter in the future. You may have another appointment with me, but you can't come. And I didn't wait for you and became alone. There is such a possibility, but it is unlikely, Bori thought, since Screech said that he didn't know when their node would occur and warned them to be careful from now on. It means something very important. These nodes, no matter how far away, were brought forward by Screech and his men using some unknown means, according to the various calculations and guesses made by Old Man Han before. This advance will reduce the difficulty of the node. But the difficulty is that they don't know when the node will appear. Or they know, but can't say it. So, if it is the first one, then the best solution is for us to stay together and not contact our families. He won't wait for someone. And Novice won't feel guilty. If they act together, they won't be defeated one by one. Novice was silent for a few seconds. What about the second possibility? Bori suddenly laughed. The second one? I don't really want to guess. But he felt that the second one was the truth. Novice said the second possibility for Bori. The second one? This is our original destiny. And it was the appearance of Screech that reversed part of our destiny. Novice's voice was a little dry. This is the most likely possibility. Because Screech is a mysterious existence. He is completely different from the ancient Screech they had heard about before. He has an oriental name. Sieshichan. He can find all kinds of teachers who are comparable to gods. But he can only let the teachers be trapped in the academy, or only do things related to students. He is special. If anyone can make the future they see impossible, it is only him. He knows the future. He changes the future. But he can't change it completely. So he said, let them be careful. The node cannot be changed. That means that Bo Rui may still die in a shabby tavern. And he may still not catch up. Bori shrugged, don't be nervous. Novice, this is actually good. Isn't it? Now that we know our fate, we will work harder to change it. Novice doesn't think this is a good thing. When he thought of the result, he was so scared that he trembled all over. What's more terrifying is that Bori doesn't think this is something that needs to be avoided. On the contrary, he thinks they need to face it directly. I want to build a tavern. Novice listened to Bori's plan in a daze, and his heartbeat gradually calmed down again. Have you finished the discussion? Ophelia asked. The little guys all nodded. Lucius looked up and explained his plan. Anna and I can roughly guess our ending. It has nothing to do with the Wizard Academy. But we will be vigilant as long as we don't return to the church. Ophelia's eyes flickered. But? Yes, Lucius said in a deep voice. Hiding is always the worst option. I believe in Screech and myself. So, after completing the task, Anna and I will go back to the church. If our node is destined to appear at this time, we will also face it positively. Ophelia smiled. What a coincidence. I thought so too. So I made a suggestion. You can see if it's suitable. Everyone came over to listen to Ophelia. Ophelia pondered for a moment and turned the paper to everyone to see. Our ultimate goal is to attack the Wizard Academy and sell our books as much as possible. So I think we should divide into several parts. The first part is the teachers. Several people go to the Wizard Academy to apply for teachers. This can cover up for teacher mans, gain the trust of the Wizard Academy, and incite the teachers to buy books. The second part is students. Same thing, but just go to the Wizard Academy to register. Find students who can be recruited from inside, and then let others find ways to contact them and let them buy books. The third part is support. We can slowly build bookstores around the Wizard Academy and other academies to sell books. The fourth part is the babysitters, who are very mobile. Everyone can go to the academy to find promising students to recruit, while promoting the benefits of the bookstore outside. What do you think? Bori looked at the arrangement with great interest and nodded yes. Ophelia, I think this connection can be done openly and secretly. Novice and I can open a secret bookstore, which is a tavern on the surface. In this way, it will not attract attention. Ophelia thought, that's possible. When the time comes, Freya and I will open a bookstore in public and establish the reputation of the bookstore with force. Valentina opened her eyes and curled her lips subconsciously. princess. I also want to join you. You and I have other plans. Ophelia said apologetically. Valentina? You have a greater role. So we can't take you with us this time. Valentina was comforted and nodded obediently. Okay. I will be useful. Ophelia smiled helplessly, covering up the worry in her eyes. Valentina was slaughtered by the heroes in the sub-dragon period, and Ophelia didn't know whether her choice was right. She was still hesitating, and Emilia had already taken over the topic calmly. Then let's arrange it this way. We will distinguish them according to our own strength and willingness. I take Chloe and Valentina to apply for the position of teacher at the academy. There are very few necromancers, so even if they are intermediate, they can be basic instructors. With a black cat, a black dragon, and a necromancer, Emilia's character is definitely the most stable. Lucius curled his lips. Anna, and I will also apply for the position of teacher. Anna's dark elements are still in her body, so she can pretend to be my wife. Lucius's character as a madman is definitely very stable, as his wife, with a bright talent, is tainted by darkness. Vera opened her mouth and looked at Arabelle. A little dejected. It's over. I originally wanted to make peace between Vera and the wizards, but now your personalities are so good. I'm a little worried that we won't be taken seriously. That's easy, Arabelle said calmly. I'm not strong enough. I pretend to be a student. You take Chris to pretend to be a teacher, and say that my sister has cheated me of all my property, and ask the wizards to find me and tear me to pieces. Villa, yes. I am a little tempted. What should I do? Fry also added, we still have Osido. When the time comes, Osido can open a tarot shop. This kind of shop is still very popular in the wizarding world. You can go to Osido's shop when you are desperate. It won't attract attention at all. Villa was already tempted. Without saying a word, she looked at Chris. Every time she needed Chris to sacrifice something, she would always call him so sweetly, as if he was her whole world. Even though Chris was immune, he couldn't help but curl his lips. You'd better stay like this, Vera. Otherwise, he might not be willing to cooperate. Vera didn't take Chris's threat seriously at all. She smiled and leaned over. Oh, Chris is the best to Vera. Vera blinked and looked at Oris. Then Oris, do you want to join us? Your summoning system should be very useful. Right? Oris, who had been scared by the last study tour, shook his head very firmly. I'm doing Warcraft rental. This is a good idea provided by Natha. Villa lost a witch servant and curled his lips. Well, Chris, you have to protect me. I am just a young magician who has just entered the field of advanced magicians. Chris, I know. Little Chris was also being manipulated by his ex-fiancée today. Everyone told each other that they could gain the trust of the Wizard Association, and even set up various ways to deal with it after the Wizard Association lost trust. When the discussion ended, an hour had passed. But fortunately they had sorted out everything. First, the most flexible assistants, Nathaniel, Herbert, and Isabella, are 3 people with special magical talents, but have nothing to do with the dark system or are even the opposite. Nathaniel looks honest and can deceive those little wizards. Herbert and Isabella are mainly responsible for the support. They can run and are very suitable. The second is the students with complex composition, which are divided into regular students and irregular students. The regular students are Julian, Arabelle, who are completely dark, and Fry, who is very strong in alchemy. They all have their own personalities, and their main task is to find out the identities and attitudes of the students. Genevieve and Darren, who entered the school informally, were responsible for sneaking into the academy, or acting as targets to seduce freshmen who were sure to be seduced, and then leaving with one strike. The next group was the suppliers. One team was the dark spots that had nothing to do with selling books on the surface, including the tarot shop in Osido, the Warcraft rental shop in Oris, and the taverns in Borean Novice. One team was Ophelia and Freya, who sold books openly. The last ones left were the teachers. Teacher Vera and her witch servant Chris. Teacher Lucius and his wife Anna, who was forced to be a light-oriented person. Teacher Emilia and her cursed brother Chloe, and a little dragon cub Valentina, who provided nutrition to her brother. Each of them is ruthless enough and has his own colorful past. In comparison, Mr. Mans, who worked at Merim, is simply a walking spy. After Sieshichin came back and knew the personalities of the students, he asked Mans with a smile how he felt. What else could Mans feel? They all applied for the Wizard Academy at the same time, And he, who was supposed to be the core, did become a target all of a sudden. After all, he was someone who betrayed the Wizard Academy. Man's face was dark. These little bastards just want to trick me. Shichen shook his head. It shouldn't be, Mr. Mans. I haven't shown them their intimate videos yet. If they have, Mans, principal, for the sake of your education bureau, please put the overall situation first. Principal Screech held back his laughter. Okay, Mr. Mans, please rest assured. I will definitely entertain the students when they come back. The students will definitely regret it by then. Why didn't they take advantage of the opportunity outside to trick Mans hard? It's fun to think about it. Eugene helped Shichen to change the students' appearance and temperament. They also helped to change their previous blood relationship. Eugene reminded them, potions have a shelf life. Don't forget to drink them. In addition, if you meet a legendary wizard, it is easy to see that your colleges are related. So, be prepared for the blood relationship potion to fail. This was said to Amelia and Lucius. Amelia glanced at Chloe and quickly thought of a solution. It doesn't matter. If it's really exposed, I will say that they are the younger brother next door. But they are actually a couple. I just have to make up a reason why we pretend to be siblings. Amelia glanced at Vera and came up with an idea. No. I should say that he was picked up by my family. I knew he was not my brother, but I liked him. He and I were the only ones left in my family. In order to prevent him from looking for his biological parents and stay with me, I gave him a blood potion to deceive him and keep him. Chloe, It must be said that the girls in this batch of classmates that Screech recruited are too outstanding, especially in the writing of their characters. Amelia's character is not only bloody enough, but also gives the wizards a reason to control her. When the time comes, let the other party guess and threaten her, and she will have a reason to surrender, which makes people feel more at ease. She also gave Lucius inspiration. Lucius quickly said, Anna knows that she is related to me by blood, so she has been acting very reluctant, which makes me very angry. I found a potion to dilute the blood relationship and lied to her that she was exchanging blood. In fact, it was just a cover-up. Anna, okay. Whatever her brother says is what it is. The two character decoration vases were arranged properly. Shichen and Eugene had nothing to say. They had nothing else to say except to emphasize safety to Miao Miao again. At night, when everyone was resting, Shichen sent Miao Miao away from the academy, in order to ensure that there were no mistakes. They would even find a puppet to pretend that Miao Miao was in school, and would never let anyone connect them with Screech. Finally, Miao Miao, who had made sufficient preparations, also embarked on a new journey of study tour. The little guys who opened shops could not open shops at the same time, as it would be too conspicuous, so they had to open them in batches. Therefore, everyone who did not open a shop at the beginning also had other things to do, such as helping to collect information, and helping everyone to sneak into the Wizard Academy. Fortunately, the Wizard Academy has just been established, and it is the time to recruit students. I believe they are also prepared to be tested, and they will definitely be very strict. Therefore, the little guys are very cautious about entering the Wizard Academy. Bori and Novice were the first to open a shop. They used gold coins to buy a tavern, and then began to decorate it manually. They didn't want it to be too gorgeous, but to be dim and friendly. The main purpose was to serve students, in order to make their reality. Bori and Novice also spent money to buy slaves and let them open taverns near or inside various colleges. Anyway, they just make money from students and make it look real. And Ophelia was not shy at all. She opened a wizard bookstore directly. She wore glasses and had a gentle and mysterious smile. Whoever asked, she would directly tell them that this was a branch of the wizard bookstore of the Education Bureau. Ophelia thought that since the Education Bureau had already appeared in everyone's vision, everyone also understood what it was doing. At this time, a target from the Wizard Academy just happened to come. Their inaction would make people vigilant. So Ophelia and her friends acted openly, showing their strength and their disdain for taking secret measures, and their attitude of just wanting to serve the students. It might not work, but it would definitely allow other students to better carry out their plans. After they were ready, other students also mixed in with a large number of wizards, preparing to participate in the enrollment of the Wizard Academy. Everything was going on as planned. Hey, I heard that the requirements for admission to the Wizard Academy are very high. I'm a little worried that I won't be able to pass it. A little wizard wearing a hood chatted with a little wizard who shared a table in the tavern opened by Bori in a low voice. What do you mean? Genevieve only wore a half-face mask and sat there lazily, feeling like she was the center of attention. She smiled and drank a sip of fruit wine, crossed her legs, and her voice was full of indifference. Didn't the previous wizard meeting say that it is the home of all our wizards? The Wizard Academy will never reject us wizards. Otherwise, we know everything. Why do we come to the Wizard Academy to study? Wouldn't it be better to be a teacher? She deliberately shrugged, bent her charming eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and gently pinched the chin of the wizard opposite. Are you right, baby? The wizard opposite blushed on the spot, and fortunately he was wearing a hood. Otherwise he would be embarrassed. Sister, why did you come to the Wizard Academy? The hooded man tried hard to find a topic. Genevieve glanced at the people around her with her peripheral vision, and quickly locked on the person who should belong to the Wizard Academy. Pretending to be indifferent, can't you see? I'm just a little prettier, but I'm not that capable. After a pause, she smiled ambiguously and said, After all, I rely on men for my living. But the last manager was prettier than me. What will I eat when I go to the wizard meeting? As she spoke, she drank the wine in one gulp and deliberately handed the wine glass to Beauroy, who was mixing the cocktail. Little boss, can you buy me a drink? She winked mischievously and licked her lips deliberately. Even the people watching around were tempted to take a breath. Beauroy lowered his head, held back his laughter, and offered Genevieve a glass of wine. Then raised his head and cooperated with Genevieve's performance, of course. Beautiful lady. After Genevieve showed her talent, she continued to sit in front of the little wizard and asked, So, what is the standard you were talking about? Can you tell me about it? Maybe we will be classmates in the future. The little wizard hesitated, but finally, under the guidance of Genevieve's voice, he told the news he had finally found. Genevieve's smile deepened, and she quickly abandoned the little wizard. In the other's dim eyes, she clearly found the original people from the Wizard Academy that she valued and started chatting directly. They acted like they were trying hard to get into the academy. Yes, they were acting together. It was easy to be exposed when there were too many new faces at once. Even though there were indeed many new faces during the recruitment period, they needed to lower their risk level at the Wizard Academy. Genevieve's own talent is different from others. She relies on mental control, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is without any other system. When she is on the sea, she can also control the seawater. In addition, Genevieve is learning mental power. As long as she does not use magic power, it is easy to disguise herself as a rookie magician with little strength. Genevieve maintains the strength of a magic apprentice, and then shows her face in a high-profile manner, just to tell those who observe that she is a canary-like person who does not need to be guarded. Besides, who doesn't like a pleasing beauty? If I succeed in helping her enter the academy, maybe I can get some small compensation from the beauty. How great! After Genevieve selected the person, she began to try her best to show her strong but weak personality. She looked very strong on the surface, but in fact, she was just hiding her inner panic. At least the people who observed in the tavern believed her easily, and some even took her away directly, saying that they were admissions teachers of the Wizard Academy and could help her. Genevieve's eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at Bori and the others with her peripheral vision, and her smile widened. Okay, there is a room on the upper floor of this tavern. Why don't we have a good chat here? She just showed a little concern for her own safety, and the man believed her even more, agreed to her without hesitation, and went up to the second floor together. Bori looked at the tip he got and the figures of Genevieve and the others leaving, and couldn't help but lower his voice to complain to Novice. Oh my God! What did Teacher Ariel teach Genevieve? I almost suffocated just now. Novice blinked. Don't you like it? I think Genevieve performed perfectly. Bori choked. Don't you feel like a beautiful snake is staring at you, ready to tear off a layer of skin and replace you at any time? Bori. Novice slowly wiped the wine glass, with a complicated tone. Teacher Han's fortune-telling is indeed somewhat accurate. Bori was stunned for a while, and it took him a long time to react. Novice was mocking him for being single. Hee hee. Teacher Han also said that none of us have peach blossoms. Bori muttered. I still like innocent and cute girls. Like Genevieve. My heart will stop when she laughs. Neva said. When Vera laughs. Stop it. Bori admitted defeat. When Vera laughs. I'm going to die. I don't know how Chris can stand it. He shook his head. The girls of Screech are all terrible. Oh, the boys are also terrible. Okay. Bori admitted that although Old Man Han was a bit of a liar, his fortune-telling was indeed very accurate. At least before he leaves this world. He won't find a partner, Bori thought. And suddenly someone appeared in front of him. He smiled in a standard way. Welcome. May I ask? He looked at the figure in front of him in doubt. The other party was holding a cigar with a smug look on his face. Give me a glass of wine. With a high alcohol content. Brother. So fast? A person nearby teased. The man laughed and scolded. Go away. Kawe. I'm going to enjoy the beauty. Are you coming? Kawe's eyes lit up. Come on. Come on. Good man. I come right over. He hurried over. And saw Bori frowning. Thinking. Did Genevieve have an accident? No. I still have to go and see. He continued to smile and said, since it's that beautiful lady, I bring you 2 more glasses? Do you need me to bring it up? The man looked at Bori meaningfully. Sure. Follow me up. Bori turned around and exchanged glances with Novice, holding the plate, and followed them upstairs. If he didn't come back within 10 minutes, Novice would come up to rescue them. 10 minutes. He still. Bang. The man kicked the door open and pushed Kawe in. Kawe didn't doubt it, but was happy. Good brother. You make me seem impatient. Huh? Bang. The man grinned and chopped Kawe's neck, knocking Kawe unconscious. Then turned to look at Bori. Bori subconsciously took a step back. You. The man smiled slightly. I am scary? Or a beauty snake? Bori. You think I don't know what you said downstairs? Right? Bori, Genevieve? Genevieve snorted. Close the door. Don't disturb me to get the truth. Bori, First, he used the school pass to inform Novice. Then closed the door. Sat on the sofa silently. And asked in confusion, how did you know? No. They didn't want to be exposed. So they spoke so quietly that the person involved could hardly hear it. Genevieve pointed to the doll next to her. Talking doll 2.0. Bori. Maybe you should first understand the advantages and disadvantages of what Screech gave you. Bori, Damn Screech. He shut up, not even daring to provoke Genevieve. Seeing that Genevieve seemed to be in a bad mood. Although Genevieve was in a bad mood, she was still very professional. First, she used hypnosis, illusion, mind reading and other means to get the information she needed. Then tied the person up directly, and said to Bori, I decided not to enter the school as a student. I want to find someone else to go to the Wizard Academy as both of them. Through the interrogation of these 2 people, Genevieve discovered that the new students recruited this time may not only not get any information, but may not even have freedom. They are used for other purposes. These 2 people don't know that they are just here to screen new students. Their task is to persuade them to report to the Wizard Academy as long as they meet the conditions, regardless of whether they are suspicious or not. Genevieve said in a slightly cold voice, there must be some secrets about this new student recruitment that we don't know. I think it's too passive to enter as a student. Bori disagreed, but we can't enter without someone of this identity. Otherwise it will be more passive. Yes. So I think. The plan should be modified. Find a senior magician to pretend to be a freshman. Freshmen are too dangerous. We have to save our lives as much as possible. But there are only 6 senior magicians in their academy. Ophelia must not be moved. She has a lot of connections. Even if she doesn't use the power behind her, she can gain the most by acting freely. Bori and Novice must act together. But that is not suitable. The 2 of them are still too big a target. Finally, he could only choose between Vera, Chris and Lucius. Bori hesitated for a moment. Find Chris. Genevieve was surprised. I thought you would let Lucius go. Bori shook his head, his expression solemn. I suspect Lucius is the same as Novice. If it is what I think, then he is not suitable to be alone. In addition to Lucius's special identity, Bori's judgment standard is that Screech is also special to Lucius. It's just that this kind of specialness is hard to see unless you observe carefully. Of course, there is also evidence of Mr. Han's harm to Lucius. He always said that Lucius was thin-skinned. But wasn't Chloe thin-skinned? From all these signs, Bori felt that it would be better not to let Lucius act alone. Genevieve believed in Bori. She lowered her head and edited her new findings and ideas, asking them to discuss them as soon as possible. Chris did see the message. He first glanced at Vera. When Vera shook her head and said that she could protect herself, He was ready to respond to Genevieve. But unexpectedly, Lucius responded first. Lucius, Anna and I will come. Lucius, the plan has been modified. I will join the Dark Church as the Holy Son. Since they want to plot, let's do a big one. Lucius typed this line of words expressionlessly. But this does not mean that he is actually very confident and calm. He is still worried. He is worried that his arrogant behavior will make him pay an unbearable price. He is worried that he can't protect Anna well. He is even more worried that his words will make his father and mother's plan fail. But, Lucius thought, if they don't take the initiative and just avoid it. Is that what Screech wants to achieve? No. Screech told them to be careful, and not to be willful. But Screech must hope that they can face the nodes bravely and overcome them. He has been unlucky for almost a year. If he doesn't even have the courage to face the possible dangers, he might as well go back to the academy. Lucius thought, took a deep breath, and looked at Anna beside him. Are you scared? If you, brother. Anna tilted her head and smiled, then shook her head gently. Brother, I can protect you too. When it's time for her to protect her brother, she won't be afraid, nor will she hold Lucius back. She knows that her father, mother, and even her brother are hiding a very important secret from her. But Anna doesn't care. As long as she can reduce a little pressure on the family, it's fine. She is not a burden. Lucius was silent for a while, then smiled faintly. I have a feeling, Anna, that after this time, I will be able to fight Novice back and forth. Anna blinked and pretended to ask, wow, didn't I win? Lucius frowned. Win? That bastard has some secret weapon. But he hasn't used it yet. How can I win? Also, you are not allowed to talk to your brother in that tone. I am just a few months behind him. Which doesn't mean I am weaker than him. It's just a few months. And I can make up for it by going to the small dark room. Anna nodded. I know. My brother is the best. Lucius reluctantly retracted his frown. Don't worry. I will beat Novice in 1 year at the latest. Anna blinked, looked down at the school's easy pass, and suddenly said with a smile, Brother. Lucius hummed in confusion. Anna pointed innocently at the doll that Lucius carried with him. Navia said that he asked you to check the advantages and disadvantages of the Teach You Talk Doll 2.0. Especially the disadvantages. Disadvantages? Lucius subconsciously pulled the doll over and turned over its belly. And soon a paragraph flashed on its belly. Teach You Talk Doll 2.0. It can automatically obtain the current keyword when hearing the name or code of your companion, and remotely transmit it to the other party's doll. Oh! It's time to show your unity. No way. No way. It can't be that after being together for so long. There are still people who like to say small things about good classmates behind their backs? Lucius, eh? Lucius gritted his teeth. Scritch. What if he stays serious for a little longer? Chapter 175. After being ruthlessly backstabbed by Screech, Lucius's face was dark for 3 days. Even when he was about to go to the Wizard Academy, and everyone gathered in the basement of the tavern to modify the plan, he still looked arrogant. Novice couldn't help laughing. I don't mind. Lucius, why are you not well yet? He, the person being complained about, didn't bother Lucius. Lucius snorted coldly. Who said I mind you? I don't mind Screech, who doesn't do his job. Lucius said, gritting his teeth. Can't he show his presence in a different way? Speaking of which, Ophelia looked up and touched the gold coins this time. I checked them one by one, and it seems that there are some problems with the gold coins this time. I don't know how Screech guessed that we wouldn't use them. Bori, eh? Bori was very depressed, because when you use a gold coin, the gold coin will automatically return to you. And then the doll reminds you that you didn't pay just now. Students, eh? Well, it's also a kind of entertainment. Right? Maybe Screech just wants them to relax? Everyone tried to make excuses for Screech, even though they knew that the truth was that Screech was bored and wanted to play with these weak and helpless old students. Let's talk business first. Chris knocked on the table and was about to return to the topic. Lucius, your identity is confirmed. You are studying at Screech. What reason do you have to go to the Wizard Academy? Lucius said he would go to the Wizard Academy as the Dark Sun to see if the Wizard Academy dared to accept him. If they didn't, he would go in with another identity. If they dared to accept him, then they must be plotting something behind the scenes. Lucius nodded. He had already found a reason. My father has asked Screech for leave and asked me to come to the Wizard Academy to get something. And I am too arrogant and never bothered to hide myself. So I raised my identity and asked the Wizard Academy to give it to me directly. Let's see their reaction at that time. The friends were silent for a while. And Anna was the first to ask. Brother, what does father want us to get? How come I don't know? Lucius. Lucius was very patient with his sister. Anna, this is a lie my brother told casually. But no one would dare to ask our father what he wants. So this lie is the truth. What could Russell want in the Wizard Academy? How could he know? He would know if he got in anyway. Then he can just walk away. And let Russell solve other problems by himself. Lucius thought without any guilt. The others were even more silent. They couldn't say for sure. Maybe this was a way for the Lucius family to live in harmony. Novice was a good guy. Coughed and changed the subject. Okay. Then we will follow your idea for the time being. But Lucius, I think you still have to pay attention. Just in case. Just in case. They do have something and are worried that your father will come to take it. And you will hit the jackpot. And it probably won't be a good thing. Novice was not worrying for nothing. When he learned from Genevieve about their selection criteria and the new students to be sacrificed, Novice's first reaction was what he had encountered in the appraisal meeting. In other words, it was related to the fallen angel. It was related to the fallen angel. And Lucius was so special that it was difficult to guarantee that they really didn't want it. Lucius shook his head and said, Novice, I just want this one in a row. Whether they want something from my father, or they have something my father wants. I must be the one who joins the game. He didn't want to be passive anymore. Even if he died there in a blaze of glory. He didn't want to let his father carry on without telling him anything. Novice sighed, and stopped trying to persuade Lucius. Perhaps Lucius already had his own ideas. After discussing more details, and some strategies to save their lives, they finally finished the meeting. Okay. Everyone go out one after another. But be careful not to expose our tavern, Bori said, smiling. Of course. Of course. Our tavern is definitely your most loyal backer. Bori, take care of your own safety, Chris said coldly. We go first. Vera, we go meet the management alone. Since Lucius is willing to take this risk, there's no need for them to shrink back. Vera squinted his eyes and stretched. Okay, Chris. Believe me, I will be stronger and crazier this time. Chris, Then he will continue to suffer. Right? This witch servant is really hard to be. The two Meow Meow left the tavern quietly one after the other. And the others had to wait a little longer and not be conspicuous. Speaking of which, have any of you tried our doll? Ophelia changed the subject. I found that it can actually turn invisible, which is really convenient. But I haven't had time to attend classes recently, so I haven't tried it. What exactly is this love talk function like? After the voice fell, several people who had tried it, such as Genevieve, Isabella, Herbert, and Bori, all showed awkward smiles. Ophelia seemed to realize something and tried to speak. Would it be convenient to show it? Several Meow Meow. Actually, it's a little inconvenient. Ophelia was silent for a while. And then she looked at Genevieve. Even you can't do it? Oh my god. If even Genevieve, who was brought up by Ariel, can't do it, then is there really a possibility for them to pass? No. No. Little prince. Genevieve took out the doll helplessly and shrugged. I communicated with the doll very smoothly. But, she gritted her teeth, this bastard dared to say that I was sweet-talking. And every time I got 80 points, I immediately cleared it. Oh my god. You can actually get 80 points? And every time? Beauray was envious and jealous. I can't even get 10 points. Can't you just get 60 points? Genevieve glared at him. Beauray. Am I such a fool? I got 60 points and stopped. And the next day, Baby said that I was not sincere. And I was able to get 80 points last time. But this time it was directly 60. And it was cleared to 0. Beauray. This is also possible? Nathaniel has a lot to say, but it's not good to have a low score. I've been talking to my baby this week, trying to keep it around 50 points, thinking I can climb it slowly. But, Nathaniel said helplessly, my baby said that my score hasn't improved much in so many days. I'm a loser who doesn't understand love. So I reset it to 0. Everyone, It won't work if it's too fast or too slow. It won't work if it's too high or too low. It won't work if it's maintained. And it won't work if it doesn't maintain. What on earth does Screech want to do? Beauray was hopeless. Is he still holding a grudge against us for asking him to dress like a woman? And is he taking revenge on us? Silence. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, Bo Rui's doll laughed nervously. Bo Rui, you dare to complain about my father when our relationship is not good enough. Break up? Bo Rui, ? When he looked again, he found that his doll had suddenly reached minus 20 points. What was the most outrageous thing was that he just saw this score. And the doll said leisurely, this is revenge. Bo Rui went crazy. Ah, Screech. Screech. I was wrong. Give me my 8 points back. The other kids tried to hold back their laughter, but finally couldn't help it and laughed out loud. You deserve it. Bo Rui. I told you not to talk bad about people behind their backs. You didn't get a lesson for talking bad about me before, did you? Bo Rui. Poor Bo Rui. Luckily I didn't say anything. Bo Rui choked up. How come you don't have any friendship at all? Novice. What else can Novice do? After all, this is his best friend. He gritted his teeth and helped Bori think of sweet words, and tried his best to help Bori score points. After a long time, Novice sighed. It's so hard to say sweet words. That's because you didn't put your heart into it. Bori finally regained his confidence after getting the doll's score to 0. Sweet words. That must come from the heart. As he said, he looked at the doll with a sharp gaze and continued, see? My heart beats for you. Hey, you are so sloppy. I don't like this one. Change it. Bori's little head was filled with question marks. Damn doll. You don't like this one and you still give me points? You are speaking in a sarcastic way. I don't believe it. Bori continued to output earthy love words, and then was deducted below 0 by the doll again. And he gave in. He tortured Novice again. He admitted that his skill in saying love words was indeed not very good. But this was because he was predicted by Old Man Han that he would not have peach blossoms. And it had nothing to do with him. Bo Rui firmly believed. On the other side, the little guys were preparing to leave one after another. Some of them, who could not leave for the time being, were also in this quiet place to brush up the doll's favorability. But as everyone has summarized before, the 2.0 version of the doll is much more difficult to brush than the 1.0 version. They can't just say sweet words, but they can't give gifts to show their sincerity. So they can only keep stuck in progress. And the dolls are very picky and difficult to serve. Some dolls, while still being coaxed, suddenly say, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. You just don't love me. Deduct points. To be honest, if they don't want to listen, then don't listen. What points will be deducted? It hurts them. What if they finally coax the baby, and the baby suddenly takes the initiative to talk to them? If they answer incorrectly, the baby will say, I am so helpless. I love you so much, but you are perfunctory to me. Points will be deducted. No. From today on, they will absolutely no longer have the possibility of springing in love. It's too painful. Of course, they didn't expect that the first person who gave the baby a full score was Novice, the good guy in their eyes. Shichen didn't expect it, but after checking the other party's quotations, he couldn't help laughing. This is really relying on the principal to defeat the doll. Right? But that was a long time later. Novice didn't have the time and mood to improve the doll's favorability. He was guarding Bori closely, fearing that Bori would be in danger alone if he was not careful. 2 weeks passed in a blink of an eye. Bori and his team were doing very well. The enrollment of the Wizard Academy was almost over, but there was still no big movement. Bori, who was guarding the tavern as usual, yawned and asked, Novice, why don't they have any news? Not to mention promoting their teaching aides. No new students or teachers came. Novice also frowned in confusion. Asked with school easy pass. Recently, everyone rarely talked in the group, perhaps because the situation was tense. Bori and Novice asked everyone about the situation in the group, and they were a little nervous for a while. One after another, everyone came out to report that they were safe. Novice slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then frowned again. Why aren't Lucius and Anna here? Bori was stunned, and flipped through everyone's comments. Indeed, there were no Lucius and Anna. He and Novice looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity. Something happened. The two of them held the school pass tightly, and finally decided to sneak in to see what was going on. Novice, can you hide your body? Bori asked Novice. Novice nodded. Sure. We are all students led by Emo Shuzi. You can do it. And so can I. Everyone in the group also noticed their discovery. Lucius, who had been talking before, suddenly disappeared for several days, and they were all worried. Bori quickly said that he and Novice would go to investigate the situation. But the others were not too reassured. Vera, I am a little worried that we should send them one by one. I will go, and you stay behind. Vera, I am the wizard Vera. I have already established a persona here, so it is convenient to inquire. Novice, no. Vera, you are not trusted over there. But it is more dangerous. You might as well go to class honestly and occasionally take students to our dark spot to buy books. Bori and I will go. Novice, don't worry. I am strong enough. If even I can't do it, everyone will really send them one by one. This is true. Novice is the strongest among them. Bori and Novice explained the follow-up. After they changed Nathaniel to look after the store, they put on their night clothes together, wrapped themselves tightly, and took various life-saving props with them, and moved quickly to the Wizard Academy together. It's a pity that they didn't see their classmates' bracelets this time. Otherwise they would be much more convenient. Hope they can still make it in time. 2 days ago, Lucius and Anna wore church clothes and casually put on hoods on the outside. One night, they gently knocked on the door of the Wizard Academy. Although they did not bring their subordinates with them, their expressions were very arrogant. They were obviously not panicked at all because they were alone and weak, and they looked like they had a trump card. When the people from the Wizard Academy came, Lucius raised his head slightly and sneered, "Let the management of your Wizard Association come to meet you, and say that you are from the Church of Light, and come to get something from her." As for the Church of Light, his father was only the Archbishop, and if there was anything, he could still push it to the Pope. Lucius thought about it, and naturally said the Church of Light directly. The gatekeeper glanced at Lucius sharply. I don't know what he was thinking of, but he actually invited the person in, said wait a moment, and went to report. Lucius's expression became more solemn on the spot. Anna, it seems we came to the right place. He had a complicated expression. This gatekeeper didn't look simple either. He was showing his dark strength now. But the other party was not surprised at all, and even treated him with courtesy. Could it be that his father really said something to the wizard? Brother, could it be the church? Anna said worriedly. Father sent us to Screech. I always feel that it's not that simple. Yes, it could also be the Church of Light. Lucius shook his head. People are coming. Anna shut up and stood behind Lucius, pretending to be a timid saint who had never seen the world. Lucius continued to raise his head and looked at the old witch who was coming. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you the current manager of the Wizard Association? The witch's vicissitudes of life voice contained a smile. Oh child. You should say now that this is the Wizard Academy, and I am the principal of the Wizard Academy. Lucius snorted coldly. No matter who it is. Give me the things. We will take them back. Don't worry. Don't worry. The wizard principal asked meaningfully. Kid, you have to prove to me that you are from the Church of Light. Right? Lucius looked grim. Isn't my face enough to explain everything? Will your Wizard Association be so offensive? The wizard principal's face was slightly grim for a moment. But soon he eased up. Your Pope does have a deal with us. Lucius tightened his fingers slightly, subconsciously grasping Anna's hand, and forced himself to calm down. That's great. I thought the manager was old and his memory was not good. The manager was no longer angry, but smiled. But the items for the transaction. Are you? Lucius's face changed, and he subconsciously took Anna back a step. Over there. The wizard headmaster tapped the ground with his staff, and the entire security room instantly formed a dark cage, trapping the two of them firmly inside. Lucius was still confident after all. He calmed down, looked at the cage, and didn't pretend anymore, and asked directly, What are you going to do? The wizard headmaster approached the cage and looked at Lucius's face, which was not very panicked, and was very dissatisfied. How could this be possible? After learning the truth, the pride of heaven should be in a state of panic, showing ugly faces of panic, screaming in fear, and then begging them to let them go. The wizard headmaster's dark eyes turned and suddenly grinned. Ha ha. What do we want? You are the god cages that we made with great difficulty. What do you think we should do? Seeing Lucius's stunned expression, the wizard headmaster laughed even more arrogantly. We just got our things back. You have finally grown up. Your Highness Russell, it is very hard to raise children. Lucius stood in the innermost part of the cage with an expressionless face. His thoughts turned quickly, and he did not respond to such a low-level provocation. God's cage? What does it mean? Why do you say they are made? For some reason, this truth made Lucius feel a little cold in his heart. Could it be that their birth was actually a mistake? Anna panicked and squeezed Lucius's arm, her voice trembling. Brother? She knew she shouldn't trust this wizard headmaster. But they are special. Don't be afraid. Lucius gently comforted Anna, raised his head, and looked at the wizard headmaster, full of arrogance and disdain. Why? Your wizards were caught auctioning elves before. And now you just break the jar, and don't pretend anymore. We in the Church of Light will not let you go easily. You are right. Our wizard association has indeed given up. The wizard principal had a cold expression and gritted his teeth. Damn Vera. If they hadn't made trouble, our wizard association wouldn't have to make a deal with the hyenas so hastily. But the wizard principal seemed to have determined that Lucius and the others were vessels, and he spoke without hesitation. She actually had the courage to apply for the job. It just so happens that our priests are still short of a few excellent wizards, she muttered to herself as she moved the cage. Before the transfer, Lucius heard the other party say, soon, you will see the Pope you have been thinking about. Child. Then, the eyes darkened, and Lucius and Anna were transferred to a dark prison. All around were skinny wizards one after another, who seemed to have lost a lot of blood and even their spirits. Lucius didn't know what this was doing, but he knew that all this was definitely not simple. He took a deep breath to calm down and looked for his sister first. Anna? Anna tried to use magic and was shocked. Brother, you can't use magic here. Lucius was stunned and understood what Anna meant. She tried. There is no magic element here, so you can't use magic. They have to hide carefully. Lucius hummed. Don't be afraid. Brother is here. First, take out the schooly tone to report safety to everyone and remind Vera. Why can't it be sent? Lucius looked at the message that could not be sent, frowning. Even Screech's stuff doesn't work here? Don't talk nonsense. It still works. A mosquito-like voice rang in his ears, and that cheap and nagging baby voice actually ignited the fire in Lucius' heart like a ball of hope. Lucius had some indigestion. Anna found Lucius in the dark and asked, Brother? It's okay. Lucius had a strange expression and poked the baby, trying to get it to say more. Where the light doesn't reach is darkness. But it can't stop my love for you. Anna's expression also became strange. Lucius? You? Lucius was so embarrassed that his ears were burning. But what could he do? He couldn't find any other way to encourage the doll to talk more without exposing himself, except to talk to himself and say sweet words. Lucius tried to convince himself that his name was Beau Rui. His name was Beau Rui. His name was Beau Rui. And he brainwashed himself many times before he could barely maintain his thin face. It's okay. I just practice. Lucius touched his nose, and when he saw that the doll didn't say anything, he got angry and gritted his teeth. Baby, your indifference makes me sad. Anna lowered her head and touched her arm. Even though she knew what her brother was doing, she was still embarrassed. But she couldn't just ignore it. It would be bad if Lucius aroused suspicion. She stammered back, if you want to practice love words, I accompany you. I'm sure they will all like you. Lucius, Thank you. You don't have to ruin your brother's reputation like this. Perhaps because she had finally seen enough of the embarrassment. Baby giggled and spoke slowly. You know how to beg me now? Lucius, When we get back and the exam is over, he will beat this damn kid to death. The kid cleared his throat and gave some clues. Don't be afraid. Dear, the space here is unstable, and many things can't be used. But we are absolutely united in teaching you to speak. As long as you say something bad about your classmates, we will definitely be wholeheartedly and find a way to send you back thousands of miles away. Lucius's expression twisted. Is Novice a fool? The doll was silent for a few seconds. Dear, my good friend told me that your good friend is on the way to rescue you. You are like this. I pass it to you. Lucius. Shit. Screech. Can you come up with something good? But there is no way. They are in this place. The only thing they can rely on is this abominable doll. Lucius can only think of a way to use swearing to send a message to his friends. That is, he really can't figure out what Screech wants. Except for swearing. He can't even pass a word. Moreover, if you spread it too much, the doll will go on strike, saying that you don't love me anymore, and you will only use me as a tool if you don't coax me. You need to coax me to continue working. Lucius was broken. This time, he was really broken. When will Screech stop his evil taste? What kind of place is this? Can't they make a special device for the doll in case of emergency? He was practicing love words, like a fool to the void, while gritting his teeth and scolding his classmates. If you don't know him, you would think he is a psychopath. He saw that the originally lifeless eyes of a wizard next door began to emit gossipy lights. And he even moved over silently, just to see who this crazy fool was. After the doll went on strike for the third time, Lucius was unable to pass on much information. Lucius took a deep breath. A deep breath. And another deep breath. It still exploded. When I get back, I will definitely put Screech in a sack. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh. And Russell. That unspeakable cardinal. He will never be able to reconcile with his mother in this life. Anna suppressed her laughter, comforted Lucius while accompanying him in indignation. Yes. Father. Don't even think about reconciling with mother. As for Screech, she is not stupid. She can still vividly remember how Bori was punished. Her brother is not punished now. But it doesn't mean that Screech won't settle the score later. Anna knows how to avoid the risks from Screech. At the same time, Novice, who finally got some news about Lucius, listened to Baby's complaint with a smile and tears, comforting Baby while taking Bori to a relatively safe place to stay. I see. Thank you, dear, Novice said with a gentle and sincere voice. It must be very hard for you to connect like this. Right? If the distance is too far, don't help him connect. He won't say anything good. It's a waste of your energy. Yes. He's too much. And he's mean to my sisters? Wawa got the keywords very intelligently, and then said leisurely, but the distance is not far. It's not hard for us. Novice's eyes flickered. You are really amazing. Bori and I are like two fools. We have been turning around for a long time, but we are still not as good as you in sensing. The doll chuckled. Novice thought for a moment. Which way can you use less energy? Lucius talks too much. And I didn't bring you the magic stone to replenish your energy. If you use up your energy for Lucius, you won't be able to fully protect me. Isn't that bad? The most important duty of the doll is to help them block the fatal blow, which is also the last protection left by Screech for them. There is even something that the little guys don't know. If their lives are really hanging by a thread, when the doll is broken, it will use its maximum energy to teleport them away. Even if it will be judged that Shichen violated the rules and interfered with the activities of the small world. But Novice did hit a point. They should absorb as much energy as possible, or retain energy, either through love words or magic stones. Using too much energy now will indeed make protection in the future ineffective. Violating the core rules. When they violate the core rules, they will first ensure the core rules. Therefore, after comprehensive analysis, Novice's doll felt that what Novice said was attractive and reasonable. So, it helped to point out a range. But it's enough. Novice pursed his lips and praised the doll again, dragged Bori, and lowered his voice. Let's go. The range of 300 meters in diameter to the east will be closer. I estimate it is about 600 meters to the east. This is the only way to ensure that they will shorten the transmission distance while going east. We have to continue to try to find out where it is. Bori followed Novice with mixed feelings, and couldn't help asking, did you learn it with Screech on purpose? Novice looked back blankly. What? Novice, when you were praising the doll just now, you were really scriggy. Bori pointed out without any tact. And what I didn't expect was that such a difficult doll would actually eat Scriggies. Yes, who wouldn't like a pie-in-the-sky machine? Or a Pua that was so gentle that it was hard to detect. Bori seemed to have learned some tricks to pass the level. Novice was at a loss for words. Bori, don't talk nonsense. I just put the knowledge taught by the teacher into practice. What is Scriggy? Now that they had received the news and knew that Lucius was safe, they both relaxed. After hearing Novice's denial, Bori was not in a hurry. Oh, am I talking nonsense? Bori snorted. Just tell me if this sentence is often used by Screech. Novice, Really? Are they really that similar? Bori saw that Novice didn't say anything, so he patted Novice on the shoulder. But you have a strong purpose. I can hear it. I guess the baby really hasn't eaten good food, so he fell into it. Novice pulled the corner of his mouth. Then why don't you feed it well? Bori gritted his teeth. If you don't show me, I can't remember it. Let me think about what Screech would say at this time. Bori thought for a long time with a sad face. When they arrived at their destination, he suddenly started talking to the doll with a rising tone. Baby? Are you still awake? The doll snorted. What? You need me? What nonsense are you talking about? I just saw that other people's dolls have people to coax them. But you don't have anyone to coax them. So I took advantage of the fact that there are fewer things to do now to coax you. Bo-Rui remained calm, trying to recall the tone of Screech's coaxing voice. If you don't like it, I won't coax you anymore. Let's just do it the same as before. Ah, I'm just a little sad that you don't like the skills I just learned. It seems that I'm still not good enough. Wawa stuttered. I like it. You can say more. Bori smiled. You really like it? You're not lying to me. If you lie to me, I'd be really sad. Oh dear. Believe me, I'm not threatening you. I just think too much of you. You know, you're very important to me. Baby was silent for a long time, and whispered, if you can talk, talk more. Bori raised his eyebrows complacently, secretly poked Novice, who shook his head and laughed. Acting as a baby. Bori, I'm leaving. He understood what Bori wanted to do. Bori was really annoyed in a hurry. Oh baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to find Lucius first before we can coax you. Otherwise Screech will say that we are not united. But this is definitely not because I don't value you. Believe me, when I find him, I will definitely say sweet words to you all day long. The doll is already aroused. How can it wait any longer? It immediately said, no. You have to say it now. Otherwise, I will deduct points from you. Deduct it. Deduct it. Hey. It seems that I can only accumulate fans again later. Bori said disappointedly. Navius was surprised. Deduct points again? My doll even pointed out the location to me. It seems that my doll likes me more. I will say more sweet words to him when I go back. Bori, don't be disappointed. Let's do the business first. Bori suddenly had a strange expression. Shoo. Novice was at a loss. What's wrong? Bori sighed. I have some doubts that the doll that Screech gave us has a soul. Novice was puzzled. Why do you say that? Bori was speechless. Didn't you notice that your doll hasn't spoken for a long time? Novice had a very ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough. Bori said painfully. You overacted? My doll said it wanted to fight with your doll. Novice, He didn't know whether the doll had a soul, but he knew that this action was indeed very shrewd. It felt unexpected. Fortunately, after a while, the dolls finally pointed them to a smaller range. After all, it was a prop from the main god world, and the dolls couldn't interfere too much with the nodes. Novice and Bori combined the two ranges, chose a place with a greater possibility, and continued to look for Lucius, unable to find a way out. He was still uneasy in his heart. Sieshichan. We agreed to let the little brats make their own way. Why are you here again? Old Han, wearing coarse cloth, pretended to wipe the non-existent sweat from his head and teased. You succeeded in intervening the first time. And now you are addicted? Sieshichan remained calm. Teacher Han, don't talk nonsense. I just came to see how our basic college is being built. Old Han said, just to see how the basic college is being built. And by the way, let me tell fortunes for these little guys to see if there is a protagonist. Right? Sieshichan looked innocent. The protagonist has just been born. If Teacher Han said that to me, I would be very sad. Old man Han, go away. Don't talk to me like that. It's very annoying. Sieshichan smiled playfully. Why? Is there such a type among your disciples? Old man Han took a deep breath, and then took another deep breath. In the end, he couldn't help but complain. Your world is okay. It's just a book. At that time, I saw through the secrets of heaven, and knew that my little world was a series of articles. I picked up all those who wanted to change their fate. But they were all villains. I was so scared that I almost drove myself out of the mountain gate at night. Sieshichan didn't understand why he should be expelled from the mountain gate. You are a teacher. Old man Han glared at him. My little world has mastered literature. How can I not panic? Sieshichan, he said tactfully. Teacher Han? Master literature. Shouldn't it be someone like me who has a chance to perform? Old man Han smiled but didn't smile. Can't I be young? Young people nowadays are really not likable at all. Sieshichan looked at Old man Han's height, thought for a moment, and said affirmatively, even if I was young, I wouldn't be able to do it. Old Man Han was really curious now. Why? Xie Shichen pondered for a moment and told a little story. I had a colleague before who particularly liked to read all kinds of love novels. The more bloody the novels, the more he liked them. I also learned a little bit from him. Old Man Han waited for his next words leisurely. Xie Shichen said, he once complained to me that the students in the class paired him and me together, which shocked him. You know, in today's online literature, a top who is less than 1.9 meters tall can be considered a short person. If he is less than 1.8 meters tall, wouldn't he only be a bottom if he really paired me with a top? He argued with the student righteously on the spot. Old Man Han thought it was not good, and always felt that Xie Shichen was insinuating something. But the story told by Xie Shichen was quite attractive. So Old Man Han continued to ask, then? Xie Shichen said sincerely, he told the students that the teacher is a top. And don't randomly pair them up in the future. Can your teacher Xie have a teacher top? The teacher is called a pampering. Then the student was silent for a long time, and said, Teacher, nowadays in online literature, bottoms under 1.7 meters are almost extinct. Or you should just be a straight man. Sorry. We must study hard and never randomly pair them up again. Old Man Han, Xie Shichen. Damn. This bad-hearted dead fox. Beating around the bush and saying that he is short. Chapter 176. After teasing Old Man Han, Xie Shichen felt better. He went to the basic college with Old Man Han and wandered around under the guidance of Lore. Old Man Han was stunned. Are you really coming to see the basic college? Xie Shichen spread his hands helplessly. It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried. I also want to go. But I'm afraid that if we go, they will be in more danger. Just like what Old Man Han did before. He made Lucius keep having bad luck, hoping that Lucius's luck could accumulate and save his life when he needed it most. Xie Shichen was also worried. What if he intervened and the rules determined that their side was stronger and more inconsistent with the rules? So they leaned towards the other side? The god took the initiative to lure Xie Shichen over to Novice that time. And then Novice completed the node. And Xie Shichen led Jiang Shui accompany Novice to finish it. This time, they have no hatred. And it is difficult to make the fallen angel think of him. Old Man Han stroked his beard. It's good that you have a sense of propriety. They are indeed not suitable to go there. But, when the critical moment comes, I can take you to see it. Old Man Han winked at Xie Shichen. Xie Shichen remained calm. I can watch it myself. Teacher Han, I'm well prepared. Old Man Han believed this. And Xie Shichen was like a mother watching her sons and daughters go out. Not the most worried, but more worried. Principal? Luo'er called Xie Shichen and Old Man Han back. Xie Shichen hummed and took the initiative to ask, are there any questions about the teaching aids? Luo'er thought for a moment. Not too many questions, but we are free of charge. I have seen several students. More arrogant. I am a little worried. Is it not good for us to do this? At first, Lore asked students to come to class and said that he would teach basic learning for free, mainly literacy, and the history of the empire and magic. Everyone was very nervous and studied very hard. But when everything was beautiful and free, especially when the principal would personally tell them the benefits of studying and let them study hard, some students changed their mentality. They thought that they must be very talented and have a great future. Otherwise the principal would not come to them in person and ask them to go to class. The principal is so powerful, and he treats them so well. Doesn't this mean that they will be very powerful? Nobles are nothing. Their talents are destined to take them further. So, these students began to be arrogant, sneering at those serious students, and even had a mentality of teachers trying to please them. They often went on strike, demanding that more powerful people teach them and not waste their talents. Lore couldn't directly undermine their confidence, but he also believed that this would not make their future better. He believed that Screech's requirements for recruiting students were very strict. Wouldn't they harm these students? Xie Shichen was stunned for a moment. He forgot the difference between this world and his own world and didn't notice these details. Lore, thanks to you, I didn't notice these places. Xie Shichen sincerely expressed his negligence. I didn't think about this. He was just anxious to increase everyone's literacy rate. But he forgot that in this era of clear class distinctions, it was an abnormal phenomenon for an aristocratic headmaster to treat people so politely and speak softly. Xie Shichen's college students would not think so. In addition to their careful selection, it is also because they are truly on the road to learning magic and have witnessed the strength of those teachers. They will guide their thoughts to the fact that the teachers are only responsible, and for their own good, rather than thinking that they are the one in a million who makes the teachers invest in advance. Because they can really see many people who are better and more hardworking than themselves. They dare not slack off. But the students of the basic college have not even touched the edge of magic. And most students have not even passed the magic talent test. In this case, Lore's special treatment of them either made them feel uneasy, or pushed them to the other extreme. So, add some exercise courses. Xieshichen's solution to this is to practice more. Run and exercise every day. Those who don't run will be punished to run. Those who don't run for many times will be punished. Those who are punished 3 times will be persuaded to quit. Explain it clearly to them. Be strict when necessary and be lenient when necessary. When they are tired, they will not think about these things. Xieshichen taught skills. Don't forget to paint a rosy picture for them. No. Build a beautiful blueprint to let them know that you are an idealistic principal. You hope to be like me, so that more students who have no magic talent or poor magic talent can learn magic. And students with good magic talent can improve their magic. When they are tired, you can give them some encouragement. For example, ask them if they have the confidence to surpass others by showing them the process of students sweating in the journal. Or show them some comparisons between the lives of ordinary civilians and nobles. And ask them if they want to make their future more exciting. Xieshichen gave Luo-er a few more ideas. Luo-er listened and took notes. And the more he listened, the more he admired Xieshichen. No wonder your students respect you so much. Xieshichen, well, I mainly treat them with sincerity. Old man Han laughed without giving any face. That's right. I have 21 children at once. So I can be relied on in my old age. Xieshichen smiled slightly. Teacher Han, please be careful with your words. According to my age, I may only be your great-great-great-grandson. Old man Han, oh? Then call me great-great-great-grandfather? That's fine. Xieshichen pondered. Since we are a family, teaching is considered voluntary labor. And the salary. I call you Grandpa. I call you Grandpa. Okay? Old Han shook his head and sighed. Young man, why don't you want to take a loss? Xieshichen remained calm. Let's continue to walk around. Luo-er smiled and took them to continue to visit the basic college. Under Luo-er's management, the basic college was thriving as a whole. In addition to teaching, teachers basically gathered in the library, which was one of the benefits of Luo-er persuading people to teach. He told Xieshichen about the revised teaching plan. You said before that you also plan to set up a vice president to teach students comprehensive magic, so that the future magic college can specialize in teaching professional content. So I plan to recruit students who are around 6 years old, in addition to the literacy classes in the previous few years, looking for various children in their teens. 5 years of teaching. The first 3 years are to learn basic courses such as history and literacy. And the last 2 years are to teach them the basics of magic, so that they can have a general understanding of magic, so that when they go to the affiliated college to learn the basics, they will not be far behind the noble students, which will make the teacher's teaching polarized in the end. Well done. Xieshichen praised him generously. Luo-er, you are so thoughtful. Luo-er smiled shyly. You are a good leader. Xieshichen immediately said, then you have to train your right and left hands now. Luo-er was stunned. Principal? Xieshichen looked at Luo-er with a smile. You are so outstanding. If our affiliated college does not let you come, wouldn't it be a big loss? He deliberately lowered his eyelids. Oh, I forgot. You are Merim's secretary. It is too difficult for you to participate in the construction of Screech affiliated college. Luo-er was silent. Yes, he is Merim's secretary. How can he be Merim's secretary? Principal Screech thinks highly of him. He knows that the affiliated college is so important. But he wants him to be the principal. But he? Luo-er asked tentatively. Didn't we say before that I would be responsible? Yes. I don't have anyone. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable. Especially now looking at the basic college. I think that only you can sit in this position. Xieshichen sighed. But the affiliated college still has to be named after Screech. I can say something about John. But Luo-er, you are John's secretary after all. I am worried that you will not be happy. Luo-er said without hesitation. I am happy to do so. Xieshichen touched his chin. Really? I can discuss with John and tell the outside world that I stole the air that John carefully cultivated, so that your reputation will not be damaged. Luo-er, believe me, as long as it is something you are worried about, I can clear it up for you. But the only thing I can't clear up is John's kindness to you. You are reluctant. I understand. Luo Er was even more moved. What kind of considerate principal is this? He asked directly. When do you need a principal? Xie Shichen was surprised for a moment. And Lore explained, can you give me 3 years? I can train a better successor to the principal within 3 years. And then formally resign with Principal John. He will be responsible. But he will not give up his dream. And will not let go of the kindness from Principal Screech. Xie Shichen agreed without saying a word. If you have any difficulties, come to me at any time. I will assist you. But don't promise me yet. Lore. By then not only me, John, and Hellwinds, we will all need the principal of the affiliated school. Believe me, you will be very popular. Luo Er was so excited by Xie Shichen's praise. But I will only choose you. He promised Xie Shichen again and again. He believed in his choice. It was not wrong. Xie Shichen patted Luo Er's shoulder with a smile, and continued to talk about other topics with Luo Er. Stop it. Tell Luo Er that everyone will fight for him. Then he won't feel deeply guilty about Malum. After repaying the favor, it's up to you to choose your future with your own ability. How can you feel guilty? Xie Shichen made a little calculation, and saw that Old Man Han shook his head and sighed again. He was really suitable. The vision of the higher-ups was really good. Xie Shichen stayed at Luo Er's place for 3 days, visited various colleges, gave some suggestions, and after confirming that the general direction was okay, Xie Shichen formally said goodbye to Luo Er. He and Old Man Han took a carriage and slowly rushed to the vicinity of the Wizard Academy. Not for the little ones. He just went to see his Education Bureau property. For sure, Little Xie and Old Man Han tacitly came to the bookstore set up by the Education Bureau nearby and met the disguised Ophelia. In order to keep a low profile, they also disguised themselves. And Ophelia did not realize that something was wrong. Welcome. Ophelia smiled and offered guidance. What kind of books do you two need? Xie Shichen pretended to be an arrogant nobleman. He knocked on the table and asked impatiently. What books are there? Moss. Don't be so rude. Old Man Han followed the play leisurely. The adult said that we should come and see what books there are first. You scared the clerks like this. As he said that, he whistled. Don't be nervous, little girl. We just come to see what good books the Education Bureau, which is said to have complete information, has. Ophelia ignored the rudeness of the two people as usual, and introduced carefully. Our Magic Education Bureau was jointly established by several magic principals. They integrated the magic books suitable for students into textbooks, teaching aids, and some materials, and printed them in the Education Bureau. It can be said that we have all kinds of basic teaching aids that students dream of. So you can brag? Xie Shichen said, casually pulling out a book to read. Ophelia looked unfriendly. Sir, please don't damage the book. Otherwise you will need to pay 10 times the compensation. As she spoke, she displayed her aura. The fluctuations of a high-level magician were enough to dissuade many people who were looking for trouble. Xie Shichen did not feel any magical pressure. He flipped through the book casually without saying a single good word. It looks like this. Is this what affects the reputation of our magic association? Old Man Han said cheerfully. Maybe. I don't think it's very useful either. It's all stuff that everyone understands. Ophelia was surprised that neither of them was affected by her pressure. This was the first time. She became more alert, straightened her back, and kept smiling, but changed her approach. Are you two great magicians? Please forgive me for my low strength and my inability to see your strength. For people as powerful as you two, our basic teaching aids will naturally not be of much use to you. But for us rookies who have just entered the magic world, they are still very important. Xie Shichen said oh, and threw the teaching aids on the counter, which made Ophelia very angry. If she hadn't been defeated, she would have kicked the two rude men out of the bookstore by now. No, she couldn't give in like this. Otherwise they... By the way, Moss, I heard that the Wizard Academy has captured a lot of spies, and is preparing to send them to the gods as sacrifices. Old Man Han's vivid description brought Ophelia back to her senses. Ophelia clenched her fingers tightly, and looked down at the two people in front of her in doubt. Not sure whether they were telling her on purpose, or were just gossiping. But she had to admit that she was upset. She was worried about her friends, who were caught. She didn't know what the situation was. Freya, who was asking for information, hadn't come back yet. Xie Shichen said casually, Their wizard association is always like this. Saying things that no one believes. I guess they want to sacrifice to the gods again. Didn't our magic association sacrifice once before? As he said that, he smiled playfully. It's a pity that the little guy escaped. That's a rare time system. Where can't he be used as a sacrifice? Ophelia's face changed drastically. And she had no doubt that the other party was talking about Novice. She lowered her head and began to fiddle with the school easy pass with trembling hands, not even caring whether the other party saw it. Ophelia ed her classmates in the group one by one. But many people did not respond. Something happened? Over there. Two guests were flipping through books idly. And continued, look at the time. The sacrifice has almost started. Is it on the dark altar in the no man's land? I don't know if the wizards will get what they want this time. Oh! Then I still hope they don't get what they want. After all, we all got nothing. Didn't we? Forget it. Reading these teaching aids won't affect our status among magicians. They are too basic. Don't waste your time. Moss. Okay. After reading this last bit, I really want to watch the scene of their gods resurrecting. Bang! C.S. Shichen and Old Man Han looked over. And Ophelia smiled reluctantly. You too. We have something going on at home. And the store is going to close. I'm really sorry. C.S. Shichen frowned, but we haven't. Ophelia couldn't wait any longer. She leaned on the counter with one hand and jumped out. She disappeared in a few seconds. C.S. Shichen looked down at the book he pretended to open and hesitated. Are we exaggerating? Old Han counted with his fingers. Not exaggerating. I was even saying it lightly. Your student is almost dead. It's our student. C.S. Shichen corrected, looking at the surveillance situation on his side. Fortunately, he is still in the melee with low health. Old Man Han paused and looked at C.S. Shichen curiously. Are you not worried? I am worried. C.S. Shichen nodded. But they can actually fight back and forth with the opponent. And only Lucius is at low health. Which means that they are still under control. Since the opponent did not send out players above the level of a mage. Something must have happened. Or the world consciousness has intervened, temporarily giving the little guys fairness. It is precisely because of this that C.S. Shichen can instigate Ophelia to save the situation. But he himself cannot move. Do you think they don't have time to care? Or is it world consciousness? Although C.S. Shichen had some guesses, he couldn't help but confirm with Old Man Han again and again. Old Man Han also calculated for the students. And even if it involved matters related to world consciousness, it was inevitable that they would spit out some blood. C.S. Shichen hurriedly fed the pill to Old Man Han. Old Man Han waved his hand indifferently. It's a small matter. It can't be considered as defying the will of heaven to change fate. Don't worry. With your two special students here, those students who are involved only need to fight against the fallen angels. C.S. Shichen's face changed drastically. Fight against the fallen god? Old Man Han was annoyed. Have you forgotten or what? The fallen god can only take over the body. And the means they can use are limited. C.S. Shichen was so concerned that he forgot that when Ophelia and the others went to get the statue, the time-related gods could only trap them in it and select the body that suits them. Similarly, on the altar, even if they can take action, their strength is still limited. If the students and their followers are allowed to fight, that would be real death. C.S. Shichen sighed. I'm a little nervous. Old Man Han understood. Who didn't go through this? Don't worry. There's still Novice. That kid won't be affected. I think. Old Man Han didn't dare to say anything. He said while calculating casually. As for the Church of Light, have you arranged someone to prepare for the rescue afterwards? Little Amelia might not be optimistic. Amelia? For some reason, C.S. Shichen was a little confused. No. We go to the Church of Light. I always feel that something will happen there. Although the Church of Light has Russell. Russell is not one of them. So C.S. Shichen is not very reassured. Why did Amelia go to the Church of Light? Of course, C.S. Shichen did not expect that Russell was indeed unreliable. When he sensed that the divine nature that sustained his son's life was broken, his face changed drastically. And he even forgot to disguise himself and hurried to the dark altar. Obviously everything had been planned. And he told himself not to interfere. But Russell still could not tolerate any possible accidents. He must rush over. When necessary. When necessary. Give his child a real altar. Even if he dies here. Novice is protecting Bori and is retreating step by step. The story starts a few days ago. After Novice and Bori tricked the doll They finally determined where Lucius and the others were imprisoned. But they couldn't get in. This place seemed to have spatial laws, and they had no way to break in. Just when the two were anxious, Oris rushed over. He was one of the people who rushed over after noticing something was wrong. Seeing that Novice and the others had not entered yet, Oris breathed a sigh of relief. Asudo said that you might need me. He panted and tried to calm down. Is there anything I can help with? Novice briefly told them what they had found. And Oris pondered for a moment. I can open the door, but I can't get in by myself for the time being. So, let us in, Bori said firmly. They must have locked up more than just Lucius and the others. Novice and I will go in and respond to the situation. And you will meet us outside. Oris calmly agreed. Okay. I will try to hide around and find a way to get you out. It is also because of his special talent, the summoning space system, that he can temporarily ignore the chaotic space order and send people in by opening the door, but not summoning. But Oris can't open the door from inside due to the chaotic space. But this is also a ray of hope. With the help of Oris, Novice and Bori quickly entered the door. And Oris quickly closed the door, looked around, and hid carefully. He made a lot of noise just now, hoping not to be discovered. Novice and Bori passed through the door smoothly and entered the dungeon directly. The dungeon was very dark, and the road was almost invisible. Novice and Bori did not even dare to light it. They keenly discovered that there was no magic element in this place. They could not expose their specialness at will, so they could only look for people in the dark. Fortunately, this dungeon was not particularly large. Novice and Bori passed through each cage as silently as possible, sensing the magic elements in the bodies of the people in the cages. A little slower, but accurate and silent. But unexpectedly, they did not find Lucius and Anna, but found Vera and Chris first. Bori looked around and was about to ask in a low voice, but Novice covered Bori's mouth. He found a corner and let Bori and himself hide in it. Soon, they heard footsteps. Bori looked solemn and pricked up his ears. The owner of the voice stopped at the position they were just at, and a rustling sound was heard, and an unconscious person was thrown into the cage again. Aren't there too many people being sent to the Church of Light? Someone said angrily. They just helped us a little bit. Why should we treat them like this? Of course not. This is for my lord. The voice of the owner of the footsteps was charming and flamboyant, and Borui immediately recognized the other party's identity. The legendary manager who had been dealt with. The manager seemed to be in his own territory, and he didn't pretend anymore. He sneered and said, I can provide the church with suitable candidates, which is already a face for them. As for these, the manager snorted, you self-righteous little devils, just be my bait. I want to be this god, too. The manager curved his eyebrows. Let's go, while there is chaos now. Catch some more. Sir! A person hurried over. Just now. The space instrument moved. The manager's face changed drastically. The last time the space of the wizard meeting was directly used by someone with ulterior motives. They searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. And now he is looking for death. Forget it. After we finish the sacrifice, we will go to trouble that person. The manager tried to calm down and said coldly, move the cage and start the sacrifice now. She couldn't wait any longer. This time, the plan could only succeed, not fail. The manager hurriedly left with his subordinates. Bori frowned and couldn't hear any sound. He wanted to save everyone and run away first. But Novice still covered his mouth tightly, not letting him move. Bori didn't dare to move at all. They even held their breath, as if they were integrated with the darkness. 10 minutes later, the manager's cold voice appeared again. Don't be fooled. Search for me. Light the lights, and find all those who have been caught. Bori and Novice. So unsportsmanlike? Then, they were helplessly captured by the management. The good news is that they were very suitable for the sacrifice of the management this time, and were also thrown into the cage. The bad news is that they aroused the management's vigilance, and the management decided to take action in advance. It's over. Bori felt powerless. Why do I feel that our plan this time is full of loopholes? It's intentional. We are in a hurry, and we should investigate first. Novice was very calm. But time is running out. We can't miss it. We might as well join the game directly, just like the decision Lucius made immediately after hearing it. This is a game related to them. They need to join the game to break the current stagnation. Bori sighed. The main reason is that everyone is not together. I am a little worried. According to the management, There are also people sent to the Church of Light. There. His Highness Russell is there. And Screech will not fail to think of it. Novice was as confident in Shichen as always. We just need to stabilize the situation here. Maybe? Novice was very confident at that time. He remained silent until several of them were tied directly to the altar. He looked at the people who were placed in the core around him. Freya, Isabella, Chris, Nathaniel, Vera, Herbert, Bori, and in the innermost circle, there were himself, Lucius, Anna, and Oris. Everyone was neat and tidy. His heart sank. How could this be so disturbing? What a coincidence. Their departments are all different. And they cover a wide range of magic departments. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, time, space, light, and darkness. All are complete. What exactly does the management of the Wizard Association want to do? Before Novice could figure it out, the management, as the presiding priest, ruthlessly cut a line on the arms of these sacrifices. She chanted the spell loudly, without the villain's weakness of dying because of talking too much. Novice clenched his fingers and subconsciously looked at Bori. They could use magic to easily remove the ropes on their bodies. But there were too many magic saints around. And there might even be legendary magicians left behind. They might not be able to escape. What should they do? Novice thought. And Lucius beside him shook his head slightly. He had a hunch that this was their node. Without waiting for Novice to hesitate, the wizard manager in front of him read the last character loudly. And the entire altar was shining brightly. She also laughed loudly and arrogantly. It's almost there. It's almost there. Great God. Please enter the body we have chosen for you and descend on the continent again. Become a god? Ha. If these stupid gods are really that good, why would they all choose to become fallen gods and find new shells? She doesn't want to be a god. She wants to control the gods. Management no longer conceals her ambitions. And she even openly relies on the entire altar to attract the gods worshipped by the Magic Association and the Church. Come on. Come on. All of them will belong to her gods. All of them will belong to her. On the Magic Continent. At the Magic Association headquarters. The legendary wizards hiding in the dark were furious. Let's go to the Dark Altar. That bitch actually dared to plot against them. At the same time, in the prayer room of the Church of Light, the Pope smiled with relief. He finally left the church. But unfortunately, he is destined to be destroyed. This is an era of the fall of all gods. Whether it is the great god of light or the omnipresent god of darkness, they are destined to be destroyed. But this is also a time for a new god to become a god. And it's my chance. The Pope's smile faded slightly. Her heart is too big, but her eyes are full of fog. The Pope bowed his head and sighed. Yedru, get ready. We are going to drive out the darkness. A masked knight knelt on one knee. Yes, my lord. Although it was a bit hasty, the result will definitely be good. Novice opened his eyes and found himself standing in a chaos. There were white light balls around him one after another, but he was the only one without them. But his left eye was slightly hot. The soul imprisoned in the bottom of his eyes, which had already been broken into pieces, was still stirring. Novice took out a black eye mask, covered his eyes, and his soul was quiet. Among the 10 light balls around him, if he guessed correctly, they should be his classmates. This is their node. Only they can pass it by themselves. And Screech cannot interfere. But he can. He is the variable. And he has passed his own node. Novice looked around at everyone. They were all very quiet. And each person's light ball had a sleeping partner lying in it. And they were fighting for control of the body. If he is lucky, he can get the godhood of a fallen god and become a god like him. What Novice should do most is to sit cross-legged and help when he sees that one of his companions is weak. But Novice looked at Bori worriedly. He didn't want to miss Bori, and didn't want to miss him like he saw. He felt vaguely that the scene was real. He was in the time system. But he couldn't be sure whether it was the future or the past. But he understood that it was real. So, Novice looked at the other light balls again, and finally gritted his teeth and went directly into the light ball belonging to Bori. He felt sorry for his classmates, but he couldn't let Bori down. This was his only and most caring friend. After Novice made his choice, the light ball belonging to Bori suddenly expanded. When Novice opened his eyes again, he saw a scene similar to the Colosseum, and Bori, covered in blood, gritted his teeth, and climbed up from the ground again, his eyes full of determination. Opposite Bori, a burly man, holding a staff, looked at Novice, who suddenly broke in with a bad face. Novice? Bori also saw Novice. How did you come in? Get out. Novice looked at the man with a cruel look expressionlessly. Fallen angel? The man's eyes turned cold. You are very good at angering the gods. As he said that, the fallen angel sneered. The god realm is about to collapse. And only you idiots still dream of devouring the gods and ascending to heaven in one step. He knew at a glance that the god of time had not succeeded in seizing it. And he was deeply afraid of Novice. But this was not enough to make him give up. Bori's body was too suitable for him, and he couldn't bear to give it up. How could Bori understand the meaning of the other party's words? But he knew that the other party was mocking Novice. Bori grinned and defended. Then don't you idiots also want to find a shell to continue your stinky, long and meaningless life? How we choose is our business. This is our era, and you are destined to be just poor creatures abandoned by the times, without any say. His words made the god's face darken. What do you know? The man clenched his staff. It is the incompetence of the law itself that has caused the weakness of this world. We are just doing what God should do and following the law. The God of destiny said that all creatures in the world are destined to be our nourishment, and the law will only lean towards useful creatures. The man stopped talking to Bori and grinned at Novice. Little guy, although his incompetence has allowed you to take advantage of it, I advise you not to participate in our struggle. The law will not allow it. Novice's face was cold. This is your one-sided statement. Why do you think I will believe it? The man's face was grim. If you don't believe it, then just try it. Novice really didn't dare to try it casually. At that time, he really survived by himself. But Bori, no need. Bori said to the fallen angel very proudly. Your opponent is me. I will never let you occupy my shell and call Novice brothers. This is my friend, my body, my world. It belongs to me. As Bori said this, a huge giant sword condensed in his hand. So, I swear to defend my rights to the death. As he said this, Bori ignored Novice's nervous voice and kicked his feet, rushing directly towards the man. He dodged the thunder that the man could easily summon, gritted his teeth, rushed in front of the other party in one go, attached the thunder directly to the giant sword, and slashed at the man desperately. The fallen angel narrowed his eyes and retreated a few meters in an instant. It's interesting, but the power of the gods is not something you ants can imagine. He raised his staff, and without even chanting a spell, a dragon-like thunder was brewing in the air. The thunder glowed with a cold blue-purple light, chasing the direction where Bori was, and struck straight over. Bori couldn't dodge in time, and was struck directly. Novice couldn't bear it anymore, and a magic circle lit up in his green eyes, turning Bori's time back to before he was struck. But no matter how fallen the fallen angel is, he still has the power of law. Even if Novice has an adventure now, he is just a magician. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and helped Bori go back in time, which bound him and Bori's god war together. But he could vaguely feel that the thin membrane that bound him was gradually disappearing. The fallen god's face really turned black this time. Are you doing this to divide him and grab the godhead? If he loses, you will die together. If he wins, you will die without the godhead. Is this what you want? No. This is not what he wants. Novice was so concerned that he did not question the authenticity of the words at all. Instead, he began to think about how to save Bori. Seeing that Novice was wavering, the fallen god was satisfied. He did not continue to persuade him, but instead acted very proudly. Although it will be more difficult for me if you are together, but I can also increase my strength if I can get the godhood of the god of time. Really? Bori stood up with the sword, with tiny scars on his face, but he wiped them away indifferently and asked very seriously, don't you want to become gods? What do you want the godhood for? The fallen god's eyes sank slightly. The chat time is over. Let me guess. The great god suddenly let slip that his words were meant to condemn Novice for helping me. Bori grinned, his eyes sparkling. How can I let the future god of time devour my only chance of survival? It would be better to trick him and wait for them to die together, and they can still be my nourishment. Bori smiled, his tone cold. You are right. We are indeed bound together. And he can also plunder the godhood that I am about to get. But we are all bound together. How can we be separated? My dear, you talk too much. Bori's smile faded. And he walked back to Novice step by step, making a protective gesture. Scritch said. Novice. Novice subconsciously followed suit, using the power of the divine fragments without hesitation, and did not care about the damage to his body. Forbidden spell, the river of time. Instantly, the fallen god fell into the river full of time fragments. He saw every fragment of his failure, but he did not dare to touch any of them. The fragments in the long river of time are absolutely real, and are a predetermined future. If this future cannot be broken, everything that is touched is real. But Bori dares. This is Novice's domain, and he has no worries at all. As his giant sword swung quickly, the fallen angel became more and more embarrassed. The fragments of time followed closely like maggots attached to his bones. Among the millions of fragments, he couldn't find the only one that belonged to his victory. Where is it hidden? Before he could find it, Bori made a concerted effort, and the thunderous sword intent burst out. His eyes lit up with increasingly complex array patterns, and the giant sword finally pressed hard on the opponent's neck like a victorious general. The fallen angel's eyes were filled with fear. No. This is impossible. This. His voice was drowned in the flashing lightning. That was his unique skill that he was once proud of. Scritch said. Villains die because they talk too much. Brother. Bori blew his bangs and turned around easily. Navius. We succeeded? Navius? He was just at a loss for a moment. And Novice walked out of the darkness with a pale face. Bori nervously stepped forward to support Novice. Is it too much consumption? If I had known, I would have been quicker. Get out. Get out. Novice bent his eyes. Okay. Get out. He lowered his only remaining visible eye, glanced at the fragment in his palm, threw it away, and disappeared in the entire long river of time. It was the fragment that wrote the only victory of the fallen angel among the thousands of fragments. The owner of the long river, who hated it, would not have occupied this small fragment that he feared the most. This was the only way to survive given by the forbidden spell of the long river out of pity for the survivors. But this time, the owner of the long river held the fragment tightly and entered that terrifying future. Again and again, until he brought light with courage and warm friends. Chapter 177. Novice and Bori were the first to come out. When they came out of the light ball, the other light balls were still floating quietly in the darkness, and everyone looked healthy. This is what I saw when I came in. It seems that this is another space. Novice briefly stated his guess. Maybe when we go out, we will meet those magic saints again. This is indeed a problem. Even if they get a lot of benefits, they will still not be the opponent of the magic saints when they go out. This is too big a leap. It's impossible. The most important thing is, Borui looked at these light balls. I'm still worried that they can't make it. Even he relied on Novice's help to solve this fallen angel, and the other friends may not be able to do it. But once they help, they will become like they are now, fused together, basically binding their lives together. Borui thought. Unless it is necessary, it is better not to do this. He and Novice were just an accident. Let's wait. If anyone is in trouble, we will go to help. We can't just stand by and watch them die. We are all good classmates. We all need to be well. I don't know what's going on with the others. Bori muttered. It's hard to say. We have 11 people here. Almost half of the people. Novice said. But he didn't feel relaxed at all. But they are too scattered. It's hard to say who will be in danger. The biggest worry is that they are scattered. Even if Screech protects them, he may not be able to protect them all. It is better to find a way to get out early. As they discussed, they stared at the light balls in front of them without blinking, fearing that they would miss one or two and cause an accident. After squatting for more than half an hour, when Bori was so bored that he wanted to touch the doll, he stared at Novice and subconsciously grabbed Novice's arm. Novice. Lucius. The light ball is red? Novice also looked over. No. It should be said that it was more than red. But the body suddenly twitched and began to bleed continuously, and the blood stains the entire light ball with an ominous red. Bori and Novice looked at each other, and Novice hurriedly said, I go and see. You wait here. Before he finished speaking, on the other side, Anna's light ball was gradually stained with a thin layer of black. Bori didn't know whether this was good or bad, but he still said in a deep voice, we each take one side. Novice sighed, and finally agreed. It was just aid. They shouldn't have much impact. Just hope Anna and Lucius, Novice thought, and immediately stepped into the light ball belonging to Lucius. Lucius looked like he was dying. Lucius staggered and supported himself with a small wooden stick, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the person opposite him, who was neither sad nor happy, gritted his teeth, and climbed up again. "Do you think I will compromise if you do this?" Lucius laughed angrily. "No. I went to Screech just to avoid becoming like you." "I won't." Lucius on the opposite side tilted his head, seemingly not quite understanding what Lucius was saying. He just lowered his eyes and continued to slowly chant the spell. It could be cast instantly, but it was still like cutting meat with a blunt knife, playing tricks on Lucius. Lucius wiped the blood from his mouth. He could feel his body breaking down. This was a punishment for his unwillingness to accept reality. But he couldn't accept this reality. No, it's not reality at all. Lucius clearly knew that this was his death note, and everything would go smoothly after he passed it. But he still couldn't help but get angry. He entered an unfamiliar church of light, surrounded by moss and knights of light who looked like they had no self-awareness. He pushed open the door of the prayer room as usual. Since he summoned many fallen angels to split his body, he should be facing his father. Right? But his father had a body, and he couldn't say what his node was. Lucius was thinking in confusion. The moment he pushed open the door, he was stunned. The person opposite had a head of golden hair that was about to drag on the ground. He was wearing a white robe embroidered with gold patterns, barefoot, and looked at least 1.9 meters tall, with very broad shoulders. He turned slowly, and the pair of eyes that should have been black and gold turned into golden gold. Lucius could not deceive himself about that familiar face. This was himself. His adult self. What was going on? Lucius tried to think about what was going on now. Could it be that his irresponsible old father was not going to come? So a dummy appeared? But what was the point of such a test? It couldn't be that the bad luck that old man Han had brought him over the past year had played a role? Lucius was still thinking, and the person opposite him seemed to have not spoken for a long time. There was uncertainty in his dry voice. "You are come to seize the godhood?" Lucius was confused. "Shouldn't it be you who wants my body?" He sneered. "Impossible. No matter what conspiracy you are playing, no one can touch my body except me." After a pause, he reluctantly said, "At most, let Anna hold your hand." The fallen angel's dark and golden eyes were even more puzzled. Anna. Lucius couldn't bear it anymore. He was not a patient person. "Don't make such a disgusting expression in front of my face." He took out his staff and chanted a spell loudly. The staff gathered a large amount of dark elements. The fallen angel on the opposite side, who was vaguely aware of what happened, was also surprised. "How can you use dark magic?" "You should." Lucius didn't give him time to reminisce about the past. He started fighting right away. He was the perfect believer in what Shichen said. Villains die because they talk too much. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides was too big. The man who matched Lucius had a strength that was not comparable to that of an ordinary fallen angel. It could even be said that the other party was a real god. He just stretched out his fingers lightly and directly dispersed Lucius's dark elements. He looked at Lucius with some disappointment and shook his head. "You're going the wrong way." Lucius suddenly said, "Oh? Does it mean that I have to become a god by sucking my father's blood like you do? That's the right way to go? I'm so sorry." Lucius, never take such a conscienceless path. Then I might as well end my own life." The fallen angel did not get angry because of Lucius' provocation. He still looked neither sad nor happy. He seemed to be talking about a solution, and also seemed to be recalling the process of his becoming a god. "You are originally the incarnation of Russell. As long as you are alive, Russell is destined to perish as an old god. Even if you die, Russell will perish because of the failure of resurrection. Since we are all going to perish, it is better to be you. There is still a glimmer of hope. The world is about to be shattered. We must always take care of thousands of believers and people to prevent the world from going down a strange path." In his cold and unchanging tone, there is no emotion, as if he has successfully brainwashed himself. This is the meaning of his life. But he is not destined to be Lucius. Lucius was furious. "Bullshit. My father will not die. He will protect me and Anna." Lucius was angry when he saw the other party's tolerant and indifferent expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Besides, the survival of these believers and creatures cannot rely on me alone. There is no savior in this world. I am different from you. A made-up person. I have powerful teachers, reliable classmates, and parents who love me. They can all hold up this sky with me, even if we fail." Lucius changed the subject and snorted. It's better to die together than to live alone. The fallen angel on the other side showed a complicated expression, although only for a moment. Soon, he lowered his eyes. You are wrong. I will help you correct your thoughts. Russell doesn't want you to misinterpret his intentions. Lucius, who dares to say that he misinterpreted his father's intentions? After that, Lucius began to attack the opponent in all aspects. Even if every time it was like tickling the opponent. He was not frustrated. He knew that he would not be able to defeat the opponent with his current strength. But there must be something he overlooked. He needs to observe. Observe carefully. But Lucius observed for a long time. Still got nothing. Even after running out of energy again and again. He half knelt on the ground exhausted. The indifferent look of the fallen angel opposite him finally changed. He seemed a little reluctant. Aren't you going to admit defeat? As long as you merge the godhood in your body, Russell will come to see you. In theory, Lucius and Anna's node is the easiest. The fallen angel they met is their parents. As long as they are willing to sacrifice, their parents will not attack them. And they can easily pass the test. Lucius seemed to realize something vaguely. He closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, his eyes were red. If there is only one way, I choose to destroy and then rebuild. He closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth and probed his mental power into the half of the godhead that made up the core of his body, and used all his strength to crush the godhead. Calm down, kid. You are still not thick enough. How can you risk it in the future? Hey. Why are you crying? Letting you get beaten is for your own good. If you are not used to the pain, you will kneel down before the teacher can even come. Then you will cry. What bad luck. This is accumulating luck. Do you understand accumulating luck? As long as you are lucky enough, you can find a glimmer of hope. However, there are always opportunities. But few people dare to fight for them. Lucius, you are a thick-skinned person who dares to fight. No destruction. No construction. Destruction leads to construction. In order to get what you want, you must give up before you can get it. Right? So, did you wear the spell today? No. It's okay. The teacher has a more advanced one. The jokes that Old Man Han said in the past echoed in Lucius' mind. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain that seemed to be splitting from the inside, stood up with the staff, and refuted the other party's words that he understood Russell, even though his vitality had been fading away madly, and his body was filled with various light elements. Lucius still refused to admit defeat, and recited the dark spell intermittently. There is sacrifice. Only then there is gain. The flame of unyieldingness burned in his black gold eyes. He would stand and fight until the last moment. He believed in Screech and Old Man Han. The fallen angel did not even make a move. He quietly watched Lucius's struggles. He knew that something was coming that would make Lucius even more desperate. He no longer chose to attack. He waited for Lucius to accept his fate. Lucius still did not want to accept his fate. He could even faintly sense that the godhead that he had dreamed of was near him. As long as he could not bear it anymore, even if he just had a slight thought, that person would come over. So he would not relax. And he could not relax. There must be a way. He had been unlucky for so long. Could he not get a bit of luck? He just wanted to keep his father and mother. Lucius' eyes were getting redder and bloodshot, and his skin was covered with red cracks. In another 10 minutes, even if he gritted his teeth and did not relax, his father would probably come in. And he? Lucius? Lucius seemed to hear a familiar shout while he was unconscious. But he did not have the energy to think about who it was. It should be an acquaintance. Could it be that his luck has come? Novice stepped into the light ball and ran towards Lucius without saying a word, holding him up. He looked at the creature opposite him with vigilance, and slightly turned sideways to block Lucius. The other party did not move, but threw away the staff and whispered, "He is going to die. He is unwilling to accept his fate." "What about you? Are you unwilling to accept your fate too?" He recognized the young boy in front of him, the one who was more stubborn than him. They were not the same. It was so different that he suspected that he was dreaming. After all, the personality had changed too much. They were more inclined to their own humanity, not divinity. Novice didn't like dealing with such hypocritical people. It would remind him of that family. But since the other party didn't move, it was a good thing. He lowered his head to check Lucius's body, while trying to find a way to help. He muttered, "How come you are worse than Bori? Let me make it clear first. I helped you, and our fate may be linked. Don't do stupid things in the future. I don't want to be buried with you. Novice said a joke. And the light in his hand flickered, quickly stabilizing Lucius's deteriorating body. He paused Lucius' time. He even stepped back a little, fearing that the weak Lucius could not hold on. After the magic stopped, Lucius couldn't help coughing a few times. And then, he slowly stood up with the help of Novice. Thank you, Lucius said softly. Without you, I'm afraid I really fall. Novice was silent. You can smear at me, but I'm not used to it now. Lucius's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. My dear classmate, are you a little girl? You want to limit yourself to the gentle voice of your lover to get used to it, right? Novice said honestly. Others can do it, but you and Chris can't. Lucius, damn it. He was so angry that his blood boiled. Novice coughed and changed the subject. What's going on? He raised his chin, pointed at the fallen angel opposite, who was still silent and just quietly observing them, and asked Lucius with his eyes. Lucius' eyes were slightly cold. You should know something about my family situation. Novice thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm not very clear. Can you tell me from the beginning? Lucius, if I can't beat him, I must. Let Novice, this copy of Screech, be beaten to a pulp. Lucius took a deep breath and still briefly described the problems he encountered from the beginning. He had a vague guess that he should be born from the godhood of his father and mother in some unknown way. He has half of the light godhead in his body, but has a strong dark element. Anna is the opposite of him. Theoretically, darkness and light cannot coexist. So the godhead and the elements in their bodies can be regarded as a mutually exclusive existence. However, with the godhead, they have infinite vitality, and there will be no accidents. Now the accident has come. According to the words of the fallen angel opposite, he and Russell have also become a mutually exclusive relationship. The difference is that he is the newborn and the one who is supported. He can only succeed, even if he fails. Russell cannot succeed. Similarly, his sister should be the same. Lucius said, whispering, I don't believe it. I don't believe there is no way. He can definitely come up with a way. Novice was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, before you came, did Teacher Han and Screech say anything to you? No. They told us to be careful. After a pause, Lucius didn't know what he was thinking, and added a sentence. Old Man Han once told me that there is no creation without destruction, and there is no creation after destruction. For what you want most, you have to sacrifice before you can gain. So I broke my godhood. Novice helped to think about it. No destruction. No construction? Then Lucius's approach should be fine. You can't ask him to sacrifice his father. That's not what you want most. There is no gain without sacrifice. Then, what does it mean to destroy and then build? Lucius couldn't figure it out. But he still said sincerely, I think it's just that my brain is not very flexible. But he must have said a solution. Let me recall his words again. You see, he said that I was lucky to have a glimmer of hope after a year of bad luck. Aren't you my luck? Novice was stunned for a moment. I am your luck? Lucius was silent for a moment, and emphasized, I didn't say anything cheesy. I was just expressing my feelings. If you dare to use this to bully me, Novice, I will duel with you when I get back. Novice, Novice took a deep breath. Lucius, I'm not that narcissistic. And I'm just talking to myself. Lucius didn't believe it. Lucius weakly supported his staff and walked away, worried that Novice would hit him. Novice was speechless. He simply ignored Lucius, the mentally ill man, and tried to think about the teacher's intentions. Screech's indulgence of Teacher Han's behavior proved that Screech knew, and even knew what they would encounter. Then this knowledge meant that Screech believed that they could find a solution in the desperate situation. That's why he didn't remind them. Then, since he was the luck that Lucius had exchanged for a year of bad luck, what could he bring to Lucius? A temporary pause in time? That's a waste of talent. What else can he do to help Lucius solve the problem? I have a purpose for letting you practice Tai Chi. Tai Chi is soft but firm. Firm but soft. Using softness to overcome firmness. Combining firmness and softness. And using a little to get a lot out of a small amount. Its use is not just as simple as health preservation. In a mysterious Taoism in the East, it represents a very mysterious state, which is the most primitive state of the universe. When yin and yang intertwine and chaos begins. Just like good and bad, good and evil, light and dark, they have never been just opposites, but also mutually tolerant. And you have me in you. There is no absolute good or bad. No absolute right or wrong. And light and darkness are inseparable. Applying the concept of Tai Chi to anything will always make people feel enlightened and broad-minded. Novice's eyes lit up. And he grabbed Lucius's shoulders tightly. Smiling, I've got a solution. Lucius? You didn't fool me? Why would I fool you? Novice didn't care about Lucius's distrust. But said, didn't Screech tell you at the time that at worst he could become a god in another place? Or become another god's residence? Lucius was stunned for a moment. With a strange expression, you mean? The new god replaces the old god. The premise is that this new god exists. You? Yes. You and Anna. Merge with half of the broken godhead. You are the fusion of yin and yang. The combination of light and darkness. The Tai Chi. Novice spoke faster and faster. Find Anna, Lucius. You and your sister just need to form a new path to godhood. Your parents still have half of the godhead. No one can replace them. They are not the old gods. Lucius quickly understood what Novice meant. And he became excited. I will think of a way. I can find Anna. I can. He trembled with his hands, trying to think of a solution. Now that he had found a chance, he would never give up. Thinking about it, Lucius stood up and gave Novice a hug. He was so excited. Novice. Novice. From now on, you will be my Lucius's good brother. The best brother. Novice, eh? Ah. This is not necessary. Right? Novice also thought about the fusion between himself and Bori. He even thought that if he went to help Bori, did Scrooge and the others also expect it? Otherwise, how come he and Bori came out and caught up with Lucius and Anna having problems? What a coincidence. He and Bori each entered a person's light group. Is it possible that he and Bori, who have already been connected, can find a way to integrate the two halos? If you want to do it, do it. Novice closed his eyes and tried hard to sense the other party through the fragments of the godhead in his body. Bori had just received the godhead and was not very skilled in using it. But he could still sense the information from Novice. But it was very vague. It worked. Novice breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Lucius, who was still in a state of panic. Over, come with me. I know where Anna is. Lucius. He looked at Novice with suspicion. How do you know where Anna is? Novice. You can't. Novice turned back expressionlessly. Shut up, Lucius. Do you know you talk a lot now? Are you so nervous? Lucius shut up, depressed. What's wrong with him talking too much? If he wasn't nervous, would he talk so much? Forget it. Don't bother with Novice. Lucius pursed his lips, his eyes slightly shining. He had to say that although Screech had some flaws, he still loved Screech very much. Screech really loved him. He wanted to apologize for scolding Screech. Lucius, who was led astray by Novice, completely regarded Shichen as the all-knowing and all-powerful mastermind. Now all he needs is stars in his eyes. Behind the two of them, the fallen angel's expression became more and more strange, even a bit confused. He followed Lucius and the others forward, perhaps also wanting to find an answer. Over there, Novice sensed every few steps he took. They were indeed not very stable after just merging, and they were trying to bring the two light balls closer, which was still quite strenuous. Fortunately, the two had played together since childhood and had a good understanding of each other. They combined the light balls together with the shortest distance. After a flash of light, they saw figures face to face. On Bori's side, he was carrying Anna on his back, followed by a blindfolded nun and a hurried beautiful woman. Lucius was stunned for a moment, and walked forward quickly. Mom? What happened to Anna? It turned out that the beautiful woman was their mother. Stacia was silent for a few seconds. Full of guilt, I asked her to take my godhood, and I stimulated her, and she fell asleep. But she didn't believe in the goddess of fate, who was always busy. Russell believed that Russell was still waiting, and she couldn't wait. She couldn't watch her child die in front of her. She didn't notice that when she spoke, the blindfolded nun next to her tilted her head slightly and pursed her lips. Lucius glared at Stacia. Mom, do you know that you almost ruined my good thing? Stacia paused, and the guilt in her heart dissipated. She pinched Lucius' ears with her slender white fingers, and threatened in her gentle voice. Lucius, who taught you to talk to your mother like this? Lucius was too proud. His. It hurts. Mother. I was wrong, Lucius said aggrievedly. I found a solution. Our family can be together forever. Stacia was stunned and subconsciously let go of her hand. Lucius rushed out. rubbing his ears and muttering, "You always make me feel like you want to cry." Stasia's emotions that had been brewing dissipated again, and she couldn't help laughing. "Okay, child. Mother is fine." As she said this, she was a little worried, but, "Have you really found a way?" The next thing is for Anna and me. You just stand aside and wait." Lucius finished speaking quickly, took Anna from Bori's back, and winked at Novice. "Help." His mother doted on Anna a little, and couldn't know what they were going to do. Novice. What can he do to help? Lucius also loved his sister very much, and he didn't want his sister to experience that kind of pain. He also knew that this method was very dangerous. It was feasible in theory, but it was hard to say in practice. But, first of all, isn't this trusting old man Han? Secondly, Screech said that as long as she has a breath left, he can save her. Thirdly, with Bori and Novice here, Anna is still in a coma and won't suffer too much pain. And this is the only feasible way for him. He must try it. Lucius deliberately took his sister away from his mother. Novice looked at the distance and finally said, "Lucius's method will be a little painful. I will help Anna relieve the pain." Stasia suddenly said, "Are you going to break the godhood?" Novice was surprised. "How do you know?" Stasia closed her eyes and pointed to her forehead helplessly. "I felt it. This is indeed a risky move." Stasia has not moved until now, purely because she knows how much Lucius loves his sister. So, she did not disturb Lucius. But she was still very worried. Novice thought for a while and comforted, "Please believe that we are worried about Lucius just like you. And we will do our best to protect our partners." Stasia was stunned for a moment, then smiled with her eyebrows bent. "Okay. Thank you. Lucius's good friend." This address made Novice's ears slightly red. He rubbed his ears, pulled Bori, who was watching the fun on the side, and whispered, "We're going to help. I will take good care of you," Stasia said, and then said, "Don't worry about the child. His father and I are here. They can't hurt you." It can be regarded as an alternative guarantee to them that as long as they can survive this seizure process, they will be basically safe. Novice and Bori thought about it and hurried to Lucius's side. Bori was halfway there when he suddenly wondered, "Does our business count as borrowing the power of Lucius's family?" Novice thought about it carefully. "No. It's a give and take. We are helping each other." Bori nodded heavily. "You are right, Novice." He praised Novice. "Your mind is getting more and more flexible." Chapter 178. Novice and Bori could only watch from the side, and it most helped them when they lost control. The details still depended on Lucius and the others. Lucius was worried that Anna would be in too much pain after waking up, so he even gave Anna an extra layer of sleeping magic, letting him take charge of everything. His godhead was broken. His body was on the verge of collapse, and it was difficult for him to use magic again. So he simply went all out and looked at Novice. "Help me." He pointed at Anna's heart. "Her divine fragment is here. Just smash it." Bori's thunder attribute is too strong. Novice's time attribute is just right. And Novice's strength is strong, so his control will be stronger. Novice nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Anna's heart, and kindly reminded Lucius, "You can avoid it first." He was afraid that Lucius would not be able to help but stop after seeing it. Lucius shook his head. "I have to watch the whole process to know Anna's endurance limit." Well, Lucius is a good brother who loves his sister. Novice concentrated his mind. A little light condensed on his fingertips. He whispered a spell through Anna's flesh and blood, and directly crushed Anna's godhead fragments with external force. Puff! Even though she was in a coma, Anna couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which made Stasia, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but take a step forward. Not to mention Lucius. Lucius clenched his fists, and his eyes gradually turned red. If he could be more powerful, he wouldn't have wronged Anna so much. Anna moaned softly, frowning. She seemed very uneasy, and kept saying no. She didn't want it. Lucius' eyes were slightly wet, but he couldn't help but step forward and hugged Anna tightly. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Anna, brother is next to you." He took a deep breath and comforted her. "It will be soon. Believe brother. Believe me." It seemed that his comfort had some effect. Although Anna was still curled up in pain, she didn't continue to murmur. She just stretched out her hand and pinched the corner of Lucius's clothes. This is the source of her courage. Lucius was anxious. Is it done? Navia slowly condensed another magic, also helping to stop Anna's time. Okay. After that, it's up to you. Navius patted Lucius's shoulder, stood up and stepped back a few steps, guarding the two of them with Bori. Lucius closed his eyes tightly. He held Anna's hand, and began to sense the fragment of the divine nature in Anna's body. He didn't know what he should do, but it should be right to pull them together. Yin and Yang blended together. Light and darkness were hard to separate. Lucius remembered everything Screech said. He tried to comfort himself. He had been unlucky for a year, and he and Anna could get this lucky chance. Finally, after a slow and careful search, Lucius finally found a point similar to the end of a thread. He was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled his small fragments to slowly blend together. A dazzling ball of light emerged between them again, enveloping them. One light and one darkness, like a Tai Chi diagram, slowly turned. Bori was refreshed. Done? It should still be merging. We should not take it lightly, Novice said, and suddenly thought of something. I helped the two of them. If I don't participate, will it not be considered a true fusion? No. Bori shook his head. Why do light and darkness occupy the same time? Nades always felt that something was wrong. Then why are we? Bori then remembered that Novice, who had obtained the fragments of the gods early, could not sense some fragmented information at all. This information was revealed by the fallen angel he killed. I just realized that helping someone will not plunder the godhood. That fallen angel said that because he was worried that you would plunder it. Novice pursed his lips, but you and I got my godhood fragments together, which is why our lives are linked together, Bori said, sighing. He is so treacherous. He made us panic. If they didn't play well and trust each other as imagined, there would definitely be gaps. And then the fallen angels would have the space to defeat them one by one, Novice said dryly, feeling a little disappointed. It turned out that he almost ruined Bori's good deeds. Bori smiled and approached. Don't you want to be linked to my life, Novice? This way you won't miss my last sight in the future. Novice was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help laughing. You are right, Bori. This was also a coincidence. He truly reconciled with the fear he saw. Novice only felt that his mind became clear, and those fragments were also eager to flow into his spiritual sea. His face changed drastically. Bori, I may have to absorb soul fragments. You? Bori waved his hand. I'm watching. And Lucius's mother. Don't worry. Nadia sat down hurriedly, closed his eyes, and began to look inward at the sea of spirituality, quickly absorbing the fragments that rushed in. On the other side, seeing that Novice could not suppress his magic power, Stasia no longer waited far away, but took a few steps forward, and at the same time calmly stopped two illusions that looked very much like her children, but were not her children. Stasia pinched her scepter and said in a slightly cold voice, Since you two are the fear of Lucius and Anna, let's wait until they are done, and then have a fair fight. Since you look like my children, I won't do it casually. After she finished speaking, the two illusions in front of her were silent for a long time, and the blindfolded nun dressed in black said in a very light voice, Okay. Pope Stasia. Stasia's heart moved slightly, but she still ignored the strange feeling and looked at her children nervously. Although their birth was not expected by them, their arrival gave Stasia the opportunity to feel family affection and love. They are the most precious treasures in Stasia's life, so please don't let anything happen to them. Borue also watched closely, ready to rescue at any time. He is also familiar with Tai Chi and has learned a lot of exercises. His understanding of this is definitely deeper than Lucius. If Lucius and the others go the wrong way, he can also help correct it. Of course, if they can have a smooth journey, it would be even better. This wait lasted nearly 10 hours, and even Russell, who was outside, could not stand still. He was half a beat slower, and heeded the call, and came to this infinite field for them to fight. He first looked at the two people with faces that looked a bit like his children, but with completely different temperaments. After thinking carefully, he realized that it must be their fear. He laughed that the children's fear was this, and at the same time, he blamed himself for not taking on the responsibility of being a father. But more of it was worry. Stasia. Russell walked in quickly, his tone solemn. What are you doing? Stasia glanced at Russell, and said in a lukewarm voice, You still know how to come in? Russell touched his nose. I'm just waiting for Lucius to call me. Why don't you wait until your son dies before coming? Stasia gritted her teeth. Russell, we have lived for so long. We have lived enough. Are you still unwilling? So? No. Russell held Stasia helplessly and explained in a gentle voice. I don't have many memories of the world. Apart from you. There are only 2 little kids. Lucius and Anna. But Stasia. I'm worried about them. They rely on us so much. When Lucius heard from his teacher that he had half of my godhood fragment in his body, he directly opened the door of the prayer room and questioned me. Stasia. I still remember the little guy's sad, unwilling and stubborn expression. Russell said, sighing, I have always understood that our departure will cause them a great blow. So I made an exchange with that guy named Fate. I want to seek a future for them. With us. Stasia was stunned, but you clearly know. Russell nodded, if I really have to, I will make the same choice as you. But if there is a glimmer of hope, I also want to wait a little longer. Stasia, have you thought about it? Is it really okay for us to make the decision for them like this? No. Beauray shook his head and raised his voice. You adults are really weird. You always want to give us things you think are good, as if this is good for us. But you know that this is not good. Right? Why don't you choose to communicate with us and listen to our opinions? Beauray thought about his parents, who were already open-minded enough. But they still used their own methods to clumsily protect his boyish heart. But in fact, Beauray didn't need them to be so cautious. Beauray yearned for the free sky. He didn't care about those gossips. He wanted to be a mercenary with his good friends. Even if he was injured. Beauray thought. Curious, didn't you see the letter from Screech to the parents? Russell and Stasia, they saw it. But it was still difficult to change their minds for a while. And they were different from other parents. Their family had no choice at all, and was destined to tragedy. How could it be solved by a letter? Stasia turned her head awkwardly. At least the result is good. What if it's not? The nun who had been silent all this time suddenly became aggressive. She seemed to want an answer, which might not even be the answer she wanted. If the result is not good, what are you going to do? This question was too sharp, which made Stasia very unhappy. Even if you are Anna's illusion, you can't curse my child at will. Right? Stasia took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. They will be fine. The nun was silent. She took a step back and hid behind Lucius, looking very sad. Russell acted as the peacemaker. He was still thinking about asking the illusion to spare his child when the fight started. If the result is really bad, I will give Lucius a choice. Russell pondered for a moment. If he is willing, I will give him the godhood, and then find a way to keep his soul. Even if it is just a little bit, it can be regarded as giving him a little hope of living. If you don't want to? Russell was silent for a long time, then smiled helplessly. Screech is right. I always have to ask my child's opinion. At worst, we can all perish together. With the appearance of Screech, this world will not fall into despair because of the loss of 2 gods. Or, even if there are 2 more unhappy gods, the world will still be destroyed. But if they accompany us, they will be very happy before they leave. Russell said. This is the truth he has just comprehended. And it is also the experience he gained after seeing Lucius's efforts and progress every time. As parents, they will certainly feel regretful. Very regretful. But he does not want his children to be unhappy when they leave the world. Russell's reflection made Stasia stunned. She bit her lower lip and did not say anything. But Russell knew that she had compromised in the end. The silent response of the 2 actually caused Lucius and Anna's illusion to riot. Beauray reacted immediately. And without saying a word, he put a protective shield on Lucius and Novice, shouting, Lucius, Mom and Dad, help me. Stasia and Russell also reacted quickly, and put up a protective shield immediately. They did not attack, and they could not explain why. But they wanted to ensure the absolute safety of their children. Over there, the turbulent energy quickly dissipated, and under the dust, the black-clad nun choked with sobs. So you know everything. Stasia. The young man pulled the black-robed nun's hand, but she ruthlessly shook it off. Soon after, she slowly held the young man's hand again. She said she was tired. The young man sighed softly, lowered his eyes, tapped the ground with his staff, and they took the initiative to leave this place. But what appeared in front of the few people was that the illusion gradually disappeared in the riot. Stasia stared at the disappearing figure in a daze, wondering, could this be the obsession of Anna and the others? The obsession disappeared, and the illusion disappeared with it. Russell had a not-so-good guess. But he didn't say it out loud. He just said nonchalantly, maybe. Stasia. The children are making some noises. Stasia turned around and ran over. Russell touched his scepter, which was exactly the same as the illusion. And he finally sighed. I hope he was just overthinking. Lucius was indeed a man who had been unlucky for a year. The fusion process was extremely smooth and silky. And he didn't even feel the slightest pain. It was like warm water slowly flowing through his veins, warmly repairing his broken body. And his spiritual sea was covered with layers of gray turbid liquid. But this turbidity was not ugly, but rather mysterious. Lucius felt dizzy after just looking at it for a few seconds, and had to look away. Forget it. Let's see how Anna is first. Anna's face also became ruddy. But like Lucius, their long hair had changed significantly. It was a very nice gray-white color, and the bangs were dyed with a hint of black and white, which was very gorgeous. Lucius touched Anna's hair, and then touched his own hair, and always felt that Anna's hair quality was better than his. Well, it's not that Lucius wants to compare. He just loves beauty. And everyone loves beauty. Is his light not as good as darkness? Why is Anna's hair quality better than his? Relaxed, Lucius thought deeply, and even thought about whether he could get smooth long hair by maintenance. While thinking, he heard Anna calling. Lucius hurried over. Awake? Is there anything uncomfortable? He raised his eyebrows proudly. Anna, I told you to trust your brother. We succeeded, and the integration went smoothly. Anna looked at her hair in a daze, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, brother, you are really amazing. I can't think of such a solution. Lucius, It was Novice who came up with it. Lucius frowned. The method is not important. What is important is that I led the process and succeeded. Lucius emphasized the process. Anna understood it immediately. She suppressed her laughter and coughed. I know. But I didn't see the process. So I didn't brag. I was unconscious the whole time. Fortunately, you are reliable. Brother. Lucius was satisfied. He waved his hand to break the light shield outside. Stood up from the ground at the first time. Looked at the people who walked over quickly. And said confidently, I succeeded. Now I am also a magician. Bori, Bori was annoyed. Okay. Lucius. Look. My novice will soon become a great mage. If you don't work hard, you two won't even have a chance to fight. Lucius, Damn novice. What's his reason? Did he get lucky? Obviously. He has been tricked less than him. Lucius was silent for a long time, but finally broke down. Our godhood is new, and we need to explore everything by ourselves. Slowly, but down to earth. This is good? Bori folded his hands and snorted. He would not agree with Lucius at this time. His novice is the most powerful. It's a good thing that Anna is not as outgoing as Vera. Otherwise she might really quarrel with Bori again. But it's not a big problem. Lucius is still quite outgoing. The two who almost quarreled, under the persuasion of Russell and Stasia, reluctantly made peace. Stasia asked Lucius and Anna, what are you going to do next? Lucius thought for a while. Go and see the others. If everyone succeeds, go out. If not, we will help them. As he said that, he looked at Russell. Can you help? Russell smiled and nodded, of course. Kid, I'm glad you succeeded. Can you tell me about your experience? Lucius's tail was about to rise. Russell was still good at talking. He reluctantly walked to Russell's side, and reluctantly told Russell what happened. Anna was much more natural, and she threw herself directly into her mother's arms, rubbing against her mother with affection, and talking to her. They were all waiting for Novice to absorb, and then prepare to leave this ball of light. Bori folded his hands, and looked at Novice with resentment. This feeling of being ignored by a conspicuous bag really made Bori unhappy. Fortunately, Novice did not absorb all of it, but only absorbed part of it, and did not even break through to the Grand Mage. Russell and Stasia did not intervene, and only sent them away from the altar when they were all ready. The remaining 4 people quickly left the light group and tried their best to help their companions when they needed it. Fortunately, the other fallen angels were not that strong, and there were not many who needed their help. Many times when they went, they had already started to finish. But there are also a few who can't get in at all, and can only wait for themselves to break through. For example, the space system. When Horus saw himself being imprisoned in his body, watching himself obey orders like a puppet, and doing all kinds of bad things he would never do, his eyes turned red with anger. In the end, he actually learned the silent summoning without a teacher. And then, he successfully pulled himself out of the body, and started a one-on-one duel with the god. Another example is Freya. She is a gold system. She should have been unstoppable. But she stood in front of the dilapidated city. And in front of her was Ophelia, whose body had already stiffened. On the other side, the fallen angel rode a magic beast and told her the rules. If the city fell, she would die. The fallen angel wanted to scare Freya, but unexpectedly, it aroused Freya's fighting spirit. She couldn't let the prince get hurt before she died in the battle. Yes, not even death, but injury. A good knight would not let the prince he was loyal to suffer any harm unless she died in the battle. This fallen angel undoubtedly angered Freya. Their battle ended quickly and suddenly. He didn't react until Freya stabbed his body with holes. Freya clearly remembered how many wounds he had inflicted on Ophelia's corpse. And she also inflicted double the wounds on the other party. And finally fiercely pierced through the other party's chest with a sword. At that time, Freya's body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. And her clothes were dyed black and red. But she seemed to feel no pain. With a blank expression, like a killing machine. She will die behind me. Forever, Freya said softly, drew out her sword, turned around, and slowly climbed up the tower again. Even if it's fake, it can't just lie on the ground like that. It's too dirty. Vera and Chris encountered a lot of setbacks. Chris and the gods were fighting one-on-one. And the other side didn't use any tricks. It was very open and honest. It was just that the strength was indeed stronger. And Chris had to fight guerrilla warfare, which was how he barely won. At the end, the fallen angel looked nostalgic. I once had people waiting for me. It's a pity that he was obsessed with becoming a god and lost people. Chris frowned suddenly and sneered. Why? You can't find anyone to express your tiny emotions to. So you come to me? Wait. Chris was puzzled. What do you mean there is someone? I'm not like you. Where did he get someone waiting for him? Chris thought, and ruthlessly gave the other person a freezing spell. Watch your words. If Screech deducts my contribution points, you won't get away with it. Fallen angel, the little girl next to you. Isn't she waiting for you? Damn. He was right. If it wasn't what he said, how could there be a marriage map directly over there? Scumbag. Chris was confused. He didn't even know who this little girl was. But he understood one thing. He touched his shoulder and didn't touch the doll. But Chris was not sure if the doll would silently record it for him, so that Screech would deduct his contribution points. That man was so insidious. He also emphasized to himself. Chris remembered the student handbook. Never fall in love too early. And keep a proper distance from all men and women. Then he asked the fallen angel, which girl? What's her name? What are you waiting for me for? Fallen angel, what a psychopath. The fallen angel closed his eyes and said, just give me a quick death. He really didn't want to admit that he chose a psychopath. Chris also took it seriously, and gave the fallen angel a quick death after getting the name. Then Chris was panicked. What's going on? Why did Vera marry him? Could it be that Villa really likes him? Chris's face was full of confusion. Forget it. Let's go and take a look first. It sounds like it's serious. Villa really wanted to curse. She was still on the altar a second ago, and suddenly came to a smaller and more exquisite altar, locked tightly by iron chains. Oh wow! Is this space magic? Without saying a word, she turned the iron chain into soil, then broke the soil with her bare hands, took out a long knife, carried it, and started killing people. In the middle, she met several people who called her Mrs. Croft. Vera called them idiots, and then continued to cut through the melons and vegetables to the palace, and saw the fallen angel hiding behind Chris. She didn't know that the other party was a fallen angel, but there was a voice in her mind telling her that this person wanted to steal her body. Opposite her, the well-dressed Chris asked her, with a sad face, why she was unwilling to sacrifice for him. Vera was silent for a few seconds, and rubbed her arms unbearably. Damn it! Can you build the scene to restore it a little? Chris is not that delicate. Thank you. The angry Vera widened her eyes, and without saying a word, she blocked the opponent's way with magic and chopped the fake Chris. The fallen angel looked blank and even unbelievable. Impossible. Fate said that you are obviously husband and wife. Vera sneered. Yeah. So what? Even if Chris is my husband, he must be bullied by me. She compared her sword and said vicious words in a sweet voice. Old woman. Take care of your face when you are old. Don't think that others want to fall in love just because you want to fall in love. She snorted, kicked her feet, and continued to attack relentlessly. The fallen angel didn't have much offensive ability to begin with. He was defensive in nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a stupid move. While he was building up the defensive wall and various obstacles, he shouted, "It's not like that. Destiny showed me that you obviously liked him very much and waited for him until you died. Why is it different?" Vera thought that she had to be so selfless to do such a stupid thing. She didn't show any emotion on her face. She smoothed her long hair, revealing her bright violet eyes, smiled ostentatiously, and her movements became more and more ruthless. "Maybe, but I won't do such a stupid thing as waiting until death now." Villa pierced through the opponent's defense with a knife and hit the top of the fallen angel's head. When the fallen angel was about to dissipate, he seemed to hear the sweet girl say something again. "No one is worthy of me. Vera. Not even Chris. She should have become a daughter clinging to men. But that was not her intention. She just had to. Now that she has a choice, Vera will no longer be bound by the world. She is herself. And she will not be anyone's wife. She has a name. Her name is Vera Muster." Pieces of debris rubbed Vera's palms, and then slowly merged into her body. Her future is broader, but also more uncertain and challenging. Vera smoothed her bangs again, and happily jumped out of the old palace, like a bird out of a cage. Then, she met Chris, who hurried over. Vera, who had not come out of the mood just now, picked up the knife and chopped, and then heard Chris's exasperated voice. "What are you doing? Are you possessed?" Villa blinked slowly and put away the knife guiltily. "Chris." Chris's face was dark. "I thought something happened to you, so I came to help you." "You?" Villa blinked and took Chris's arm with a smile. "Brother." Vera got the wrong person. "By the way, Chris, is your relationship over? What does it mean this time? Why is it so weird?" She comforted Chris softly, and then changed the subject fluently. And Chris was very fond of her tricks. At least now, he felt that Vera didn't mean it. He must have been too serious about it. He subconsciously recalled his own experience and briefly said his guess. It should be that the gods wanted to plunder our bodies, but failed. Gods have become gods and still want to be human. Vera wrinkled her little face, feeling strange. I don't know if there is anything wrong with them. She is a high-level magician. The gods look very weak, and she doesn't know what happened to the others. Let's go and have a look. First, make sure everyone is safe. Chris thought along with her words. I should be able to help. I enter your light ball. Villa exclaimed. Light ball? Tell me quickly. What's going on? Chris continued to talk to Vera. Occasionally, when he was free, he always felt that he had forgotten something. Forget it. Safety is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. Chris continued to tell Vera what she wanted to know. Except for them. The others still need everyone's help. Although it was a little troublesome and dangerous when the good news came. The 11 of them really benefited. To be exact, there were 10 people. And Novice was just a byproduct. Russell and Stasia waited in this space early. And after making sure that everyone was there, they took the initiative to break this field. It's out. It wasn't the little guys who said it, but the management. The management looked at the 13 people in front of him excitedly, and the idea of training the gods into his puppets froze instantly. She looked at the 2 extra people in disbelief. With a look of doubt, Archbishop Russell. Why are you here? Damn. That old pope. Is he plotting against her? Russell smiled slightly. I was taking a walk and accidentally walked over. Lucius folded his hands and sneered. Didn't you summon the god of light? Here. The god of light is here. Are you chatting with your dear god of light? Russell's face changed, and his smile faded. Lucius, don't talk nonsense. Your father has no history with other women. Lucius said sarcastically. It's hard to say. Father, if you don't have experience, how can you be so skilled in the newspaper to recognize your daughter-in-law? Russell, stingy guy. How long has it been? Why are you still thinking about it? You just want to piss off your father because he can't die. Right? Russell's fists are itching, and he wants to rub Lucius's skin. Unfortunately, Lucius is not worried at all, because he has his mother by his side. Russell took a deep breath and looked at the manager with a cold look. I heard that you want to talk to me about the past? Manager, Damn god of light. Manager took a step back very cautiously. She didn't really want to believe that Russell was the god of light. But a very obvious fact was in front of her. Russell's strength was definitely more than that of a mage. Just from the fluctuations around him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a hidden legendary mage. And the other cold beauty, Stasia, who didn't say a word. Manager was very familiar with her. She was the dictatorial pope of the Dark Church. 10 years ago, she easily killed the previous pope of the Dark Church and directly usurped the throne to become the pope. Now her strength is definitely even more unfathomable. The pope is a legendary wizard. After considering it, the manager smiled and said, since Archbishop Russell and Pope Stasia are here, I will naturally give them face. As she said that, several legendary wizards behind her also stood up and stared at them dangerously. Then, let your children go. How about that? Anna frowned. Mom. Stasia patted Anna soothingly and raised her chin. It's not a big deal. I want them all. The management looked unhappy. The church was getting more and more demanding. Do you really disregard our friendship? She was referring to the various cooperations between the Wizard Association and the two churches. But the Russells were just enduring for their children. Now that they know there is no problem, why should they endure? I heard that Screech wants a Wizard Academy. Then take it down and treat it as a sponsorship fee. Sheldon next door can sponsor so much for his daughter. So it is nothing for them to donate a school. If it weren't for Screech, their children wouldn't be raised so well now. The two parents who were eager to protect their children directly tore their faces apart. And they even had the posture of wanting to show off in front of their children. So the people led by the management were almost annihilated. Two gods bound by rules are still gods, not comparable to ordinary people. Until the moment of death, the management didn't understand why everything he had planned went so wrong. But she was destined not to understand. The gears of fate slowly turned at this moment, and returned to the right track again. The 11 little guys who successfully passed their nodes looked at each other, and saw the relief in each other's eyes. They returned with a full load. Russell and Stasia knew that they would make the little guys restrained, seeing that they had killed all the high combat power ones. And there were no safety risks for the little guys. They took the lead to say goodbye. Several little guys also walked down from the altar, talking and laughing. Freya! Ophelia hurriedly gathered the friends she could find and rushed over. She was late. There were only a group of students who were in good spirits, except for the corpses on the ground. But Ophelia still pulled Freya and checked her from beginning to end. After confirming that there was no problem, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. What's the matter? I was worried about you, Ophelia said. Her eyes were moist. Freya was stunned, and also hugged Ophelia tightly. Your Highness, I'm fine. I'm back safely. Ophelia smiled with tears in her eyes. Well, I'm glad you're all right. Bori poked his head in. Ophelia, are Nevis and I in this room? If not, Nevis and I will leave first. Ophelia, Ophelia rolled her eyes at Bori unhappily. Let's go back first. Everyone laughed and chased each other back to their bookstore, because Ophelia remembered that she was in a hurry and had not closed the store door. She and her friends complained about the two guests who gave her the news. They are really arrogant. The magicians of the Magic Association are really annoying. When I take the throne, I will definitely. As she said that, she looked up and saw two familiar figures. Ma Something, the two bad magicians who gave her the news. The magician named Ma Something was wrapping a skeleton cat with white cloth with heartache. His voice was very gentle. So gentle that they instantly dreamed of Screech Academy. Okay, what are you doing? Our Chloe is a warrior. You saved your best friend, and you can grow meat again. The magician quickly wrapped the cat up, and said in a serious tone, who else in our Screech can be as handsome as you? So cool. Is it Teacher Han? Teacher Han looked at Ophelia, who seemed to have fallen, and gloated, you are right. By the way, Moss, look, who is back? The magician said casually, why is Teacher Han calling names again? Or do you want to scare me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard his most stable student shouting in a very sad, very gnashing, and even very angry voice, Screech! Sieshichan. Before he turned his head, the little guy who was almost coaxed in his arms suddenly jumped into his arms and hid tightly. He even heard the sound of a few bones falling. TSK. It's overturned. Chapter 179. The small bookstore became very quiet. The little guys outside the door stared at the door with their curious and gossipy eyes, and looked at Ophelia, who had broken down. The little guys inside the door. One of them hid in Sieshichan's clothes and refused to come out. One of them subconsciously covered himself with a cloak and covered himself tightly. One of them rolled out and stared at Ophelia with his big obsidian eyes, as if he was hesitating whether to go over. As for Sieshichin, he looked at the messy white cloth in his hand and sighed softly. You guys are back so soon? The little guys, eh? Bori's expression was hard to describe. Scritch. Why are you dressed like this? He even made Ophelia, who was always emotionally stable, cry. Yes. Ophelia's eyes were red now, as if she realized something belatedly, and it was unknown whether she was embarrassed or annoyed. Anyway, she stomped her feet and slipped back to the warehouse behind. She needs to be quiet. Freya was stunned and hurriedly chased after her. Your Highness? Wait for Freya. Ah! Valentina did not hesitate, stumbling and crawling past Sieshichin's feet to catch up with him. You can also see that her little wings are wrapped tightly, and one of her legs is also wrapped like a small dumpling. Sieshichin looked at Ophelia, who had already run away, and then looked at the little guys one after another, and said helplessly, Come in. Tell the teacher about your progress first. He had too many things to do, and he really couldn't comfort Ophelia for a while. Let's let the embarrassed little guy relax first. Others also blinked their eyes, pretending to be indifferent, and walked in. Chris carefully closed the door of the bookstore to avoid being disturbed. The whole bookstore was very small, and they simply sat cross-legged on the ground, telling their experiences one by one. Lucius and the others talked first. After briefly describing the situation at that time, he concluded, We suspect that the Wizard Academy does not want to recruit students at all, but wants to summon gods. We just don't know why the gods are willing to be summoned. You know, the talents of this group of people are all mixed, not to mention their strength. Under such circumstances, it is obviously too strange that the gods are willing to come. The most important thing is that they used a lot of human sacrifices for this sacrifice. Nava said this with a slightly lowered voice. They are all wizards from various places, and they are even about the same size as us. But they couldn't save them. They might not even be able to save themselves at that time. And even when they woke up, they saw large areas of red. Obviously, summoning gods does not require so many unnecessary sacrifices. When they survived the catastrophe, no one paid attention to it. But after they were safe, they would think of it from time to time, and then tortured their hearts. Don't blame yourself. If you hadn't come, there would be more sacrifices. Sieshichin did not participate, but he could also imagine how uncomfortable the scene was. But the Wizard Academy is also a subsidiary academy of our Screech after all. The teachers can still take care of it. The sacrifices are not serious. Novice, ? Lucius was confused. Huh? Our affiliated school? When did it happen? Sieshichin remained calm. Didn't Mr. Mans take over? As the dean of the affiliated school, he has the responsibility to prevent his students from suffering meaningless casualties. Meow meow. Why didn't they know that this was Screech's school? Although they did know that Screech wanted to take over the wizard school, this was too justified, wasn't it? Has the transfer agreement been signed? Chris was more familiar with this aspect, so he asked more. Sieshichin looked nonchalant. What's the point of a merger? It's just a transfer. Isn't it enough to just change the student status? Meow meow, Anyway, don't worry. There shouldn't be any human sacrifices. Your teacher Mans knows what's going on, Sieshichin said, changing the subject. You should think about how to publicize our education bureau. I asked you to persuade the students of the Wizard Academy to rebel before. Now they don't need to rebel. So you haven't completed this task. Bori listened to Sieshichin's words, and instantly all their previous preparations failed. He couldn't sit still. He crawled in front of Sieshichin, hugged Sieshichin's thighs, and cried, No! Scritch! You can't do this to us. We have no merits. But we have worked hard. Right? How did we fail? Shouldn't we let the students recognize our education bureau? Sieshichin pondered for a moment. But they are students of Screech. Of course, students of Screech will recognize the education bureau. Who said that? The Wizard Association didn't agree. Right? Lucius suddenly said. Those students came to the Wizard Academy, not Screech. If you want students, you have to get their consent. Right? You also have to inspect them. Right? Why? When recruiting students from the mainland, there are layers of screening, and they can go directly to Screech? Of course not. Teacher, I am a fair person. Sieshichin smiled with his eyes bent. They can choose to drop out. If they want to stay, They can only accept Screech's unified training. In order to make them meet our admission standards quickly. This time we will let special teachers train them. Isn't it fair? Meow meow, What about them? They have been busy for so long. Isn't it just for those contribution points? Huh? The little guys were angry but dared not speak. They stared at Shichen angrily. After holding it in for a long time, they could only say, "Don't do this. It's too much. It has no killing power at all." Shichen shook his head and laughed. "What are you thinking? Although your plan to assimilate the Wizard Academy failed, it is an objective factor. It's not your fault." The students had no expression on their faces. They listened to what Shichen could say to deduct their contribution points. Shichen continued, "Isn't there also a propaganda and education bureau?" "Same. Your preliminary preparations should be regarded as warming up for this task." The Mio-Mios breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they acknowledged their achievements. But? Shichen changed the subject. Many of you have made great gains and need to consolidate your gains. Therefore, we will only give you 1 month. After 1 month, no matter what the result is, you will have to return to school for one-on-one learning. By the way, he also went to check the nodes of the remaining little guys and see if he could give them a godhood to play with fairly. Well, Shichen has a more ambitious goal. But now everyone is not on the same level. So it is not easy to tell them about it. Meow Meow felt a chill. And there was always a sense of déjà vu that something bad was going to happen again. They shook their heads, threw away the suspicious thoughts, and continued to talk to Shichen about their gains and some plans. During this time, Shichen coaxed the skeleton cat out. This also attracted everyone's attention. And Chloe was stiff all over. What's going on? What happened to Amelia and the others? Anna wanted to reach out to treat Chloe. But then she remembered that she no longer had the light talent. So she took her hand back. Shichen poked the kitten and said with a smile, "Let Amelia tell you." Amelia, Seeing everyone looking at her, Amelia took a deep breath and whispered, "We were also caught in the dungeon." And then teleported to a very old church by the teleportation array. Amelia tensed up when she recalled the scene. There are many dark creatures around us, but not many of them are intelligent. And there are also many magical beasts. The masked old pope said that we are evil creatures. Heretics who cause the disappearance of magic elements in the magic world. Only by purifying us can we get the mercy of heaven and earth and restore the former glory of the magic world. Bullshit! Isabella spat. What a shitty pope. Lucius, this can't be the pope of your Church of Light, who dares not show his face. Lucius, maybe. My father said he was a little crazy. But he wasn't crazy to this extent. Right? Lucius was not sure. But there was no one else who said he was the pope and was very old. Navius nodded in agreement. It should be that when we were arrested, we heard the dean of the Wizard Association. Child. Although interrupting is not a gentleman's behavior, the teacher still has the obligation to remind you. Shichen's expression was very righteous. This is the Wizard Academy affiliated to Screech. And only Mr. Mance, appointed by Principal Screech, can be called the dean. Novice choked up. And he readily agreed. The previous dean said that a batch was sent to the Church of Light. Amelia didn't care who it was, but continued, there is a bloody iron cage in the center of them. In order to increase our fear, they sent a lot of monsters in front. Every monster will roar when it goes in, and will be illuminated by white light. Then after more than 10 seconds, it will gradually turn into a pool of blood and a bare skeleton. Speaking, Amelia clenched her fists. But at this time, they are not dead. Their soul fire is still shouting and screaming. They will be identified as impure souls, and then sent to a special potion to soak. It is said that this is the only way to cleanse one's sins and gain the approval of heaven and earth. The soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton in the potion gradually extinguished, and it could not even make a cry. It finally fell silent and became a real skeleton. This is the only thing it left in the world. Beast. Fry cursed. What recognition from heaven and earth? They are just satisfying their own selfish desires. That's right. Villa was indignant. They are so pure. Why don't they set an example? Shichen couldn't help but laugh silently. They are quite lively. It seems that they didn't suffer too much when they obtained the godhood. Old Manhon stroked his beard and gave Vera a whisk. Didn't I tell you? The world is not opposite. Right or wrong? Who can tell? Just be true to your conscience. Although you don't like their actions, they are indeed true to their conscience. Can they not know what's going on? Of course not. They not only know, but also know that they can't try it easily. But will they feel that they are wrong? No. They believe that they are doing the right thing and walking on the right path. So, they are worthy of their original intentions. But there will always be kind children who disagree with this approach. Vera pouted, then throw them all in and see if they will feel guilty about their original intentions. Old Man Han laughed, not bad. There is a cause before there is an effect. They have to taste the cause they planted and the result they receive before they can say whether they are worthy of their original intentions. Amelia was also relieved by everyone's interruption. After scaring us enough, they started calling our names and sent us in one by one. Chloe, Valentina and I wanted to resist. But it didn't work. Instead, we became the first to be thrown in to kill the chicken and the monkey. Thinking of the pain in the cage, Amelia's eyes were moistened. The light seemed to be corrosive. Very hot. Very hot. As if it was going to slowly melt me. Amelia had no doubt that she would become a bare skeleton in less than 10 seconds. She might not even have time to let out a painful wail before she would lose all her flesh and blood in the white light. Only the white bones were left. But at this moment, Chloe rushed over. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and then pressed her and Valentina under his body, protecting them firmly. The light came from all directions. But before Chloe completely turned into a skeleton, they would be safe. Valentina also thought of something. She felt that this light might be time-limited. So when Chloe couldn't block it, she simply changed into her original form and used her wings to block Amelia. How could Amelia willingly let her companions protect her? Just because she was the only weak human. Should she accept their protection with peace of mind? Her companions were even worried that she would be scared and worried. Even though it hurt so much. They didn't say a word, and just resisted, blocking the dazzling light. Amelia couldn't do it. She hated herself so much for being so small and powerless. She let out a cry of grief and anger, and then chanted magic in the light. Amelia was no longer afraid. She stretched out her finger and touched the light. Since it was corrosive and devoured evil, it would be okay for her, a necromancer, to devour the light. Right? She did this with the determination to die. But she succeeded in the end. She took the light for herself. But she also became uglier. Half of her body had become skinny and bony, as if she had lost all life. The other side of her body was also covered in silver-black liquid, which was disgusting. She didn't dare to look at her companions' expressions, for she was afraid of seeing panic and fear in their eyes. That's how the church members and the kidnapped creatures looked at her. Amelia endured the pain and ignored the looks that made her feel inferior. She leaned against the squirming substance of unknown substance, recalled the powerful forbidden spell she recited in the first grade, and used it like a newborn calf fearless of a tiger. Half successful. After all, she was only an intermediate magician. She could only exert 1/10 of the power of the forbidden spell. But with the help of this substance, those church members, even the Pope, fled in panic. They called her a disaster, and were glad that they had found the source of the disaster. And they also clamored to catch her. Even those unknown creatures she wanted to protect subconsciously huddled in the corner. Amelia knew that this was human nature, but she still felt a little depressed. Until Chloe jumped onto her shoulders and rubbed her face with her earless head. Amelia suddenly woke up. She didn't need to feel sad for these strangers and enemies. As long as she still had friends, she was not alone. Valentina rushed out from behind them, like a small cannonball, and the liquid wrapped in the forbidden magic rushed towards the Pope at a high speed. Amelia was panicked, afraid that Valentina would die, and therefore did not notice that the old Pope took a step back with a drastic change of expression, and did not even dare to approach them. Then, Scritch came. I don't know what Teacher Han did, but the people from the church retreated very quickly. When talking about their experience, Amelia's voice was flat, and she didn't seem to have any other reaction. When she talked about the teacher coming, she felt embarrassed. Scritch praised me, and I think, maybe suffering is meaningful. Say this in front of Xieshichin. Amelia was really embarrassed. But if she didn't say it, the topic was too heavy, and she didn't want to do that. Amelia still remembered that the church members were frightened by Valentina's madness, and hurriedly left the church, sealing the door tightly and saying that they would kill the heretic. When she was holding Valentina with regret, helpless and scared, it was Screech and his men who kicked open the door. And along with the dazzling light outside came the hope of life. They stabilized the injuries of several of them, And Screech checked them seriously. And then he took out a very delicate little cloak from somewhere and put it on her. His voice was relaxed. With a familiar smile, what a strong child. Please forgive the teacher for being late. When you hugged little Valentina and tried to protect your companions. You were really beautiful. The teacher was very proud. You are worthy of being the necromancer that Anshin Skricky saw at first sight. He seemed to just speak his mind casually, then looked at the dying Valentina and pinched her little paw. Valentina is also great. I think you are now a very good dragon partner. Remember to tell Ophelia when you go back how bravely you protected Amy. The little dragon raised his head and whimpered softly. His tired eyes suddenly brightened. Yes. She would go back and tell the princess a story in a rhythmic way, telling her that she was already a very good dragon partner. Screech failed to comfort Chloe because Chloe was very autistic. He only found out that his ears were gone when he was picked up. No matter how Shichen coaxed her, Chloe was unwilling to come out. So she had to collect the bones that fell when he fought, and prepared to go back and piece together a little mummy. Yes, because of this skeleton. Chloe doesn't plan to turn into a human in the near future. He thinks it's ugly. In short, Emilia doesn't have much shadow now. But she still doesn't want her companions to see her face. It's really ugly. She wants to wait until she recovers. Then show it to them. What can it be restored to? Novice asked. I can help you go back in time and let your body return to its previous state. No, little guy. Shichen stopped his good intention to help. This is the node they have experienced. And they have also received the benefits they deserve. You can help them speed up. But you can't go back. Alright. Novice readily agreed. When you practice, call me, and I help you speed up. Emilia's eyes warmed slightly, and she hummed and thanked Novice seriously. Novice smiled and shook his head. We are all partners. It is the honor of our whole class that you can become stronger. Yes. Yes. We will all become stronger, Bori said, raising his arms. Look. I think I am terribly strong now. Really? Shichen teased Borui deliberately. It just so happens that I think the graduation requirements of our college are a bit ordinary. Otherwise. But I like to brag. Borui changed the subject without changing his expression. Novice. Help me feel. Are my muscles gone? Novice suppressed his laughter. Maybe? Borui. I help you change back. Borui's voice was faint. Novice. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, dispelling the sadness just now. Even Chloe curiously poked her head out, and was caught by Shichen, and continued to wrap her up like a mummy. This is the zombie shroud provided by Mr. Han, which can grow flesh and blood. Lucius also took advantage of the lively atmosphere to congratulate Old Man Han and Shichen. He sighed, I was too narrow-minded before, always thinking that you were deliberately tricking me. But now I realize that every word you said has a deep meaning, which brought Anna and me a glimmer of hope. Old Man Han. Shichen. The two old foxes looked at each other and began to ask questions calmly. You can survive your own calamity, and the one you should thank the most is you. Old Man Han stroked his beard, pretending to be mysterious. Shichen and I can't interfere casually. We just give you some daily advice. Lucius shook his head. If it weren't for your daily advice, Novice wouldn't have thought of the idea of merging light and darkness to create a new godhead. I thank Novice. And even more thank you and Screech. Lucius looked at Novice solemnly. Novice. You will be my best brother from now on. Novice stammered for a long time. But in the end, he didn't say that he just wanted to be good friends with Borui to hurt Lucius. Borui, however, seemed to be pried off, and shouted without saying a word, What good brother? Novice best brother is me. Borui. Borui. He is also my adopted son. You are his best brother, and he is my best brother. Is there a conflict? Lucius was puzzled. Borui was also confused and tried to think about whether there was a conflict. Shichen also reacted immediately. What kind of help was Lucius talking about? This is actually a blessing in disguise. He really didn't expect that Lucius and his sister would encounter the choice of the godhead at this time. So he didn't care much when Lucius was at low health, but still healthy. If Shichen knew that he had solved the biggest crisis of his family at this time, he might have to think about whether to go to Emilia or to him. But this is also a good thing. Congratulations. Shichen sincerely congratulated his children. Your safe return is the biggest surprise. The little guys smiled shyly, but they couldn't help themselves and started to make a noise around Shichen. At this time, they felt relieved. And the feeling of being unrealistic also dissipated. That's great. In the following time, the little guys first had a comfortable sleep. And then, they were full of energy to think about how to continue their study tour mission. According to Screech, they will have to study and consolidate in the academy for a long time. Unless those Meow Meow who have reached a certain point need to travel outside. Otherwise, for at least 3 years, they will hone their magic and martial arts as much as possible. Bo-Rui also asked excitedly, then when they go to study, can we follow them? No. Xie Shichen shook his head and said gently, that is their node. Only they, and the people whose fate is connected with them can intervene. Bo-Rui said disappointedly, isn't it that I am not the person whose fate is connected with Asuto? We had so much fun. Xie Shichen smiled and didn't answer, you should study hard. Bo-Rui. Otherwise if you fail the make-up exam, the teacher will be very sad. Bo-Rui, Oops. There's also that damn, naughty, and troublesome doll. Bo-Rui hurriedly said goodbye. Xie Shichen finally had some free time, and had the energy to deal with the affairs of the Wizard Academy. It was easy to say to the little guys, but it was not so easy in reality. It was very difficult to snatch meat from the mouth of the Magic Association. Xie Shichen currently had 2 plans. One was to not have the location of the Wizard Academy, but just merge the people inside to Screech. The advantage is that they are all close to each other, and it is more like establishing a wizard department. The disadvantage is that there are too many people. He does not have that many teachers and territories. In the end, he may just clean up the mess and take the students back. The second option is to grab the territory, leave the academy and students behind, and become the acting principal. When wizards who are strong enough and responsible will appear in the future, the academy will be returned. The disadvantage of the second option is also obvious. Xie Shichen's desire to hang the title of Screech's affiliated wizard academy may fail. Besides, it is not that easy to be the acting principal. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xie Shichen could not make up his mind, so he simply asked Mans to discuss it. Mans listened to Xie Shichen's plan and said without hesitation, of course it is the second one. Xie Shichen frowned, but this acting principal. Come to me. I just defected. I am not a member of the Wizard Association, Mans said as a matter of course. Besides, distance is not a problem. Make a magic circle. Can't we go there at any time? Xie Shichen, I forgot that this is an era with both backward and advanced technology. But what needs to be emphasized should still be emphasized, Mans. The activation and production of magic circles are very expensive. I think you need to understand the finances of our Screech. Mans joked, but you don't have the energy to develop a second college now. So you might as well take the college for yourself and develop it as you want in the future. Xie Shichen was moved. Yes, the principal is one of us anyway. And it's up to us to decide what to do in the future. Right? It is indeed not very convenient now. First, he wants to build a comprehensive magic academy. But the departments are not so rich, and there are still too few teachers. Secondly, he plans to build an affiliated magic academy, similar to the high school in his world, systematically learning basic knowledge and going to university to divide majors. And this affiliated magic academy has no charter yet, because Xie Shichen is still helping the poor. If only his own academy develops and other academies are standing still, then what is the point of learning in stages? Everything he needs to do takes time and can't be rushed. But it's obviously painful to give up the meat that's right in front of his mouth. So it's better to let Mans develop slowly and make the Wizard Academy what Xie Shichen wants. In the future, whether the Wizard Academy becomes an independent professional academy as a sample, or merged into Screech as a trump card major, it's all fine. The more Xie Shichen thought about it, the more he felt it was okay. What does it take to take over the Wizard Academy? Your academy has changed its principal. Will there be an appraisal meeting next year? Mans was not sure. It's hard to say. The Magic Association is targeting you. And you and I are closely connected. In short, even if an appraisal meeting is needed, it is someone's fault. Xie Shichen said calmly, I mean, if an appraisal meeting is needed, I can let Miao Miao transfer to another school. It just so happens that except for Lucius, all those related to the Dark Department are intermediate magicians. With a small gain, if he works hard this year, it will be easy for the magician to rush up. Mans, principal, you have a good plan. Then it's settled. Let them register as students in the Wizard Academy first, just in case. Xie Shichen made the final decision. Let me see which little guys can meet the requirements. Shichen did what he said. And he didn't even worry about not being able to achieve his goal, because he already had experience. Then Fanny, who came hurriedly, reminded him that the appraisal requirements of the Magic Association had changed again this year. The targeted academy has already been found. And if it is still stuck now, it is easy to lose the hearts of other magic academies. Shichen's Education Bureau is still doing some free teaching aids to win people's hearts. And the Magic Association will still be panicked. Shichen felt a little regretful after hearing this. I wanted to bloom again for them to see. Fanny rolled her eyes. Okay. Screech, don't be so naive. Now that we have made the decision, the most important thing for us is to keep the Wizard Academy. No one knows what kind of deal the former headmaster of the Wizard Academy made with the Magic Association to get the qualification to run the school. What if the legendary wizard who guaranteed the Wizard Academy regretted it? What if other documents say it was forged? The Magic Association can do anything. Shichen understood. He recalled the content of the required documents and felt relieved. They said it was fake. I will fake it for them to see. Fanny and Mans were stunned for a moment. And before they could react, Shichen explained their confusion. Shichen said leisurely, a legendary wizard? We have one. And it's the kind that comes with a magic tower. 3 magic saints? Most of the great magicians in our academy have broken through. So we don't need Teacher Han and others to take action. It's more convincing to ask these teachers. Emperor of the Empire? The Wizard Academy happens to be in the territory of the Ace Empire. And my students' parents are the Emperor. It's just a small favor for me. And Fickle will be happy to do it. You know, Sheldon and Russell have paid a lot for their children. Doesn't he compare? Said Shichen, spreading his hands. The teachers are ready. The students are ready. We have a full range of teaching aids. The Wizard Association has its own resources. And we have also snatched a lot from the previous secret shooting of the Wizard Association. Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? Fanny and Mance, Oh my god. If you think about it carefully, they Screech really have the strength to open a branch school. Chapter 180. Although it was a joke, Shichen did have the idea of asking King Ficker for a letter of approval. Their Screech School of Magic is not bad now. And it can even be said that it has made a successful comeback. But there are still fewer students for the time being. They have all the qualifications. And with Screech in full control of the Wizard School, even if the application for the Wizard School may be through the back door, it is trustworthy. He sent a letter to Ficker. And the remaining various qualifications were also rushed out. During this period, Mans and Miaomiao were not at ease. Miaomiao had not returned to the academy yet. So they simply lent a hand and helped Mans to manage the Wizard Academy and put it on the right track. The Wizard Academy was born out of the Wizard Association. And the composition of the teachers was relatively complicated. Some even did not trust Screech, who took over. Fortunately, Mans was once a member of the Wizard Association, so he would have less resistance. As for the students, the young freshmen and the old students who made up the numbers were moved involuntarily under the various promises made by Miaomiao. Hey, you said that you have nowhere else to go. So you want to gather here? Now this is still the place where our wizards gather. Why hesitate? Of course we stay. Are you worried that the new successor is unreliable? What's there to worry about? He is a magic saint. Necromancer. There are not many necromancers who can become magic saints now. Right? And this principal used to be a member of the Wizard Association, and then taught in Merim for decades. And then came to the newly rising Screech to teach. Doesn't this show that he has excellent teaching experience and knows us wizards very well? Oh my god. This is something that no other school principal can do. Are you afraid of being banned by the Magic Association? Of course it is possible. But you have to believe that Screech will not ignore you. He is also trying to deal with the Magic Association and try to let Mr. Mance be your principal. After all, wizards should always be disciplined by an elder who understands wizards. Otherwise it is easy to have some miscommunication. Don't worry about the teachers and teaching materials. This is what teachers and principals should care about. We just need to study hard. Although Miaomiao and the others were confused now, they knew that Screech would not let go of the meat at his fingertips. So he was very skilled in drawing the pie. I just don't know what method Screech is going to use. Miaomiao and the others murmured and continued to pretend to be freshmen. The old students, who came to help Screech, and the former members of the Wizarding Society. He created all kinds of characters at will. And even in the process of talking, there was a little different feeling. You can't blame Screech for liking undercover freshmen. They like it too. Meow Mew sighed happily. CS Shichin, who was on their mind, was unwilling to give up the meat at his fingertips. He was still racking his brains to communicate and haggle with the Magic Association. The pass was there, and the information was complete. It was just a change of principal, not even a transfer. How could Mans not be considered a member of the Wizard Association? But the people who came over there also insisted that the original Wizard Association management was opportunistic. Now they did not recognize the information that was supplemented later, and they wanted to take back the right to run the school of this academy. If that was all, CS Shichin could just reapply. But their Magic Association actually asked for a huge amount of money, saying that in this case, the teachers of this Wizard Academy should be allocated by their Magic Association, and the students should be the same. CS Shichin was confused on the spot. Sir, doesn't the Magic Association not recognize students and teachers related to the Dark System? Mans went to Merim by teaching other classes. The old man who came to negotiate with CS Shichin's eyelids jumped. Who said that? Our Magic Association has always been tolerant. As long as it is not evil magic, we can accept it. You must have remembered it wrongly. Principal Screech. We just said that we don't allow evil magicians with bad intentions to enter the Magic Association. The old man said. And then said, it should be the other principals who are worried about trouble. Otherwise, we wouldn't have identified your students' grades. Right? Many of CS Shichin's students are related to the Dark System. Their Magic Association was forced to help CS Shichin and his team identify them. Now they have turned around and used this to shut the other party up. The old man felt happy thinking about it. That audacious manager attracted all their gods away with the altar. Fortunately, the altar was not built. Otherwise, the Magic Association would have fought to the death with the Wizard Association. CS Shichin was so angry that he laughed. It turned out that he was not good enough in being shameless. It seemed that the Magic Association would never give in. CS Shichin thought to himself and suddenly said, Sir, how about a deal? The man didn't say anything, but just raised his eyelids slightly. It seemed that he didn't say he wouldn't do it, but he didn't say he would do it either. CS Shichin didn't care, but took out various teaching materials from the ring and pushed them in front of the visitor. You know, our Screech Academy is most in need of teachers and students. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. But I also understand that the qualifications of this academy are somewhat untenable. In the end, we still need to ask the Magic Association for help. His flattery made the visitor from the Magic Association feel comfortable, no matter how angry he was with them before. He had to show weakness now. Right, CS Shichin said, pretending to be distressed, and said with some pain, this is the teaching material I have collected and sorted for a long time. I originally wanted to sell it to Merim and Helen's College to make some money as a supplier. But now I think that if the Magic Association comes forward, this teaching material will be more valuable. The old man finally moved. He flipped through the teaching aids. Although they were all very basic things, they were indeed easy to understand and very useful. He was a little tempted. He asked CS Shichin, do you want to give it to the Magic Association? Then he glanced at the textbook with some disdain. It's a good textbook, but it's too basic and not very useful. You're asking for too much. Right? CS Shichin smiled. It's not a gift. It's a provision. Seeing the other party frown, CS Shichin said leisurely, we provide it to various magic academies for free in the name of the association. The old man's heart moved slightly, but he looked at CS Shichin calmly, as if he wanted to make another fortune. But CS Shichin would never give others the opportunity to cheat him. He looked at the old man innocently. Not enough. I thought I was sincere enough. Sir. The old man sneered. A few magic notebooks. How much are they worth? Is this Screech's sincerity? He stared at CS Shichin sharply. Since CS Shichin was willing to buy all the textbooks for the Magic Academy just for a place, it means he still has some money left and can make more money. Providing textbooks for the Magic Academy is a matter of earning reputation, and it has nothing to do with him, since he is asked to help him deal with it. Shouldn't he also give away some good things? The old man was determined to get it. He was an elder of the Magic Association and had a lot of say. He would not be afraid of a small principal. CS Shichin did not seem to give the other party any chance to bargain. He directly collected the textbooks. Well, since the Magic Association doesn't like it, I can only negotiate with the principals in the name of Screech. Don't worry. I will make it clear to them. Screech does not want to replace the Magic Association to form an alliance. It's just that the textbooks are not favored by the Magic Association. Old man, You threaten me? He looked at Xie Shichen in disbelief, not expecting him to have the guts to threaten him. He is the elder of the Magic Association. Xie Shichen smiled. Sir, I am just greedy, not stupid. It would be better if I could get the academy, but I wouldn't lose anything if I couldn't. But after the appraisal meeting, the Magic Association needs to do something to win over the academy. Right? Old man, That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hurriedly changed the rules of the appraisal meeting to retain the qualification of the academy not long after the appraisal meeting. The performance of Screech at the appraisal meeting, plus the appraisal meeting and the small moves made by the Magic Association to stop Screech students, had already made everyone panic. Merim and Hellwinds openly held the Education Bureau and the basic college with Xie Shichen, which was also an expression of dissatisfaction with the Magic Association. The Magic Association may not be afraid of these colleges, but it must stabilize the hearts of the principals of these colleges. The deal proposed by Xie Shichen is a win-win situation for them. But the old man was a little greedy, which put the conversation at a stalemate for a while. Xie Shichen was not going to tolerate it. It was painful enough for him to pay this money. So how could he give the old man a way out? If it doesn't work openly, then do it secretly. You can always achieve your goal. He thought about it and stood up, preparing to say goodbye to the other party politely. Don't worry, sir. I will let my students and colleagues leave immediately and not disturb your recycling college. He smiled slightly, without the look of determination, and turned around to leave. The old man saw that the other party was really not pretending, and he was anxious. Come back. Xie Shichen turned his head in surprise, and saw the old man gnashing his teeth and saying, When did I say I didn't agree? Xie Shichen hesitated for a moment. You have to think it over. If you negotiate again, I won't offer you this price. Old man, Damn you, Screech. Half an hour later, after a long argument, Xie Shichen smiled and sent the stinky-faced old man away. Old man Han and Mans, who had been waiting nearby, also hurried into the principal's office for the negotiation. Mans knew it was a sure thing when he saw Xie Shichen's expression. Did you get the college? Xie Shichen smiled and nodded. Of course. How could I miss such a good opportunity? If the old man hadn't called him at that time, he might not have let him leave the Wizard Academy normally later. Old man Han pulled the corner of his mouth. What's the result? You look quite satisfied. Xie Shichen said with some regret. Generally satisfied. But it still costs money. He simply said the conditions they finally agreed on. First of all, the ownership of the Wizard Academy was recorded under the name of Screech, but it would not be merged for the time being. The name of the school was Screech Magic Wizard Academy, which was equivalent to a branch school. If Xie Shichen wanted to move out in the future, he would have to pay a large transfer fee. However, Xie Shichen did not plan to move out. He had thought that the land of the Wizard Academy was really good, with rich elements for summoning gods, vast land, and adjacent to the Forest of Elves, dark jungle, and the Church of Light. If it is well developed in the future, it will definitely be very rich. Going to school here can be said to be a place for study abroad. Going a little further is the territory of the Forest of Elves and other tribes. If it is well built, it may form a university town surrounded by stars. I have gone off topic. Anyway, Xie Shichen felt that this place was better than the original site of Screech. It was worthy of the high price of the site. He decided to build it well here, and then he could move the school in the future. By then, we will have a university here and a high school there. Professional education here and basic education there, plus compulsory literacy education. It will be perfect. Xie Shichen calmed down his thoughts for the time being and explained the subsequent transaction to them, in exchange for the academy. I will take out suitable basic magic teaching textbooks and provide them to various magic academies for free in the name of the Magic Association. I will also hold exchange meetings with the teachers of these academies every month to strive to improve everyone's teaching level. Old man Han always felt that this was a bit of a loss for Xie Shichen. But it wasn't a loss. It was just that the goal was achieved. But the price was not small. He shouldn't be so happy. I can't control my emotions. Old man Han tried to probe. Can you be more specific? Xie Shichen smiled. In view of the large investment, the cost of teaching materials will be 70% and 30% between me and the Magic Association. The exchange meeting will be led by the Magic Association, and our magic academies will provide lecturers. We, Screech, will take the majority, and we will provide people every month. Old man Han, only spending 70% of the education cost. not only successfully promoted his own education method and teaching materials, raised the education level of the entire magic world, expanded his base, but also gained everyone's favor and promoted his own education bureau openly. No wonder he is so happy. That's... Mans was puzzled. Don't you dislike the Magic Association? You won't be unhappy if they get the limelight? Xiaoxichen looked innocent. Mans, this is your fault. The most important thing for us educators is to be broad-minded. Otherwise, how can we devote ourselves to our work more wholeheartedly? Mans, question mark. Isn't this the time for Screech to take revenge on his own behalf, and not only take revenge on the spot, but also settle accounts later? What the hell? Old Man Han understood Xiaoxichen's unfinished meaning. If you make a fortune quietly, why would you care about others getting in the spotlight? You wish they would get in the spotlight. Xiaoxichen just smiled and said nothing. And Mans also realized it belatedly. Yes, nominally it was the Magic Association that paid. But as long as you ask privately, you will know that Screech also paid. And this good reputation has nothing to do with them. The most important thing is that the textbooks published by the Education Bureau were easily sold. It was faster than their newspapers being advertised everywhere. This is the textbook officially recognized by the Magic Association. After purchasing this textbook, suddenly seeing the teaching aids, teaching tools, and magic props that you like, just tell me whether to buy them or not. Isn't it just making a fortune in silence? In the end, the 7 layers of cost he paid not only won people's hearts, but also expanded his plate. It won't be long before he makes a lot of money. Maybe he can even attract many magic academies to quietly join his education bureau. This is not a loss. It's a huge profit. Mans was in a very complicated mood. You really won't suffer a loss. Xiaoxichen held back his smile and coughed lightly. Then you should manage the students well and start classes. I will find someone to build the college here. Old Han laughed. Are you rich? The construction over there hasn't been completed yet. But we are going to start construction here? Xiaoxichen said sincerely. I went to inquire. The land here is ownerless and very cheap. I will quickly enclose the land to prevent the college from being small and ugly in the future. Old Man Han and Mans, Xiaoxichen did what he said, and quickly assigned him some work. And then, he hurried to occupy the land. The places he wanted to occupy included not only the territory of the Ace Empire, but also some no man's land. So he had to hurry up and make it his own. Mans and Old Man Han watched Xiaoxichen's figure leave in silence, full of speechlessness. Mans asked Old Man Han, is he hiding something from me? Isn't this territory big enough now? The Wizard Association has been transformed into a wizard academy, and they have the ability to develop it well. This place is already very good, and it is very in line with the aesthetics of wizards. Old Man Han thought about it, and gave a very pertinent answer. It may be the power of his bloodline. I remember that people there like to buy houses. Buying houses and land for hoarding. Old Man Han thought of the large amount of collections in the academy warehouse that looked like dust, and nodded affirmatively. Hoarding? We just need to do our own thing. Mans was convinced. Perhaps Screech was just so strange, and he should have understood it earlier. Xiaoxichen was thinking about the little guy's return to school, so he didn't spend too much time. After everything was done, he spent a lot of money, and let the engineering team slowly build a new college for him. He drew a preliminary structural diagram of the university, and asked them to slowly build it, and at the same time began to accumulate the college's foundation. For example, props, experimental facilities, libraries. Oh, yes, the libraries of the 2 colleges must also be classified. Screech's library doesn't need to be too advanced in the future. It can be placed in more basic ones, or more extracurricular ones, to increase the breadth of students' knowledge. The future university here can put more professional books to increase the depth of students' knowledge. But it also needs more books. It can't be without them. At most, they are not that basic. All these things, when the college is officially built and landed, it will probably take several years. And the investment is also huge. Fortunately, the wizards have money. Otherwise, Xiaoxichen can only shamelessly ask students' parents for sponsorship. Before leaving, Xiaoxichen and Mans drew a magic circle near the college to facilitate communication. Mans basically won't go back to Screech in the next few years, and can only take online classes there. After everything was arranged, they finally returned to school. This time they were away for at least a month, and Miao Miao had never felt that time pass so quickly. Although Screech was too busy to take care of them, the new teacher's online class the squeeze of the kids who taught you to speak. And their own gains kept them busy when they thought about starting the assessment when they returned, and having to make up for the so-called micro-expression exam. Their scalps were numb, and they wished that time would jump to the end of the exam. Before they returned to school for the exam, there was a small incident. Screech finished his work and came to settle accounts with them. When Bori heard Screech talk about settling accounts openly, he felt very incredible. Is it so open to settle accounts now? Shichen glanced at the noisy little guy and said calmly, Bori, don't slander the teacher. The teacher's settlement is naturally reasonable. Then you say? Bori rolled up his sleeves unconvinced. Unless you abuse your power for personal gain. Otherwise Bori, am innocent. Okay. Let's settle accounts with Bo Rue first. Standing in front of the podium, their amiable head teacher smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. A magnified picture suddenly appeared on the teaching props behind him. This is the statistics of the various mistakes that occurred when you chatted and fought. Among them, Bo Rue made 84 low-level mistakes in fighting. When Shichen said this, his smile faded slightly and his voice sank slightly. Bo Rue, come up and tell the teacher. You have been studying for more than a year. Why do you make these low-level mistakes that have been emphasized many times? Bo Rue, sweating a bit. No. This is what Skricky meant by finding faults and settling accounts. If I had known earlier, I would have known earlier. Bo Rue wanted to cry, but had no tears. He stood up tremblingly and tried to speak. So many mistakes? Shichen smiled and changed the image. This is the record and demonstration of mistakes when teaching you to talk to the baby. It is obvious that you not only did not teach my language art class well, but also learned the anti-PA class, the 36 stratagems, and other courses carelessly. All the conversations recorded above were about the low-level mistakes they made in textbooks, with a big red cross behind them indicating the wrong reference paragraphs. Everyone was shocked by the red. This was no longer a post-mortem. This was a post-mortem execution. Not to mention Bori. The other little guys couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 181. Shichen's action gave them a huge blow that they were caught off guard. Everyone was very active before, but now they were all depressed, waiting for Shichen to pronounce their various punishments. Shichen was a teacher who clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments, although they had made many low-level mistakes in this experience. But you can successfully return safely from this study tour. The teacher is very pleased, Shichen said, and then changed the subject. So, I decided not to deduct your contribution points this time. Bo Rue was still thinking. Then, are there any contribution points? Shichen smiled slightly, and Bo Rue gave up. Okay, I understand. No one can get any contribution points from old Xie. The little guys were so discouraged, and Shichen seemed to love watching the little guys' faces change repeatedly. He first went through all the mistakes of the little guys, pointed them out one by one, and then told them the punishment he would give them. Make-up exam. After that, it was the reward for this study tour. Although he still didn't give them contribution points, Shichen gave them things that were more valuable than contribution points, which were what they needed now. For example, some potions that could soothe mental strength, some small teaching props for learning, and another example, cheating encyclopedia. Shichen blatantly gave each of them a copy. The reason was high-sounding. You just came back from the Wizard Academy for this assessment, and you are not in good condition. We won't play tricks. When you are in the 3rd grade and have been studying professionally for a while, you should play some tricks. By then, if your methods are immature, the teachers will be embarrassed. Meow meow, that's what I said. But, Lucius frowned and said in a bad tone, do you think we are fools? Cheat with the cheating manual you gave us? How could it be? Shichen was very surprised. Kids, this is just a reference. If your plan is not as good as the cheating manual, then don't cheat and take the exam with peace of mind. After all, our teachers are experienced, and the cheating methods in the cheating manual are just the basics. Meow meow, Damn it. He actually humiliated us. But, the little ones were silent for a while. And finally one of them calmly opened the prize 1000 cheating methods you don't know that was given to them. This book starts with introducing the basic skills of cheating, and then introduces various physical cheating, magic cheating, formation cheating, prop cheating. Each section has various examples and classic cheating schemes, which makes the little ones very excited. They were so excited. But there was a very grim fact standing in front of them. This cheating book was given to them by their old Xie. They didn't dare to believe it. Xie Shichen liked to see the little guy's tangled and bitter expressions. He even kindly reminded them, teachers also have cheating books. I hope you can dare to innovate next time you cheat. Meow meow, Okay. I know. I understand. Xie Shichen stopped teasing the little guys. After distributing the rewards, he gave them a new schedule. At first, Xie Shichen didn't expect that the little guys could pass the nodes so quickly and gain so much at the same time. But since there has been a qualitative leap, the little guy's learning intensity will naturally change. And the focus should also be different. The class schedule is modified according to your current physical fitness and side. Children who have passed the node cannot relax their vigilance. Your learning intensity will be higher, especially in magic. Children who have not passed the node, don't be nervous. We will focus on teaching in these areas later. Just continue to follow the teacher's plan. Xie Shichen calculated that no one in their academy had passed the node yet. There were too few people. And it was even more dangerous without the help of their companions. Miao Miao also became serious. They were not disappointed because they failed to pass the node this time. Instead, they were full of confidence. At least this study tour gave them a broader perspective. They also learned more. And their state of mind had changed more or less. After this summary class, Miao Miao rarely gathered together. The teachers who taught them were basically magic saints. There were native teachers from the magic world who gave them a solid foundation in various magics. And there were also foreign teachers from the non-magic world who gave them more possibilities. Their professional courses were almost all conducted in this small black room, which was isolated from the world. Every time they left the small black room, they felt dazed. This was also a huge flaw in going back and forth between different times of time. If one's mind was not firm, it might have a significant impact on the state of mind if one was not careful. Xie Shichen saw it in his eyes. Because of the unknown time node, he did not dare to relax for the time being. But he slowed down the pace of training and learning for the freshmen appropriately, and also imposed considerable restrictions on entering the small black room. Perhaps when they are in the senior grades, this trance will be less. And what he needs to do is to improve their mentality and strengthen their will as much as possible in the junior grades. The students who followed Xie Shichen all the way, while gaining a lot, are also using themselves and constantly trying and making mistakes for Xie Shichen. And the new students, who have just been recruited, are not easy. Xie Shichen is recruiting teachers again, yes. After many communications and many times of teaching words, Xiao finally tore off this Teacher's Day discount for him. Yes, there was a Teacher's Day discount. As long as you spend 1,000 principal points to buy a discount coupon on this day, you can get a discount whenever you want in the future. 10% off. 2 hours each time. Discount coupons are 10 in a pack. Limited to 3 purchases. Overall, although it cost 3,000 principal points, Xie Shichen still made a lot of money. Because it was different from the original statement. Xie Shichen's discount coupon was not only for teachers, but also for anything in the mall. Xie Shichen was very satisfied and used it on the spot. Not only did he buy a bunch of things at 10% off, he also invited various teachers to lay the foundation. He hired more than 10 teachers just for the basics of mental power. All in all, although Xie Shichen had no money in his account again and even started to take out loans, but Xie Shichen gained happiness. I'm getting off topic. The current Squeaky School of Magic cannot be said to be completely new, but it has undergone a qualitative change. When students take basic courses, they truly implement small class teaching, with a maximum of 40 students in each class. In the empty lecture hall, teachers can be seen at a glance. However, since it was decided to turn this place into a high school, it would be difficult to build many lecture halls. So Xie Shichen could only start the renovation in a big way. The freshmen looked at the engineering teams coming and going, and under the silent magic cast by the teachers, it seemed like a pantomime. Herman couldn't help but sigh. The college seems to be getting better and better. Yes. Alia nodded expressionlessly, rubbing her eyebrows. So, have you finished your homework for this issue of the Steen Journal? Herman, Alia. I think maybe you should ask Ariel if she feels the same way. Alia and Herman are both students in class 2, and are taught by teacher Ariel. The teacher is very strong and reliable, although she has a bit of bad taste sometimes. She is more competitive. I heard that teacher Han from class 1 next door assigned this issue of the Stern Journal as homework for this month. So their class can't be outdone. Right? So teacher Ariel also made the following requirements. They cannot be selected by the Stern Journal. But at least 10 students in the class must be included in the school magazine. And other homework must also pass the plagiarism check and have substance. The students were all upset. They had only been studying for less than 3 months. 3 months. In the first month, more than 1,000 students survived by sheer perseverance. They thought the instructors were cruel enough. But they were nothing compared to the teachers. The teachers were really good at what they did. Now thinking back to the instructors' expressions of pity and gloating during the enrollment registration. The piles of notebooks, diaries, and even homework books seemed to have deep meanings. Not enough. They might have used up all of it in half a year. It was not until they arrived at Screech that they understood what it meant to consume school supplies on a daily basis. In the second month, everyone recovered. Finally recovered. And could even practice with each other without changing their expressions during physical training. Concentrate on memorizing while others splashed water in the pool. And practice mental strength with their eyes closed under the sound of reading. They learned to use fragmented time. But how could the teachers' tricks end here? The teachers began to assign homework. It was very high-sounding. The teacher of the fast class said, "Our academy requires you to be a senior magician for graduation. The slow class will be promoted to junior magicians after 1 year. You should be faster. Right? It's almost halfway through the year. You should at least work hard to activate your mental power and stimulate your magic talent. Right? Let's work hard and strive to learn magic by the end of May. And you could all become junior magicians by the end of June. Don't worry. The teachers have confidence in you." Students, The teacher of the slow class said, "Our academy's graduation requirement is to become a senior magician. According to the teaching plan, you will all be junior magicians in 1 year. If you can't do it, you won't be able to go home during the holidays. Right? So we work hard and strive to achieve this result before the appraisal meeting. Maybe we will have the opportunity to go to the appraisal meeting. And wow! Don't you want to move to the fast class and squeeze out the people in front?" Students, No. It's good now. They have to be careful of the class at the back and rush to the class in front. This study is too hard for them. Fortunately, there is a class meeting every week. The biggest advantage of Screech is probably that there are many kinds of class meetings. Some go to the Warcraft garden for barbecue. Some meditate in the meditation room. Some play sand table games. Some arrange troops on the sand table. And some experience magic. Even the tasks seem so interesting. And everyone is not oppressed by learning blindly. Just like this, we survived the second month. In the third month, as the teacher said, the students in the top 10 classes basically induced their mental power. And the top 5 classes began to learn how to use mental power and began to guide magic. And at this time, before the end of the third month, the disaster came. Herman felt his eyes dull when he thought of himself like a puppet at that time. Their class 1 and 2 were the first to move to the classroom. According to Ariel, they were lucky to finally get rid of the desks in the academy that they themselves despised. You know, in Screech, only students who have learned mental power have such an honor. Herman and his friends saw Ariel show them the classroom that the seniors were using now. It was so magnificent. A whole magic blackboard, a magic multifunctional podium, and a large bar next to it for them to eat snacks after class while studying. Even the desks looked very mysterious. And there were all kinds of beautiful plants. The lockers and utility rooms were very orderly and tidy. The theme of the entire classroom can be changed. The seniors' classrooms even have a different theme every week. How tempting. At that time, someone in class 2 sighed, "It seems that the academy really values students who can learn magic. Why didn't we have these treatments when we first came in?" They immediately went to the forum to show off. And then, they were envied and jealous to a small extent. They felt that the academy was favoring some over others. But they could understand it. After all, they had just entered school and had to adapt to the academy's system in all aspects. It was normal to suffer a little. But Herman and others were so excited that they could almost be said to be impatient to break into their new classroom. Now that there are more teachers, they basically have their own classes. And they don't need to continue to combine classes in the future. So this can be said to be their exclusive classroom. The first thing to do when entering the exclusive classroom. Oh! I couldn't get in. I stood at the door. The dense vines blocked the door like a curtain, and I couldn't push it open. Student A was at a loss. Is it growing too fast? The magic elements in the classroom are too strong. Right? Just thinking about it. the vine suddenly dropped a wooden sign, which read, "Pay protection fee before entering." Below, there is a line of small words, "Dear, please use your mental power and magic to feed the poor vine baby. Look how thin it has become. Student A, ? Several students, who couldn't wait to arrive early, suddenly felt an ominous premonition at this moment. Their premonition was right, although they successfully entered the classroom with just a little bit of mental power. What made them sad was that the entire magnificent classroom was built with their mental power. The automatic piano in the corner. You need mental power to communicate to enjoy it. The automatic bar in the corner? If you want food, you not only need to DIY it yourself, but also need mental power and magic communication throughout the process. Oh, I have to remind you that opening the bar requires a basic magic. I won't go into details about cleaning tools, lockers, etc., which require mental power and are difficult to operate. What's the most hateful thing? There were no desks when they came in. Teacher Ariel walked over and saw the students standing there with bewildered faces. She covered her mouth and chuckled, "Little guys, what are you waiting for? Of course, we use mental power to activate the desks. If we don't activate the desks, we can't have class." Students, Ariel sighed. "I heard from Screech that the students in their class were even worse off, because the college renovation was too urgent. They accidentally forgot to notify them, and their textbooks and other things were left in the desks. If the desks were not activated, they might not even be able to attend the class." The students thought, "Isn't this great? Just a holiday." Ariel said, "That's great. Screech has a legitimate reason to delay the class." Students, Oh, it's intentional, right? What's too urgent? Careless is an excuse. The students looked at the empty ground and sat down cross-legged without changing their expressions. "How can we not have class?" "Teacher, you go to class first. We will use our spare time to study this little thing." A man of insight is a hero. They only hate that they understood Screech Academy too late. As for the benefit of a theme per week, it requires the mental power of the whole class to change the theme wallpaper, let alone change the theme. It can only be said that the seniors who can change the theme per week are really strong and really free. Seniors, guess why we have a different theme every week anyway? The students in Class 1 and Class 2 were very tacitly in agreement that no one mentioned the specific classroom, and they were all praising it throughout the whole process, increasing the expectations of the students who came later. This kind of expectation with a sense of frustration is so refreshing, and it is really wrong for them not to let everyone experience it together. In less than 3 months, almost half of the students suddenly realized the fun of the instructors. It's interesting. Too interesting. Herman now recalls the ups and downs of his study journey, with a very complicated expression. "Even if I stayed in Merriam for 5 years, it wouldn't be so exciting." It was said before that almost all the seniors were missing. Now that I think about it, it might be even worse. Alia sighed. "Herman, it seems that we have homework again." She looked at her school pass, which was a treasure she had finally paid off. Ariel sent them a notice in the group. Every time there was a notice before, it was basically a task. Alia really didn't want to know what this notice was now, but escaping was useless. Alia took a deep breath and was about to move her fingers to take a look when Herman next to her hesitated. "Is the summer camp preparing? Looking for assistant instructors?" Alia and Herman were silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked up and looked at each other, with shock and surprise in their eyes. "Recruiting assistant instructors? Have you received the news about assistant instructors?" "0. Our class just notified that we will recruit new students for this summer camp, just like the auditors before. But since there are quite a few students this time, we need some assistant instructors to assist us, with contribution points as rewards. And each person can only work for a week at most, not continuously, to avoid affecting everyone's studies as much as possible. 1. So, everyone. 4. How come the OP still has time to chat here? Sign up first. This still needs screening and assessment. 7. Yes. I heard there will be an assessment, and I feel that our slow class has no chance. So I just came to the forum. Sure enough, everyone is discussing this matter. The contribution points are quite generous. 30 contribution points a day. 16. Is the focus on contribution points? The focus is on assistant instructors. It's a rare opportunity to meet younger students in advance. And this is not a rush? 67:16 Brother, you have started learning abacus recently, right? The abacus beads are jumping on my face. Who doesn't know who? But I have already signed up. I heard that it is first come first served. 89. There is a quota limit. If there are not many people, it is first come first served. If there are many people, it will be a lottery. However, the premise is that your coursework has basically scored more than 80 points. Otherwise you will be rejected for not meeting the standards. Detailed explanation from Teacher Edward. 112. Woo woo woo. To be honest, except for the top 10 in the fast class and the bottom 10 in the slow class, the teachers are really easy to get along with. I will work hard to stay in our class. 167:112. Don't you know that the teachers who are easy to get along with are always the ones who give advice behind the scenes when they need something? 223. Damn. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that there is a Screech behind the scenes. Speaking of which, in the first month, our class teacher was really hated. But now, he has suddenly become nice. Is it because Screech has no time recently? 455, probably. I have a rumor that Screech is going to provide teaching materials to every magic school. And now he is organizing a winter camp. So he should be very busy. 467, busy? What's wrong with being busy? Will being busy hinder him from tormenting students? When I went to the mission center to take on missions before, I saw the seniors. All of them looked haggard as if their energy had been drained out. I asked Senior Bori if he had been studying too hard recently and asked him to take care of his health. Guess what Senior Bori said? 566, not hard, but a hard life. I was at the scene, and I heard Senior Novice next to him say, with a forced smile, that everything was worth it for Screech. I understand. I think this is the most outrageous thing Senior Novice has said. 766, damn it. Do you have to be so scary? Speaking of which, I also saw the seniors before. Seniors Fry and Arabe. They were arguing. It seems that they disagreed with each other on the formula of a potion. The most terrifying part is here. Teacher Eugene crossed his arms, stared at the two of them coldly, and then said, the efficiency is too slow. Give me 10 solutions today. 877, do I have to take this course? Now I am not worried that I will not graduate as promised. I am worried that I will die suddenly in the middle of the semester 999. Okay. Why are you talking so much about this? If you want to sign up quickly. According to the current situation, it is estimated that we may also be the instructors next year. It is a great opportunity to gain experience in advance. Aren't you tempted? Tempted. The students signed up in droves. As the person in charge of this summer camp, Ariel was a little amused. There are nearly 1,600 people in the whole school, and more than 900 have signed up. How much do they want to meet their future juniors? Old Man Han pulled the corner of his mouth, shook his head and sighed, still very lively. Very good. It seems that CS Shichen's educational policy is quite good. Ariel also shrugged. There are so many people who have signed up, so we must screen them carefully. Old Man Han smiled. Yes. At least we have to choose those who can talk and are particularly honest. Ariel hesitated to speak, and finally handed the list to Old Man Han, letting him choose the people himself. They recruited quite a few students for this summer camp. First of all, the quota is divided according to race, with 50 quotas for each of the beast men, dwarves, elves, demons, sea people and rare races. If it is not enough, other races can be considered to fill in. The human race has 100 quotas, and CS Shichen gave a chance to the novice wizards alone, with 20 quotas. This part is registered through the Wizard Academy, and then came to Screech for unified training. Overall, there are more than 400 people, which is not a small number. Teachers are still a scarce resource. Now they are responsible for one-on-one training of old students, basic teaching of first-year students, and a lot of manpower, so they naturally cannot be wasted. So this time we chose to contact the chief instructor, and assistant instructor. The chief instructor is responsible for coordinating everyone's collective training, which is definitely more difficult than recruiting new students. But there are also many benefits to getting the admission notice in advance. It depends on personal choice when you want to come. The instructors are composed of multiple teachers. There is no specific instructor corresponding to the students, but there are classes. Each class has 60 people, and a total of 7 classes. Since the teachers have course arrangements, each teacher's schedule is different. But the summer camp is difficult but makes everyone yearn for it. Isn't it because you can contact the teachers in advance? Therefore, This summer camp has been changed to a situation where all teachers in the school, under the coordination of the chief instructor, come to teach in their free time. And the rest of the time, the assistant instructors are responsible. For example, some basic training, paying attention to the status and emotions of students, etc. Because the work is messy, and in order not to affect their long-term courses, each assistant instructor can only serve for 2 days at most. So they need to write an instructor diary every day and make detailed handovers. This is a very bold attempt. But the assessment method remains unchanged. One assessment every 2 weeks. For 1 to 2 months. To let students know Screech as much as possible. The rules were very detailed. And the first-year students understood them quickly. But no one chose to cancel their registration. This is to conduct basic training and experience the joy of their instructors, even if they are required to spend more time on their studies. So what? They accepted this job. By the way, they must not forget to observe who has a tendency to fall in love early. Write it down, and pay special attention to it during training next year. This is all from the enthusiastic help and love of the seniors. The first-year students were calculating. It was a pleasure to do something that hurt others, but not benefit themselves from time to time. They couldn't wait to meet the summer camp students. Shichen, who proposed this plan, was also worried about enrollment. For the human race, it was enough to have a stern entertainment newspaper. But for other races, Shichen had to take the initiative. Shichen touched his chin and simply found Herbert and the others to ask them about their parents' preferences. After all, you have to ask for help. Or you have to give a gift. Ah? You want your parents' preferences? Herbert's first reaction was that Screech was going to tell on me. And he asked with a very alert expression. Teacher, my mother is busy with daily affairs and never cares about me. Shichen, He smiled. What are you thinking? Kid, if the teacher is going to find your parents for your little matter, why would he ask for your preferences through you? Wouldn't it be better to just write a letter and ask them to come to the parent-teacher meeting? Herbert, home. Parents' meeting? Shichen hummed. We are far away from each other, so it's not appropriate to hold it often. But there should be at least one meeting in 5 years. Herbert choked. It's obvious that if it was only held once, Screech would definitely hold it in the year of their graduation. Maybe he would even encourage their parents to give them some study advice when they graduate, so that they can grow up sooner. Herbert was silent for a while, scratching his head. My mother, she doesn't have anything special to like. Maybe she likes some rare travel notes? There are also things like flower wine. After he finished speaking, he looked at Shichen hesitantly, trying to find out a little bit about the content of the parents' meeting. Shichen looked at Herbert. Don't worry so much. In fact, if it is inconvenient for parents, teachers can still visit them. Speaking, Shichen sighed. It's just that I've been busy recently and haven't been able to visit them. I wanted to go during the holidays, but who knew there would be so many things? Herbert, Thanks to Screech, who is busy with work, and thanks to Screech's great ideals. Herbert went back dejectedly. He wanted to inform everyone of the bad news. He couldn't be the only one worried. Shichen summoned the students one by one. After getting the specific information, he went back to consider the gifts and began to write letters to each parent. His students were all well known. Even if they couldn't be responsible for this matter, they could help to connect. Shichen was looking forward to their letters. In the elves, the elf queen was infusing magic energy around the elf mother tree. The leaves of the mother tree of their elves have gradually turned yellow and become weak. She couldn't find the reason, but the queen of elf guessed that it might have something to do with the whole small world. A few days ago, for some reason, the mother tree suddenly became excited again and tried to stretch its branches and leaves. The queen didn't know why, but she knew that this was not the time to be entangled. She increased the input of energy, hoping to help the other party. At the end of a busy day, she received a letter from Screech. She was worried at that time. Screech never sent her letters casually. Could it be that something happened to her children? The elf queen unfolded the letter without saying a word, frowning, and then slowly relaxed after a while. So it's this matter. She remembered the summer camp she talked to Screech about last year. She didn't expect that with Screech's current reputation. He still remembered the matter. Humans seemed to be very averse to foreigners coming to class. The elf queen was tempted at the time because her children benefited from Screech. She thought it was feasible. And humans didn't trust Screech. She thought this was an opportunity. But now, the problems and concerns still exist. The elf queen is still worried about whether her elf children will get along with humans. But she is still very moved. The letter sent by Screech is full of sincerity. It not only informs them of the current situation of the academy and the intensity of future training, but also guarantees that everyone in the academy will be treated equally, making him feel as at ease as possible. The elf queen took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. She found her subordinates. Go. Call all the children of the tribe, who are of the right age and suitable for studying. She originally wanted to find a brave child. But then she thought that she had to give everyone a fair chance to compete. Although she didn't think these little guys were so eager to try. The elf queen thought about it, and accidentally found a thin piece of letter paper under the letter. She unfolded it curiously. It was a private letter about Herbert and Isabella. In the letter, Shichen briefly said that the children had currently obtained the fragments of the Godhead and were absorbing and polishing them. Then he talked about the original study abroad experience, praised Herbert and Isabella, and then told the queen that if there was a chance, he could come to Screech to teach and give her children a chance to be educated by their elders. The elf queen was very excited. Her child actually, with the help of Screech, did something they dared not even think about. That was a fragment of the Godhead. The queen no longer planned to think about why there was such a thing as a fragment of the Godhead. Her first reaction was to go and see her child. Isn't it just teaching for Screech? It's not long term. It's just when she's free. She's very free now. Very free. The elf queen was almost impatient. This time I lead the team to Screech's summer camp. Subordinates? ? Why did they change their minds again? Not only the elves, but also other races that didn't have the good news. Also planned to personally bring their own little ones over. The current Screech is not the same Screech as before. And since Principal Screech dared to promise to treat everyone equally, they dared to entrust their trust. The current achievements of their children are their confidence. For a moment, the same auditor training. But the results are different from a year ago and now. Chapter 182. The reaction speed of each tribe was very fast. They directly called together the younger generation of their tribe, explained the pros and cons to them, and then waited for them to make their own decisions. In the past year, Screech School of Magic has become famous due to the various actions of Meow and Fanny's publicity. Everyone is not unfamiliar with Screech, and this year has also made them more familiar with the legend of Screech. In addition, there are indeed children in the tribe who go to Screech to study. When they return home at the end of the year, they are far ahead of their former peers, both in terms of strength and state of mind. It's impossible not to be jealous. Now that there is such an opportunity, let them go to Screech and get the same opportunity. Most of the young generation prefer to go out and try their luck. It's not that there are no timid people, but compared with a huge tribe and only 50 places, the number of applicants is still much higher. There are so few places for us. I heard that the human race got 100 places. A little guy from the beast race shook his wolf ears and pouted. After all, it's still a human race academy. You can't say that. When Chloe came back, she said it was a good place. A kitten jumped down from a tree, his eyes full of dreams. He said that their teacher was not only good to them, but also very responsible. He knew that he didn't like to talk and would often tease him. It was super warm. The wolf cub sighed aggrievedly. I was just worried that I couldn't squeeze in. So I just said it casually. If other tribes might still be on the sidelines. Then the beast tribe, a direct tribe, would immediately squeeze in as many people as possible. Chloe's tribe shouldn't know magic, but after a trip to Screech, they'd learned magic. How cool. Besides, he had previously touted how good Screech was. If the quiet Chloe said so, it must be the best. Everyone thinks that the 50 places are not enough. Why can't we treat everyone equally? The kitten turned into a human, with 2 silver white cat ears, and a serious face. Chloe also said that the training there is very strict. If you can't stand it, it's better not to go. The wolf cub frowned suddenly. How strict can it be? We are in such good physical condition. I don't know. But I heard from my father that Principal Screech said in a letter that this summer camp is a small trial. And he is worried that not many people will come. So the number of places is not many. Maybe there will be a little more next time. The cat cub said, muttering softly, anyway, I will go this time. I am not afraid of hard work. He shook his ears again. If he can't get in, he will pester Chloe and ask his brother to help him open the back door. The little guy clenched his fists, his chubby face full of determination. This worried the Beast King, who was in charge of the summer camp selection for the entire tribe. He looked at his child, who had just turned 2 digits old and looked even dwarfier than the dwarves, and had a headache. Toin, you are still young, I think. Toin immediately blinked his big wet eyes, tears falling down in big drops. The Beast King had no choice, and spread his hands. I won't help you. You have selected yourself. Just go. Okay. Tuin laughed happily. The same thing happened to all the tribes. The good news was that the quotas given by these tribes were all full. Xiaoxichen thought there would be a lot more quotas. The hesitation of other tribes, and the fact that the human race had just finished recruiting students, meant that there were already a lot of quotas. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 days, the various leaders sent him a list. Xiaoxichen glanced at the list and the team leaders, and smiled as he sent a temporary teaching invitation letter to many of the team leaders, giving them some opportunities to show their strength in front of the little guys. Anyway, they are all going to come to Screech. So this is called keeping the good stuff within the family. After arranging the summer camp, Xiaoxichen entered the busy period of promoting teaching aids. Their teaching aids have been prepared, and they are now communicating with many principals, asking them to ask people to come to the Magic Association to pick them up. The cover of each textbook says published by the Magic Education Bureau, but it is not very special, because the more special part is their preface and postscript, as well as various thank you lists. Under these fancy praises, the Magic Association turned a blind eye and lightly skipped this little thing. They didn't believe that this small education bureau could stand above them. But because of this thank you list, many magicians were happy to have their names on it, and even wrote to Xiaoxichen, hoping to have this opportunity. Xiaoxichen didn't refuse, and smiled and told them that if the future textbooks were reformed and their articles were needed, he would definitely come to ask for their opinions in person. In this way, the Education Bureau, which had been silent, appeared in front of everyone again. And with the emergence of chain bookstores around various magic academies, and the various novel teaching aids in them, not only teachers, but also students began to look forward to the teaching aids produced by the Education Bureau. There was a feeling that they were going to go further and further in the magic world. As time went by, the magic schools in the magic world changed day by day. Screech School of Magic, which had been undergoing renovation and steady progress, was still the same as always. Hellwinds and Merim also began various drastic reforms. The teachers they went to study with came back. After being successfully persuaded and seeing good results, they decided to follow Screech's teaching method. First, physical training was added, and then the magic education was improved, making the basics as simple as possible, and not having words that were difficult for students to understand appear multiple times. Finally, we need to catch those who are lazy and rely on their own initiative to learn. They think Screech is right. It is not the time to compete with talent. Now is the time to work hard. How can they improve their magic if they are still so lazy? Seeing that the 3 giants have implemented it, many colleges have also improved it. If the teacher is not strong enough, then practice more. Even if there is no teacher in the current teaching aids, students can have a chance to learn it if they spend more effort. Good teaching aids, good platforms, and frequent educational exchanges. Every month, you can see the legendary wizards of Screech teaching their educational and cultivation experiences. Isn't this simply profitable? In just a few months, the magic world seems to have been injected with vitality, and the future seems to be no longer confused. During this period, Screech's first summer camp was also successfully opened. 420 students were divided into various classes. On the first day, they heard the chief instructor's speech on various disciplines, assessment methods, teaching methods, and adaptation to the academy. Then in the afternoon, under the guidance of the assistant instructor, they were familiar with their future territory and dormitory living environment. And then, they were easily let go. At that time, there were summer camp students who sighed, "It's really relaxed. I heard that coming to Screech will definitely be skinned." Yes, there are many people of other races. Does Screech really want to accept people of other races? Some people also express doubts. Although there is no prejudice, other races rely more on inheritance rather than systematic learning. And they also have some traditional selfishness in their hearts. The Magic Academy has always been open for the human race. If Screech had not been so rebellious, they might have been able to give more places. Now even Malam's teacher needs Screech's teacher to teach him. If they can come to Screech, wouldn't it be a smooth journey? They didn't tell others about their thoughts. At most, They would just not talk to others. There are so many human races. And other ethnic groups are xenophobic. No matter how you look at it, they are not at a disadvantage. The student who was still thinking this, his smile broke the next day. The first day was just a little bit of adaptation for them. On the second morning, a teacher who was at least as powerful as a great magician came lazily and asked them to go running without saying anything. Warm up by running around the small garden twice. The teacher casually ordered, ignoring the shocked expressions of the students, and raised his hand. And wooden lumps appeared one after another behind them. The wooden lumps were as high as their calves, and they held a very thin bamboo stick in their hands, which made them feel a sense of foreboding. The teacher looked at everyone. The road is already marked. Can't you read or read the map? Run! 70 students turned around and started running intermittently. And then, those who were slow were hit by the thin bamboo whip, which made them jump up. The teaching assistant next to him was not surprised. Grinned and began to cooperate with the teacher. Everyone must go all out. This is our instructor testing everyone's potential. Come on. The small garden is not big. We will finish it quickly. The renovated small garden is indeed easier to run than before. And there are no obstacles. But it is indeed not small. The most hateful thing is, the teacher laughed, your leaders have signed an agreement with the principal. You can beat them up during the training. Don't take chances. The assistant teacher nodded. Everyone, hold on. Soon, you will be eliminated on the first day. That would be very sad. Right? Summer camp students, Can they hold on if they want to? The training that made them exhausted was finally over. But the harder part came again. They didn't have time to breathe. They needed to carry out some relatively basic teaching. It was not the classes they would take in the future, but some professional basic courses, which mainly honed students' ability to learn and exercise at the same time. Just like the first batch of auditors. There were alchemy, magic circles, spells, a lot of knowledge points. Although the class was interesting, it made people feel dizzy, and their heads were about to explode. Then, in the afternoon, something even more sad happened. The teaching assistants came with their knives sharpened. Unlike the good talk and kindness in the morning, the teaching assistants in the afternoon were open about their tricks, because they were not very skilled. One of them even asked 2 classes to compete. The class that was slower in progress would be punished. No big deal. A small punishment. The young people have a lot of self-esteem, and are so thin-skinned that they are not willing to do it at all. They want to win even if they try their best. When the assistants finished their work for the day, and went to write their work schedules, they couldn't help but share their experience with the next assistant. It's like seeing the old me, comparing to death. They deserve it. Chapter 183. With the attentive help of the assistants, instructors, and chief instructors, the freshmen of the summer camp became familiar with each other in a short time, and even felt a sense of mutual appreciation. If there was a forum, they might have united faster. But everyone of different races quickly became familiar with each other. They found that teenagers of other races were similar to them. Not as difficult to get along with as the legend said. But all of them were innocent and stubborn. For example, the cat cub Toyn, who kept saying that his brother was Screech's super excellent. At only 10 years old, he stood out among the 12 or 13-year-olds. Especially when he was exhausted. He would stick out his tongue and turn into a kitten. His legs were short and covered by hair, so he was almost invisible. He was just a coal ball, and became the best playmate for the harmonious coexistence of all races. Everyone wanted to touch him, tease him, and then gossip and complain about him. And soon they became a group, due to the role of the kitten. The Bees tribe also received the favor of many summer camp students, including freshmen and sophomores. Yes, sophomores. After hearing that the little ones coming this time are from different ethnic groups, especially with a little brother named Chloe, everyone wanted to see the quality of this class of freshmen. So they agreed to bring warmth to the summer campers without delaying their studies. Specifically, erect a super cool little house next to the training ground. Then sit lazily in the house. Read books. Make desserts. Drink afternoon tea. And walk by and surprise from time to time, saying in the tone of a veteran, "Come on. Come on." Only those who can withstand the test of sweetness can adapt to the ruthless academy. Summer camp students and teaching assistants, You seniors are having a lot of fun. The seniors gathered together and whispered, "Is that your brother, Chloe? He's so cute. And he even has cat ears that can't be retracted. This is too cute. I heard that his original form has so much hair that you can't see his legs. It would be great if you could change one for me. We are all family. Why are your legs so long? Now there is no hair. Several good friends suddenly looked at the mummy cat squatting on Amelia's shoulder. And Chloe almost got angry. The hair will grow back. Chloe gritted her teeth and said depressedly, he is born with some defects. And his animal form is indeed not aggressive. A few good friends. Isn't the point that he is very cute? A man who doesn't understand romance. Isabella pouted, pulled Amelia, and weighed Chloe down. We are going to send warmth. You stay here. Chloe's mind was full of question marks. And she had no idea how she had offended this ancestor again. The most important thing is that Amelia actually let the other party do it and chased her away. Are they still partners who will live and die together? Of course. But Isabella is right too. Amelia gathered her cloak calmly. You are so thin that only bones are left. What if you scare the freshmen? Ouch. Valentina nodded heavily. She even spread her wings in a super annoying way, indicating that she was still a chubby mummy and not scary at all. Ophelia smiled and rubbed Valentina's head. She coughed and smiled. Yes. Valentina is not a worry. Chloe, Amelia spread her hands. And soon Bori came running over and hung her hands full of things. Come on. Let's go to each class to comfort them. Just give them some ice cream. It's not easy for the juniors in the hot summer. Chris has already frozen it. It's better to hold it in your hands to comfort them. 1, 2, 3. Bori was counting and his mind was confused. Where's Chloe? Is he not going to see his brother? Chloe gritted her teeth. They think I'm embarrassing. The voice was very aggrieved. But unfortunately, Bori was flexible. How could he bend with him? He pretended to be deaf and said calmly, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Let's go. Chloe, ? Isabella couldn't help laughing. Amelia took a step forward helplessly, squatted down and stretched out her hand to Chloe. Come up. Chloe wanted to get angry. They were cats that were not so easy to coax, but who made Amelia stretch out the hand wrapped in the cloth. Chloe hesitated, but still jumped up reluctantly. The cat put her hands in her pockets and decided not to speak again, unless they apologized to him. There was no apology, just trying to maintain harmony. Amelia carried a large bucket of ice cream and nodded to the other friends. It's done. Let's go. Isabella couldn't help laughing. She swore that Chloe was definitely the most shameless cat owner in the world. Several senior students and teaching assistants agreed on a time. And when everyone was exhausted, they gave each of them a bowl of ice cream and took a look at the college's summer camp enrollment. When Screech was not there, they always had to take care of him more. As the leader, Ophelia would ask more about the trainees' adaptation in the past few weeks and comfort their moods that were about to explode. The freshmen were naturally very fond of them and were very moved. They even felt that although the amount of training at Screech was a bit large, Screech was harmonious and friendly. The assistants looked at the seniors who were visiting and lowered their heads to record something seriously. Ophelia not only comforted the trainees, but also chatted with the assistants. For example, the student union system of our college is now almost complete. We may start recruiting people in a while. Are you interested in signing up? Another example is we will also recruit people for forum management. We will recruit people this year and train you together. You will be busy next year. The teaching assistants were curious. Really? What will we be busy with next year? A lot. Ophelia curved her eyes. Such as school magazines, radio stations, various activities, contribution point tasks, and clubs, attendance checks. After listing the future changes in the college, Ophelia accidentally revealed a little secret. I heard that the college is working with various colleges to organize a joint school climbing event. But I don't know how it will be done. Joint school climbing? The teaching assistants pondered this word, and whether it was a big deal or not. They first brainstormed on the forum. It would be best if someone dared to ask the teachers, so that they could know whether this was fun or good to be played. After Ophelia revealed the news, she playfully winked at a few friends, with an innocent look on her face. Beauroy looked at this group of female classmates, who were doing great things silently, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How cruel. At the same time, in the principal's office, Teacher, this is the plan for the magic newspaper that we designated. Novice and Ophelia were doing their own things, and here he and Chris and a few others came to Siak Shichen to report. Before C.S. Shichen had told them about the matter of running a newspaper to replace the third magic journal. But they were busy, and had not been able to implement it. Now they finally found time to finish the plan and waited for C.S. Shichen's comments. C.S. Shichen took it and looked at it carefully, with praise in his eyes. Not bad. You are thinking more and more carefully. But you still need to pay attention to these points. For example, this special feature. You are not a time-honored magic family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Although the teacher thinks that this is useless, the magicians in the magic world still recognize the brand. Without the brand, your special features must be more eye-catching. Otherwise, there is no way for them to ignore your shortcomings. Lucius hesitated. So what you mean is, they didn't really want the family behind them to intervene. They could help. But the meaning of this magic journal would be different if it was named after the family. C.S. Shichen calmly sipped his tea and said with a smile, "You can ask your parents about business matters. They are better than me. As for this special thing." The three good brothers straightened their backs, thinking that Screech was going to plot against them again. C.S. Shichen said calmly, "Do you still remember what the teacher told you before? The 5 schools joint climbing activity?" Sensei opened his mouth and asked anxiously, "Does this have anything to do with our journal?" "Of course." C.S. Shichen tapped the desktop. "Shouldn't the journal feature teaching aids, practical magic props, alchemy props, etc.? Our league is virtual, so a lot of props will drop to help everyone climb the stairs. You can pay more attention to the performance of the little guys climbing the stairs. Use this league as a stepping stone, and push the journal into everyone's vision. You are naturally professional, and it's only a matter of time before you are recognized. Isn't it?" "Is it?" Novice frowned and thought hard, and couldn't help asking, "What exactly is the league climbing activity?" C.S. Shichen pondered for a moment. "A puzzle game? Don't worry. You won't participate anyway. 3 people, ? Helvins, are you sure that what Screech said was that Screech's second-year students would not participate?" Principal Merrim couldn't help but go to greet Principal Helvins. Helvins pulled his lips helplessly. "John, are you too anxious?" Principal Merrim was furious. "How can I not be anxious? That bastard even kidnapped my lore. Now his group of amazing students have joined. We have no hope of being in the top 10. No. The top 20. Helwin shook his head and laughed. "Yes. He said they would not participate, and said that this time we should start from the same starting line. Mainly for the students' entertainment. If the league is good, maybe we can be added to the appraisal meeting. Oh, I hope that by then Screech has solved the arrogance of the Magic Association. Anyway, Helwins is now ready to go all the way with Screech." Principal Merriam thought for a long time and muttered reluctantly, "We can all participate. But he still restricts participation. Isn't that not good?" Helwins looked strange. "John, why do you think that if those senior students participate, Screech students will suffer?" Merriam choked and couldn't speak. "To be honest, I still feel a little guilty. This magic revolution started by Screech started too late, and the teachers' teaching methods and content changed too much. The new students and those who have been delayed for several years seem to be on the same level, except for some very outstanding gifted students. The gap between old students and new students is gradually narrowing. Merriam can naturally see that they are also anxious, rather than being afraid of being at a disadvantage. John is actually more worried that they will not perform as well as the new students, and then give up on themselves. But this cannot be completely blamed on them." John Merriam sighed deeply. Chapter 184. Has anyone signed up for the inter-school climbing competition and the student union? After the summer camp was in full swing, a post dominated the entire forum homepage. Even after a week, it was still being pushed up from time to time for heated discussions. But there was nothing we could do about it. These 2 things were the hottest topics at Screech Academy recently, since hearing Ophelia and the others' revelations. Many first-year students asked their homeroom teachers for details of the incident. Some class teachers said they didn't know. Some asked them to guess, and some asked them to prepare, and it would be soon. But no one told them what was going on. Until a week ago, the class teacher sent a notice to the class group about the launch of the 5-school league and the climbing competition. At that time, the summer camp had just ended, and the students listened to several lectures by leaders of various races, and were seriously summarizing their gains. Then, they saw this news that they had almost put behind their minds. Click in to learn more. First, it explains which 5 schools are participating in the competition. Then explains why this activity is being held. and finally briefly explains the rules and rewards. The point that caught everyone's attention was, this league will be ranked according to the number of floors, and the top 10 challengers of this school will participate in this year's Magic Appraisal meeting at the end of this year. The students were shocked. This year's Magic Appraisal meeting? Are they also qualified to participate? You know, those who participate in the appraisal meeting are generally graduates, which means that Screech's special situation last year allowed the first-year students to go. This year, they had originally agreed that the sophomores would go, as the sophomores were too strong and only they could represent the college. But now, the college wanted to let them see the world? Everyone was confused, hesitant, and excited. They wanted to sign up but didn't dare to. The gap between them and the sophomores was too big. If they went, they would be a drag. But if they didn't go, it would be a pity. For a moment, they were tangled. But soon, the students who were good at communication pried out an unexpected news from the teacher. The sophomores will not participate in this year's appraisal meeting. Oh my God! So if they go, they will have to compete with students from other colleges? Isn't this too exciting? Although some students are worried that they will be embarrassed, more students still decide to sign up at this moment. What if? Screech must have a reason for his decision. Report. This competition is a joint school competition. We can't let them underestimate us. So, when someone brought up this topic on the forum, everyone rushed in. 1. The league has started registration, so the student union is not far away. Right? I remember President Ophelia said that they would start recruiting people. 3. Reliable news. The registration form will be issued soon. It is said that because there are fewer basic courses for the first grade, they can help students adapt to the college more. So the student union is considering recruiting new students at this time to avoid being too busy later. 5. There are fewer basic courses for the first grade. What kind of devilish statement is this? I dare not think about how the second grade will pass. 8. Okay. After so many complaints, aren't everyone better than the other? There are indeed few classes. The students in the theory class 1 have started to read extracurricular books. It is difficult to evaluate the practical class. 11. Forget it. Didn't we sign up for the stair climbing competition? The teacher of our class left us behind for a private class, saying that as long as we sign up, we can enjoy the company of the teachers at midnight. Well, now several of our classmates, who were anxious to sign up, are trying to cancel their registration. 1711 Brother. You can tell at a glance that you are in the middle class. Right? Our slow class is not like this, because the head teacher said that he has a bad memory, and the two classes he teaches are not treated equally in this regard, so it is difficult to remember. He asked us to participate, and the emphasis is on participation. I can't stay in this crappy class for a day. Do you know that I am a slow class player? Ah! 26, haha. Yes, that's right. I asked. The head teachers of the first 5 classes all asked everyone to sign up. What a coincidence. Their students are almost scattered in the first 5 practical classes. Now the practical classes have been increased. I have a feeling that I will be a magic apprentice soon. 33, Class 5? Have you entered the new classroom? The new classroom is awesome blah blah. 45, here we go again. Who doesn't know that the new classroom is good? Isn't it because of my strength? Damn. Is there anyone who can tell me about the student union? Which department is better? 66, new classroom. Just be happy. I know about the student union. Senior Beauroy said before that after the preliminary decision, we will recruit interns in the second half of the first year. After becoming full-time members, we will start working in the second year. If you perform well in the third year, you can be selected for positions such as deputy director. It is said that Screechy is considering whether to rotate positions, but it has not been decided yet. In the fourth year, you will run for director and vice president based on your ability. And in the fifth year, you will run for president. Others will focus on completing graduation requirements. 73. Second-year students. Let me give you some more knowledge. You should be careful when choosing a department. For example, in the departments that Lucius and Chris are in charge of, diligence is a must. And there is always work to do. And the results must be excellent. For example, in the department that Julian is in charge of, lying flat is impossible. But moving forward with a heavy burden is possible. And fighting for Julian is natural. 88. According to the current promotion system, if I don't choose the right department, It means that if I don't choose the right department, I have to be a dog for the minister for 3 years before I can rise? 97. You should say that it means that you can only get rid of your seniors when you are about to graduate. 117. So scary. Let's talk about climbing the stairs. I heard that seniors don't participate in climbing the stairs. How great. 120. It is said that this climbing the stairs is a large-scale challenge platform created by teachers from various colleges, which is comparable to the day of welcoming freshmen. 134. Help. How to cancel the registration for the competition. I am waiting online. Ultimate little guy. Shichen looked at the little guys who were avoiding the plague god one by one, and said unhappily, they should all be forced to register. It was a rare time for him to be kind, but he found out that his students were so lazy. Shichen felt that the study system was too lax. Be nice to your students. Screech. Fanny hesitated to speak, and finally could only hastily leave a useless exhortation. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to make a newspaper? What about Mew Mew? It's a good opportunity recently. I plan to launch a new special issue, and I can just take them to study together, so that they won't be in a hurry later. Shichen pondered for a moment. Didn't many children get the fragments of the Godhead in the Wizard Academy before? Now they are absorbing them, all in this small black room. Under normal circumstances, the magic elements in this small black room are enough, but their digestion of the fragments of the Godhead still consumes a lot of magic elements, causing the small black room to consume magic stones a little faster recently. Fortunately, Shichen has become a little rich. Otherwise he might have to cry poor for those magic stones, and xiao again. Fanny was a little surprised. Fragments of the Godhead? Didn't you say you wanted to kill the gods? For your ideal magic world? A few days ago, Shichen talked to her about the reason for the reduction of magic elements in the magic world. He thought it was related to the trouble in the god realm. It would be best if the gods fell, and then the gap between the god realm and the magic world was broken, so that the magic elements could pour down. By then, the elements will be balanced and matter will be conserved, and there will not be the current situation where the elements are gradually becoming thinner. But now, why do we have to create new gods again? Different Fanny. They are spiritual power converted into magic power, not pure magic elements. Unlike these gods. Shichen spread his hands and said, besides, it's too early for them to become gods. The gods on the mainland are probably dead. Fanny was in a complicated mood. Speaking of this, Shichen took the initiative to change the subject. If you are free recently, why don't you help me and Gore escort a few little guys to various races to receive inheritance? Fanny slowly asked a question mark. And Shichen said calmly, after communicating with the heads of various summer camps, we hit it off. They think our Mew Mew are very good and are likely to be the destined ones to receive the inheritance of the race. So they want to take them back. Without waiting for Fanny to speak, Shichen said, but I said they were not ready. So those responsible went back first. Now that we are ready, we have to find someone to send the children over. Fanny was puzzled. Why me? Well, it's like this. Shichen folded his hands and smiled slightly. I want to send Ophelia and Osido to the Elf Tree of Life to see if they can accept the inheritance of the Tree of Life. But they are human. You know, Fanny. The elves are somewhat xenophobic, and our teachers from the East can't go out casually. And you are the only Western teacher with good eloquence. Fanny. It took her a long time to react. And then she pointed at her nose in shock. You want me to persuade the elves? How can we persuade something that has been discussed? Shichen said calmly. Don't worry. The queen promised me that she would give them a fair chance to compete with the people in the tribe. We just need to persuade the tribe members who are participating in the competition. Fanny choked. What's the difference between this and a polite refusal? Chapter 185. After the registration is over, there is about a month of testing time. The league officially started after the teachers of each college conducted multiple tests to confirm the safety and interactivity. The league officially started around July. The competition lasted for 3 months. Students could use their spare time to participate in climbing the building. The ranking of the students was determined according to the number of floors climbed and the points of climbing the building. When participating in the league, students could choose to be anonymous and only show their numbers, or they could choose to use their real names in order to make the competition more perfect. Other colleges also came to Screech to learn the technology of School Easy Pass. It can be said that the more they communicated, the more they felt that Screech Academy was insurmountable. And at the same time, They gradually showed a sense of pride in their hearts, since Screech could be so open and actively communicate with them for the future of the magic school. What reason did they have to continue to be complacent? No. They even chose to join the education bureau founded by Screech after multiple considerations. Not to repay the favor, but because they believe that this should be the future of their magic school. They believe that the future of their academy will also shine with new brilliance with everyone's joint efforts. During this period, the students of Screech School of Magic are also very busy. Nearly 1/3 of them participated in the climbing competition. In addition to classes, exercise, and practice every day, they also took time to advance their progress. It's impossible for them to be at the bottom after participating. Right? They also want to save face. Compared to students from other academies, they have certain advantages. The way to climb the stairs is mostly to break through levels and arenas. In terms of arenas, they may not have much experience in fighting, but in breaking through levels, they have enough experience. No other college's teachers are as bad as their college's teachers, but one thing that makes people grit their teeth is that if you fail to climb the stairs, you will go back 5 to 10 floors. If you fail once, all the time you have worked on before will be in vain. This made the forum quite lively, and everyone was complaining about this system. They guessed that this rule was definitely set by their teachers, and it felt too familiar. In addition, the students of Screech had 2 more activities, one of which was the student union recruitment. They needed to be interviewed and become a glorious intern student union member. The other one is to prepare for the upcoming appraisal meeting. In October, they will start to decide the members and teachers who will participate in this appraisal meeting, and then go to this year's appraisal meeting in November. For this matter that all teachers and students in the school are concerned about. The senior students will still take time to chat together even if their days are difficult. Bo Ray, who is already a senior magician, is still very worried. Last year, the Magic Association made trouble and seemed to raise the standards of the appraisal meeting. If they only send first-year students to participate this year, will they not even make it to the top 8? Last year was so brilliant. But this year it's not going to work. Not only will the freshmen be hit, but it will also have a big impact on next year's enrollment. Right? Bori touched his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Is Screech really not going to let us go? If they are worried that they are too strong, they can actually let everyone who was barely an intermediate magician last year go with them. Navia said helplessly, Bori. Last year because of the Magic Association and us. In fact, all the colleges cheated more or less. This year is different. The Magic Association has taken a step back. If we go with them again, it will be suspected of being a slap in the face. This year, the Magic Association did not set such a high standard, and silently returned to the original requirements. There was no need for Screech to hold on to it again. Does anyone still think Screech is not good enough? How is it possible? Lucia snorted and walked over leisurely. Have you passed your professional courses? Bori? You are already worried about the appraisal meeting. Bori, Lucius. Have you passed your professional courses? Excuse me. You even have 3 courses to retake. Their graduation requirements are very high, and if they don't meet them, they will fail. Now everyone is having a headache. Skreeg asked us to clear the courses as soon as possible. What does he mean? Is there going to be another change next year? When it comes to their courses, everyone is happy to waste time chatting together when they are rarely together. Even though they have been told about the training plan, they still feel nervous about how the future will develop. And Ophelia feels that she has a say in this. No new changes. But, Ophelia sighed, in the 3rd grade, we start specialized learning. Bori was shocked. Aren't we specialized learning now? Ophelia shook her head. It means one-on-one specialized learning. Such as me. She pointed at herself and said helplessly, Screech said that I should learn how to be a good king. And my father will come to teach me from time to time. He has talked to my father. Bori, Novice looked at Bori's gloomy face and said with a smile, so it is not suitable for us to go to the appraisal meeting. The time is too tight. By the way, Ophelia, aren't you going to leave the college with Fanny? Why haven't you left yet? Novice was very curious. Ophelia closed her eyes. Soon. I will leave after the tutoring course. She never thought that the joy of learning knowledge would one day make her avoid it. But on the other hand, Screech really treated them as his own children and carefully nurtured them. Perhaps even parents could not be as careful as him. So even though they were tired, they would still grit their teeth and do everything as perfectly as possible. so as not to disappoint Screech's efforts. As they chatted, the topic changed, until someone suddenly asked, "Will Screech still lead the appraisal meeting this year?" Everyone was silent, and fell into deep thought. It's hard to say. Last year was the key. What about this year? Will Screech still go with the students to attend the appraisal meeting? Are you going to lead the team this year? Fanny is about to leave the college with the kids, and they might not come back for a few months. Her journal will be temporarily managed by Shichen, and she is very relieved about it. So relieved that she can directly ask about the smallest things in a few months. Shichen is going to lead the team, but I am not responsible for the students. I am mainly responsible for getting the college to join. Shichen chuckled and said, "Now the preparations of the Education Bureau are almost done. After the 5-school league is over, everyone will have a deeper impression, and will naturally be willing to join." Fanny was silent and hesitant. "You mean, you want to recruit people into your Education Bureau on the territory of the Magic Association?" Shichen didn't think there was any problem. "We will have to fight sooner or later. I have collected a lot of evidence of the crimes of the Magic Academy. If they didn't have many legendary wizards and a greater influence, I wouldn't have delayed until now to deal with them." Shichen has never concealed his ambitions, but he doesn't quite understand why the people of the Magic Association have not responded to them so far, compared to the time when his qualifications were blocked before. The current Magic Association is more like a Buddhist. This made Shichen wonder what might be waiting for him at the upcoming appraisal meeting. But this was also good news for him. As long as this corrupt behemoth is solved, there will be no obstacles to the development of his Education Bureau, and they can plan the future development of the Magic Academy more quickly. Shichen had a hunch that the future he dreamed of was getting closer and closer. "Well, I hope you got what you want when I come back," Fanny said with a smile, and then said, "Can I take Vivian with me? With her around, I'd be more confident." "Sure," Shichen nodded, thinking for a moment. The Elf Forest is very close to the headquarters of the Church of Light. If you need help, you can ask Russell for help, even though Russell may be a little busy without the Pope now. For the future of his children, he must be willing to do more work. Shichen and Fanny discussed a few more times, and Fanny also gave Fanny full blessings. Fanny waved her hand and set off with the little ones, who had been prepared. Everything was moving in the expected direction. The gears of fate turned again, and the magic continent slowly moved towards another path that had never been imagined. Chapter 186. Fanny and the others left the academy shortly after the league started. They thought they could come back before the appraisal meeting, but unexpectedly, some small accidents happened on the way. When Darren and other students who were originally from their own race went to receive the inheritance of their race, they adapted well and were easily accepted. But for a period of time afterwards, they needed the help of the elders of their own race to consolidate their current strength. So they still couldn't leave with Fanny and the others. After Fanny and the leaders of each tribe agreed on a time to meet again, she took Ophelia and Osido to the holy land of the elves. The Queen of Elf is already waiting here. To be honest, sending 2 humans to her holy land to meet the Tree of Life was a great pressure for the Queen. Even if it is said that only if the mother tree of the elf race recognizes them, they are qualified to obtain the inheritance of the elf race, there will still be many xenophobic elves who oppose it. Fortunately, this can be regarded as a kind of exchange of interests. From Screech, the future king of the elf race has already obtained the godhood that he should get, and they no longer need the mysterious inheritance of the elf race. In addition, the inheritance of the elves is indeed very selective. For thousands of years, no elves have been recognized. Only then did they barely persuade a group of elf elders to come to the Holy Land to soak in the Fountain of Life. If they can get the recognition of the Mother Tree, the elves will no longer object. When the Queen led people to the depths of the elf forest, her face was full of apologies. "I'm sorry. I can only fight for you to use the Fountain of Life. But I have discussed with the elders that if you can't get the recognition of the Mother Tree, you can also practice in the Fountain of Life for at least a week until your magic power is full. It's already very good, Your Majesty." Ophelia smiled shyly and said seriously, "Whether we are recognized or not, we are extremely grateful to you and Screech for giving us this opportunity to change our destiny." Osido didn't know what to say, so he could only follow Ophelia's words and said, "Yes." The Queen smiled gently and said, "You will definitely be an excellent leader in the future." As she said that, she stopped at a barrier and said, "The rest of the journey may only be walked by the 2 of you." A small ripple-shaped door suddenly appeared in the barrier in front of them, waiting for Ophelia and Osido to step in. Ophelia and Osido subconsciously turned around and looked at the three teachers who had been silent. Vivian smiled and said, "Go, kids. I hope you will return with a lot of things." She blinked and said playfully, "I will wait for you outside." Fanny also said, "Gore will take good care of you." As for her, she may have to discuss cooperation with Stern and Screech with the queen of the elf tribe. Building relationships. Isn't that the most important reason for her to come out? Even Fanny is so generous as to build relationships. So it seems that there is really no special explanation for Screech. Ophelia pondered, turned around and stepped into the door first. Osido followed closely behind. In fact, he didn't quite understand why he was called to follow. Ophelia is a natural elemental magician, and it is normal for her to be called to round up the various elements that make up life. But he is just a prophecy magician who can peek at the answer, and his talent is not that good. Osido doesn't understand it very well. As soon as he stepped in, he lost sight of Ophelia, and his overly honest face became confused. Under his feet, a colorful rainbow river flowed slowly, and the shore was a wasteland. The whole sky seemed to have a big hole, and various elements gradually escaped from the hole, barely weaving into an invisible, fine and dense net. Where is this? Osido became alert. This doesn't look like the so-called elves. He looked around, silently running the magic and mental power in his body, and was surprised to find that the magic elements around him were very thick, even to the point where it was difficult to absorb. Similarly, these magic elements are also very ferocious and active. Osido is sure that if he dares to absorb them into his body, they will definitely rebel in his body. Cold sweat is about to fall from Osido's forehead. Coming? A slightly heavy voice sounded. Osido clenched the talisman in his hand and slowly looked at the source of the sound. At first, there was nothing in that place. But now a gray-haired woman in a simple long dress suddenly appeared. The other party was about 30 or 40 years old, with a pair of eyes that seemed to have experienced vicissitudes of life and full of wisdom. She smiled very kindly and patted the barren land. "Sit down." Osido didn't dare to move, or even speak. If he had known this would happen, he should have bought a few forbidden spell scrolls at the mission center. Now he really has no protection at all. The woman didn't get angry when she saw Osido didn't sit down. She smiled lightly and reached out to touch the river water, letting the beautiful but dangerous river water flow by. Her expression gradually became indifferent. She looked at her reflection in the lake and sighed deeply. "So, why you?" she said to herself. "The old and the new are replaced, and the rules are discarded after use. It's really cruel." Osido was confused. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was dangerous, but he couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only bite the bullet and talk to the other party. "You asked me to come here? What's the matter?" Thinking about it, it shouldn't be his initiative to come here. He should be soaking in the fountain of life. The woman didn't answer his question, but raised her eyes, and her sharp eyes were like a hypnotic pocket watch, controlling Osido at once. She spoke softly. "What's your name?" Osido murmured subconsciously, "Osido." "No. Your name is Death Row 019. Her face was cold, and a series of complex red threads crawled around Osido like snakes. "You should have been hanged. But after being rescued by the association, you were lucky enough to gain the gift of prophecy. And then as the prophet behind the association, you helped the association save the world." The woman spoke softly. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter, but the red threads seemed to be afraid and were reluctant to enter Osido's body. The woman's expression became more and more ugly, and the anger in her heart grew. They were originally for the future of this world, to prevent the world from falling into despair. But the world was still so ruthless, and abandoned them all for self-preservation. The more you understand fate, the more chilling it is. The woman sat by the river like a sculpture. It didn't matter. She had plenty of time. As long as the boy designated by the new destiny was still here, she still had a chance. "Osido?" Ophelia looked at the fairyland-like surroundings and called out to her companions. But whether they were not teleported together or for some other reason, Ophelia could not find Osido. The surroundings were empty, and she was the only one. The shallow river just reached her ankles. Ophelia pondered for a moment and decided to try the recognition of the tree of life first. She strode towards the towering tree, hesitated for 2 seconds, gently stretched out her hand, and pressed it against the branches that seemed to have life. Ophelia didn't know how to communicate with the mother tree. She followed her heart, closed her eyes, and tried to sense the emotions and information conveyed by the other party. The various elements in her body started to run spontaneously, forming one cycle after another. Ophelia exuded the breath of nature from the inside out. The tree in front of her moved its branches and leaves slightly, and gradually responded to this small natural cycle. Closing her eyes, Ophelia seemed to be one with the tree. She saw what the tree wanted her to see. The burning fire all over the sky, the elves who came one after another, and the royal elves looking back calmly and reluctantly. Ophelia was stunned for a moment, and her expression gradually became complicated. That might be the future of the elves. Just like what I saw in the fallen god of time. A complete tragedy. This is the mother tree of the elves asking for help and hinting to its most promising child. Run away. Ophelia was silent for a moment, and her expression softened. I can't guarantee that humans will be able to live in harmony with the elves in the future without friction. But if the elves, humans, and even other races are annihilated in the future, I will definitely be there. I will be a warrior who guards until the last moment. Until my soul dies. Ophelia's voice was gentle but firm. She always knew how insignificant she was, and that human power was limited. But she thought, if there really was a day in the future when the race, and even the world were in an inevitable crisis, she also wanted to be that insignificant stone. Even if it could only block for 10 minutes. So that her people, and the people she loved could see this beautiful world again. It would be worth it. Perhaps because she could not convince Ophelia. The mother tree gradually fell silent, as if resisting communication with her. Ophelia didn't care. She wasn't an elf, so it was natural that she couldn't inherit the legacy. She found a place with a strong breath of life, sat cross-legged, and began to practice magic. She couldn't leave behind too many of her desperate companions. Ophelia and her friends had been away for quite a while, and October was coming soon. The 5 Schools League was also coming to an end. Although at the beginning, students from other colleges were not very familiar with climbing stairs, which gave Screech's freshmen a big advantage. But after everyone became familiar with the teacher's operations, the competition for climbing stairs became fierce. As freshmen, the first-year students were still too immature. Some of them who participated in the competition were just magic apprentices. Some had just activated their spiritual power, and only a few were junior magicians. They did lack a lot of experience compared to students from other schools, who had studied magic for many years, and even had professional guidance for several years. In the later period, except for a few who were still chasing after students from other colleges, the other students almost stopped climbing up, but worked hard to consolidate their floors and rankings to avoid falling down. The ranking of Screech's students is related to their contribution points. The closer they get to the end, the more relieved these students are. If they persist, they can get contribution points. This journey is really not easy. Of course, those students who are still chasing each other are in a hurry. The time is too short. If they can't make a difference, won't it bring shame to the college? The seniors always crushed the seniors when they went to the appraisal meeting. They are going to the appraisal meeting now. Even if they can't compare with the seniors, they can't be too shabby. Right? Everyone worked harder to climb up. Currently, the student with the best grades in Screech was Hollinger, a civilian auditor who was once pushed by the Magic Association. He not only had talent, but also worked hard and persevered to learn. He was also the only intermediate magician among a group of first-year students. He was currently on the 47th floor and ranked 7th in the 5 Schools League ranking. Before and after him, all were seniors. In fact, this result was already amazing enough. But Hollinger was still not satisfied. He is a strict and cautious person, but he also has a little bit of a competitive spirit that is hard to express. He and Novice came to the academy together. Novice has now become a magician, and has won so much reputation for the academy. Why can't he? His talent and efforts may not be as good as Novice, but he can't fall behind too much. Right? Therefore, Hollinger's current requirement for himself is to squeeze into the top 5. But the higher you go in the league, the harder it is to climb. The gap between them is as high as 5 floors. This also means that Hollinger needs time. He doesn't want the league to end early. Also unwilling to end early are students in the first practice class such as Giari, Herman, and Joyce. Under the leadership of Old Man Han, they are already very competitive, familiar with all kinds of pitfalls, and have good talents. They are all holding their breath and trying their best to perform. These people's desperate participation in the competition also put a lot of pressure on other players. So far, except for Herman, who relied on his undead magic to cheat many seniors and ranked 11th. The other students were hovering behind the 20th. Everyone planned to take leave in the last 3 days and launched a sprint. Finally, they lived up to their efforts and got relatively good results. When Xieshichan took their final report, he was very leisurely and chatted with a few old friends. "John, your students have to work hard. 2 of our family can enter the top 10, Xieshichan said casually. "One of them is a good seedling sent by the Magic Association. I must bring him to show off this year. In the top 10, there are 2 from Screech School of Magic. One is Hollinger, who just made it into the top 5. And the other is Herman, who is in 8th place. Xieshichan was very satisfied. John looked at his 3 seedlings and suddenly felt that they were not very attractive. "How did you teach them?" he asked a soul-searching question. Xieshichan touched his chin. How did you teach them?" "Rely on the student's initiative. Self-discipline is the most important thing. At most, we just have more competition." He never thought that his college system would make even the lazy ones jump up and down. He just thought that he had a unique vision and recruited freshmen who all loved learning and magic. "I recently found a batch of alchemical props. I will show them to you at the appraisal meeting, if you have no objection. I want to teach students how to use and make props after they have a good foundation." Big winner, there are 4 top 10 seedlings. Principal Helwins is no longer Loki and said in surprise, "Are you referring to the magical props that appeared when climbing the stairs?" "Yes, but it's not that magical. After all, those props are just perfect as imagined," Xieshichan replied. "I don't think using props is a decadent thing. Now that the magic element has not been solved, students should still have a research spirit. If magic really can't be solved, they can immediately switch to studying science." Xieshichan's calculations were clacking. John and Helwins had no objection. In fact, even if the magic element was solved, students should still study props. There are more and more people who can do magic, and they still need to have their own core competitiveness. Future magicians are not necessarily valuable. Several principals praised their own good seedlings with a fake smile, showing off to each other while talking about business. Without wasting time at all, John Merrim suddenly remembered, "By the way, Anshan, the association arranged the appraisal meeting in the royal city this time. It seems that they don't plan to do more things. How many students do you plan to take with you?" 20, Xieshichan said without thinking. 10 are selected for this competition, and 10 are for other first-year students to compete. Helwins was surprised. "You don't plan to bring..." Helwin shut up halfway through. Skricky, the devil-like guy, raised his students to the level of average intermediate magicians, several senior magicians, and even magicians in just 1 year. If they come again this year, it would indeed be suspected of bullying the weak. But thinking about it, Helwins admired Xieshichan even more. John knew it a long time ago. He curled his lips and said, "Okay, I bring 20 people too. I guess many of them have fought with your students and are familiar with them." Helwins also quickly set the standard of 20 people. Rather than calling it an appraisal meeting, it is better to give their children a chance to meet each other. What is more important for them is to recruit people for the Education Bureau at the appraisal meeting. Speaking of this, even John Merrim and Helwins are not optimistic. They believe that the Magic Association will not sit idly by and wait for death. Maybe there will be some big troubles this time. They could only try to arrange reliable teachers to follow them. It didn't matter to the old bones, but the students had to be well protected. "I don't know what the Magic Association plans to do this year," Merrim murmured in a low voice. It was too quiet, which always gave him a bad feeling. Xieshichan was not worried at all. After chatting happily with everyone, he was in a good mood and issued a notice for the selection of candidates for the appraisal meeting to the first-year students. In addition, he attached a notice for the early final exam. All students who attend the appraisal meeting need to complete the final exam of the year before November. Those who fail need to return to school during the holidays to retake the exam. Oh, yes, I have to mention here that the students who attend the appraisal meeting are almost all in the practical class, and most of them are in the theoretical class. Their exam passing requirements are different from those of ordinary students. As soon as the news came out, all the students who were eager to take the appraisal meeting gave up. "Damn it. I knew Screech would never let us have an easy time." Gary, who had planned to try hard and go out with Joyce, sighed silently. "Joyce, try your best. I won't go with you." Joyce glanced at Gary. Didn't you work hard this semester? Why not give it a try? Gary choked. How could he not work hard? He flirted every day, and was teased by the head teachers every day. It can be said that he was the most familiar with the teachers in the first grade. He was tricked. But this does not mean that Gary is good. He is just another famous conspicuous bag. After thinking about it, he still shook his head frantically. No. I don't deserve it. The final exam of their class was not easy, and Gary didn't plan to make it more difficult for himself. Joyce didn't comment. They were destined to go to the appraisal meeting, and they had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the exam. Oh, yes. I have to work hard to make up for the days I took leave. When will Screech stop cheating people? Gary, who had seen through the principal's bad taste, still refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and signed up. Forget it. If I can't pass, I give it a try and see what fate will decide. Joyce pulled the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Then you have to start reviewing now. Gary was stunned. Why? Joyce looked at the schoolie tone, was silent for a few seconds, and said honestly, Screech said that after the contestants of the appraisal meeting arrive, they will have to train together for at least 2 weeks. Gary, it's October now, and they will leave in November. In less than a month, they have to review, take exams, and train for at least 2 weeks? Does Screech really not think there is anything wrong with this schedule? 2 more weeks of training? Gary scratched his head frantically. I haven't memorized the theory lessons yet. Where do I get the time to review? Avonlea groaned. Make up exams during the holidays? Gary was helpless. The holidays had been taken by Teacher Emoshusey, because she said she didn't want to go home. Teacher Emoshusey, who was worried about her loneliness, decided to stay in school during the holidays and give her some private lessons with her seniors. If any good friends also want to stay in school, Teacher Mo is also very welcome. Avonlea held back for a moment and whispered, Then you should sleep less recently. In fact, you only need to practice your mental strength for 2 hours to be very energetic when we use the body refining potion. Anyway, you are already quite tall. It doesn't matter if you sleep less. Right? Glasson was helpless. She didn't even understand why she was so enthusiastic to get into the top 10. For those 10 contribution points? For the good extra training of Teacher Moxuzi? Or for the honor of the cheating Screech? She didn't know that she was really in a state of panic now. Not only those students who had already decided to go to the appraisal meeting were very excited, but also those who were hesitant about whether to go or not. Going to the appraisal meeting can increase contribution points and credits. It is said that next year Skricky is going to add credits as one of the indicators to measure their graduation standards. It would be good to get some in advance. Right? After struggling and hesitating. In the end, many brave students gritted their teeth and signed up. They were students who were going to graduate with honors. How could they stop at this moment? It was just the final exam. Wasn't it? They could. The students signed up within 3 days. And on the 4th day, the teachers called them together for the assessment. After the remaining 10 contestants were selected, the training time and the exam time were immediately announced. It was so fast that they suspected that the college wanted all students to take the exam in advance, no matter how complicated their mood was. Time was moving forward slowly. It was less than a week before their exam. To be honest, most of the 20 candidates were actually mentally prepared for the make-up exam, who made them encounter the 8 pages of tricky questions in the first monthly exam. On the day of the exam, Gary even wore a test charm, which he didn't know if it would work, praying for a little luck. He and Joyce were the only ones in their dormitory who got a place, and they came together to take the exam in advance. On the way, they met Hollinger and Stephen, 2 former auditors. Hollinger? Gary waved his hand, chatted with him in a familiar way, and asked casually, Do you know what the final exam is like? Is it similar to our monthly exam? Not sure. Hollinger shook his head. I asked the seniors. They said that if you learn the key points thoroughly, you won't get a low score. Unless we want to cheat. Gary laughed. Is it Senior Bori? He's so funny. How dare we cheat? This is a magic school. No. It's Senior NASA. Hollinger said expressionlessly. Senior Bori's original words were, Take the exam boldly. Even if you don't pass. It's only 50 contribution points. And you can solve it by going to Eugene's laboratory a few more times. Gary, yes. I was sweating a lot. Stephen heard this for the first time and asked curiously, Senior Naza is not a big liar. Does the college allow cheating? I don't recommend it. Alia arrived later, smiled slightly, and spread her hands. Guess why Senior Naza emphasized low scores? Gary, the only good senior he chose to trust. After chatting for a few words, several students hurried to the exam room that was temporarily arranged. They were all in the fast-track class, and the learning content was mostly the same, and the progress of the basic courses was exactly the same, so they could take most exams together. After entering the exam room, they activated the desks as usual, and then waited for the invigilator to arrive at their seats. When there were 10 minutes left before the exam, the invigilator came. The first one was Old Man Han, who walked in cheerfully and saw the exam talisman he gave Gary around his neck, and his smile became more sincere. Little Bori, you guys go to the back to supervise the exam. I'm too old to walk, so I sit in the front to direct the exam. Bori shrugged. Okay. Tell me what you want. He, Novice, and Arabe were assigned to help with the first exam. Several seniors walked to the end without looking around, found a table and sat down, waiting for the exam to start with a gloating look. Navius helped to open the test paper bags and distribute the test papers. Old Man Han threw all the work to them, and then said to the little guys earnestly, Our college has a tradition of cultivating students' diversity and adaptability. So during the exam, everyone must keep their original intentions. If they can't keep their original intentions, it's no big deal. You can try again next year. As he said this, Old Man Han quickly counted with his fingers and smiled more kindly. Old man, I counted with my fingers. At least half of you will need to retake the exam. Students. Ah? Is it true? They widened their eyes. But no student chose to give up, especially the class led by Old Man Han. They deeply understood that the more times like this, the more they cannot compromise. Otherwise it will be even worse. But it is undeniable that Old Man Han made them feel uneasy, especially since they were not sure in the first place. Novice handed out the test papers silently, quickly walked to the back row and sat with his friends, and sighed softly. Here it comes again. Teacher Han never gets tired of playing this psychological tactic. Bo Rui was happy and whispered to Novice, Guess. Did 10 people have to take the makeup exam in the end? Yes. Although it was a psychological tactic. Novice still nodded affirmatively. His fortune-telling has never failed. Old Man Han especially likes to tell them after he has calculated bad divinations for them again and again, and then watch them try to change their fate but fail to do so, and look dejected. Then, he will tell them that only by trying hard can they know whether they can change. If they can change, he will ask Xieshichin to give them 100 contribution points. Continue to trick students into changing their fate. Of course, the first-year students have not experienced this yet, so they probably have to start training gradually. Right? Borui thought that they had only changed their fortune once in just 1 month, and they worked hard together, so he was even more gloating. It seems that many junior students will study with them during the holidays. Thinking far away, the exam bell rang, and Borui and Novice also quieted down, watching the students in front of them writing hard, and did not move for the time being. This year, their final exam papers were all fill-in-the-blank questions, without even a big question or multiple-choice questions, which looked a bit difficult. For the students, the more difficult challenge is not only the difficulty of the final exam, but how to concentrate on the exam. 10 minutes into the exam, Old Man Han flicked his whisk, and Arabelle took out his small magic wand speechlessly and chanted a spell silently. Soon, several thin black shadows appeared silently on the ground. The black shadow gently tugged at the students' trouser legs, and the students subconsciously lowered their heads and were startled by the black mist that emerged. Ah! Some students even almost stood up. And Old Man Han shook his head. Leaving your seat will deduct points for the paper. The students hurriedly sat down again, looking at the threatening black shadow, confused. What is this? What is it doing? Old Man Han smiled and flicked his whisk again, and Bo Ray opened his fingers slightly, and a purple-black lightning appeared in his palm. Lightning was brewing, and there were bursts of crackling sounds. Even if the students were slow, they still reacted. Diversity? Adaptability? Taking an exam in this environment? They subconsciously covered their test papers, fearing that the environment would ruin their test papers, and they would have to take a make-up exam directly. Bo Ray held back his laughter, followed the instructions of Old Man Han, and went out to call for thunder and lightning. The occasional rumbling sound and the occasional black fog caused them great trouble. Worried, irritable, and gradually unable to concentrate. They never thought that the most difficult part of the final exam was to learn to focus. But they knew better that if they couldn't calm down, they could only blame themselves. They had taken many meditation room courses in their study career this year, and their practical courses were becoming more and more diverse. They knew that these were actually one of the ways to test their learning results this year. Calm down. Calm down. Try to calm down. The most important thing is to finish the test before the end of the test. They recalled the various calming methods taught by the teachers, and it took them more than 10 minutes to let them concentrate on answering the question seriously. A lot of time was wasted. It seems that they have to speed up. The students thought in their hearts and answered the question seriously. Time passed little by little, and Old Man Han tapped the whisk again very gently. The next moment, Novice put his hands together, and the test papers in the whole classroom seemed to have been erased by an eraser. They returned to the state they were in 5 minutes ago, looking at the test paper that suddenly had more than 10 questions missing. Even a calm person like Hollinger couldn't help but curse. The final exam lasted 3 days, and 20 students actually lost several pounds after the exam. Under the command of the invigilator, the seniors created an unparalleled exam environment for them, which opened their eyes and also taught them to be cautious, careful, and Buddhist. Now they no longer care whether they have to take the makeup exam or not. They just hope to go back and get some sleep, and then deal with the upcoming unknown training camp. Yes, after the exam, Principal Screech calculated that they still had 4 weeks of intensive training, including the time on the road. Good news. Xie Shichen kindly gave them a day off, and asked them to gather at the back mountain the day after tomorrow for an intensive training. After 3 weeks of training, they would have to train while traveling. Although this appraisal meeting was not that important, it could not be too embarrassing. The 20 students were still very naive, and did not see any hint of a difficult future from this so-called day off. Only the senior students who followed the exam had a vague guess, and none of them left, standing in groups of 3 or 2 beside Xie Shichen, quietly waiting for him to speak. Xie Shichen pretended to be surprised. How do you know I miss you? Meow. Chris took a deep breath. Scritch. We don't need this kind of courtesy between us. Okay. Xie Shichen spread his hands, looking helpless. You have grown up, and you don't like teachers to say things about you. Meow was silent. Is there anyone who doesn't know that arsenic must be included with scricky sugar? Is it true? Xie Shichen really didn't cheat his students this time. He had something to ask of them. It's like this. Teacher Ariel and I agree that only when we flee quickly can we unleash our greatest potential and the power of unity. Xie Shichen said sincerely. So I plan to start an endless battle royale before the training camp. The gap between us teachers is too big. There is really no other way. I can only turn to you. My dear children, Xie Shichen said. His fox eyes curved, chased to death. I believe you can do it. Meow. Surprise. Bo Rui was the first to grin. I guarantee to complete the task. Lucius was alert. Really only let us chase? No one chased us. Xie Shichen's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded heavily. Of course. There is a big gap between us and you. If we arrange to chase you, why do we ask you to chase the first graders? Lucius always felt that this seemed a bit strange. Chapter 187. Perhaps it was because Xie Shichen's expression was too innocent this time that Lucius hesitated whether to believe him once. But without giving them time to think deeply, Xie Shichen arranged a series of training schedules for them. It was very tight and very deadly. At that time, Novice was still naive and thought that this training schedule, which was accurate to the minute, might be where Screech was playing tricks on them. Such a high-intensity training, even they could not bear it, because they need to output continuously. And these freshmen only need to run away. Novice thought so. And he also persuaded Bori in this way. But Screech still disappointed him. Standing in the forest of the back mountain, after the freshmen had scattered and dodged for half an hour, Xie Shichen let them chase people. In such a large back mountain, chasing 20 freshmen who had been running for half an hour. Vera was not sure. Screech, are you sure this can serve as exercise? Of course. I'm trying something new for the freshmen. Xie Shichen answered confidently. Let's imagine. What is the characteristic of our Screech? The old students were silent. The characteristic of Screech. Is this something that can be said? A dozen people hesitated, fearing that if they said the word pit, They would be driven crazy by Screech today. Shichen asked and answered himself without changing his expression. Of course, it is our legendary body training. Students, just be happy. Shichen finished his own question and answer, and did not continue to keep the suspense. But explained, I think. Not only should we show the outside world the strength of our freshmen, but also let our freshmen admire the body training very much, and spontaneously go to the outside world to promote us. So, everyone had a bad premonition. Boom! Circles of magic circles lit up in every corner of the back mountain, and they found that their mental power and magic power could not function. Lucius opened his mouth. Scritch. You? Before he finished speaking, Shichen smiled and said, the back mountain is a bit big, so let's do it in 15 minutes. Relying on the bodybuilding skills you have practiced for so long. Find all the freshmen within 15 minutes. Afterwards, each freshman can rest for 5 minutes every half an hour, and the rest error must not exceed 30 seconds. It's time to test your strength and tacit understanding. Kids, I guess only you can do such a difficult task. Right? Meow meow, Damn it. Flattering again. Can this be done by flattering? These freshmen have been hiding for half an hour. God knows where they are. Chris restrained himself and cursed F***K. His already thin body looked even more shaky, as if it would break at any time. But they didn't even have time to curse, because Shichen lowered his head and opened his pocket watch, and slowly said with a regretful tone, 1 minute has passed. Before he finished speaking, the students scattered and moved quickly in all directions in a tacit understanding. They couldn't rely on magic, nor could they use the wind element, but they could still get closer and locate the location by sound. It was just a little difficult. Damn Screech! The students almost cried. Was this a training camp for the freshmen or for them? Meow Meow and the others didn't know. They tried their best, and finally found all 20 freshmen before the 15-minute countdown was about to end. Then, the disaster came. Each freshman was found at a different time, and they rested at different times after escaping. But in order to prevent them from having a long rest time and being accused by Screech of resting, everyone could only drive them away like sheep. The most infuriating thing is that these freshmen can use magic, but they can't. Vera was going crazy. I'm going to kill that green-haired bastard. Why is he so lazy? Calm down. Chris glanced at the current situation. We only need to be responsible for the freshmen we chased and found before. The most we can mark is 3, which is still relatively easy. After all, the difference in strength is there, so it is not that difficult. On the contrary, these freshmen were chased and out of breath. They really didn't have a chance to breathe for 10 seconds unless they had a break. The seniors were scared to death of Screech's rounding. Of course, Vera understood, but it was still very annoying. Who made these freshmen act like rabbits? She thought it was an easy job, but now she is sweating. The image of a lady, the mysterious attitude, are all gone. How could Screech treat them like this? Host, Meow Meow seems to be able to handle it with ease. App was eager to increase the difficulty for the little guys. Shichen certainly knew. Wait, once the new students have adapted, the old students can also increase the intensity. 1 training camp. Training 2 groups of people. Really good. Shichen found a rocking chair from somewhere. Rocking it, looking at the various red and green dots on his record disc, and operating this new teaching aid with a smile. Soon, the 20 green dots on the record disc were suddenly scattered next to the red dots. Sorry. The teacher's hand just shook a little, and the position of the first-year student seems to have changed. Please pay more attention. Meow Meow, The freshmen who were teleported within 10 meters of the old students. They couldn't bear it anymore, and they started to run away while screaming like crazy. No one wanted to experience the various punishments that Screech had suddenly thought of, although everyone was secretly cursing Shichen. The official confrontation was still between seniors and freshmen, so the seniors were angry that the freshmen hit quickly, and they also became serious, making the freshmen miserable. The freshmen were angry that the seniors were looking for them fiercely, and they secretly planned to hide more secretly while cursing, and even used the knowledge they had learned so far to set traps for the seniors, which also increased the difficulty for the seniors to find people. After a half-day training session, the freshmen collapsed on the grass one by one, wishing to make the grass their home. The seniors looked calm, but only they knew how much sweat they had shed in their training suits. When Shichen came over with the potion, The seniors took a big step back, as if they had seen some kind of monster. Shichen glanced at the young students, who had not exercised for a long time, and did not pursue the matter. Instead, he distributed the potion to them one by one. Very good. Everyone held on the first day. We have to work hard in the future. We don't have much time left for training. Freshmen who couldn't even move a finger, Still, I need to work harder. Among them, Gary, who came here just to accompany his roommate, regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Who on earth wanted to attend the appraisal meeting? Oh, it was him. Not only did he experience the devilish final exams and devilish training, but he also had devilish vacations and devilish makeup exams in the future. Devil. Why did he go to the appraisal meeting in the first place? Why? Except for a few freshmen who were very determined. The other freshmen all felt regretful to some extent. They are happy to win glory for the school and show off their achievements. But if the price is at least 2 weeks of devilish training. My whole body is starting to hurt. Shichen's training lasted for 2 weeks. And there was a new trick every day. Of course, Shichen didn't do it randomly. And it was mainly to test the new teaching tools he bought. If it is useful, research and promote it, so that everyone can share the benefits in the future. Right? As the first batch of guinea pigs using these teaching tools. They are extremely supportive of such useful teaching tools being spread to various colleges and benefiting the masses. Really? I will help promote it later. Time passed quietly during the hard training. And soon it was time for them to go to the appraisal meeting. Shichen was not that scary. He did not let them continue training during the trip. Instead, he gave them some theoretical lessons to relax their bodies and minds. He did not forget to briefly talk about some small grievances between the academy and the Magic Association to prevent students from being targeted at the appraisal meeting and not being able to find the reason. This time, the appraisal meeting was held in the suburbs of the royal city, which was a very unexpected place. It was so normal that they all suspected that the Magic Association was planning to make a big fuss secretly this year. But the reality was very surprising. This appraisal meeting was really normal. The magic flying boat of Screech Academy landed, and the students entered the venue one by one under the guidance of the teachers. They were not harassed. It can even be said that the staff of these associations were very serious, as if they had no idea of the past grudges between them. The accompanying old man Han touched his chin and seemed to see something. Puppet? Are there puppets in this world? Shichen was surprised. Puppet? Do you mean the kind controlled by the necromancer? Isn't this a sorcery? It's not that Shichen looked down on sorcery. The necromancers use dead bodies to make puppets. The kind without souls. Puppets with souls are called forbidden arts. Shichen knew that some magicians made them, but it was obviously difficult to prohibit them. He could only not investigate them until they came to his eyes. I've gone off topic. The most important thing is that the Magic Association used to suppress even students of the Dark Department. But now they use puppets openly. It's hard to guess what they are thinking. Old Man Han was not very clear. He just felt that these people's rigid movements were very much like puppets. He did not understand the production methods of this world. Let's take a look again. They are similar but not quite, Old Man Han said, and did not continue to move his eyes to them, fearing to alert the enemy. Shichen also secretly took note and became more careful. After testing their strength and confirming that they were all magicians, the students could follow the teachers into the venue and get a station. Shichen still chose to stick with the colleges of Malum and Helwins. In the climbing competition, the students from the 5 participating colleges almost all got to know each other, especially those who participated in the appraisal meeting, who were basically the students who climbed to the front row. They had fought countless times and were very familiar with each other. After everyone arrived, they greeted each other and were let out by the teachers to hang out. Although they were not students from the same college, they had fought and cooperated with each other. After a few words of familiarity, they were very casual and made an appointment to check out the place together, especially for the freshmen of Screech. After the training, everywhere seems like a place to hide, and wherever they go, they have to think about how to run fast and cool. Have you trained? Our college has provided unified training for those of us who don't have much experience. Indistinctly, you can hear the talkative freshmen asking and showing off. And they also know what it means to don't air dirty laundry in public. They all report good news, but not bad news. They don't talk about how hard the training is, but how gratifying the results of the training are. Some even simply exchanged ideas on the spot, attracting many students to stop and watch. After the teachers let the students go, they did not just leave them alone, but paid attention to them from time to time. Even the principals of various schools felt dazed when they saw this harmonious scene. It has been a long time since I have seen such a friendly scene. It feels like we are all in the same school. It's good to be young. There is no conflict that can't be solved by fighting, Principal Merriam said cheerfully. I have to admit that the 5 Schools League is very important to the students of our colleges. Helvin sighed. I have been the principal for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen students get along so friendly. It's not that there is no friendship, but it is too close. It is so close that even teachers who are not very familiar with each other will suspect that students from their own colleges have secretly followed them. The original intention of holding the appraisal meeting is to stop at a certain point, applaud when meeting a strong person, and be willing to guide when meeting a weak person. But since when? The appraisal meeting has become a place for everyone to compete with each other. They cheat and deceive, and even let students delay graduation, just to show off. Shichen shrugged and suggested very naturally, there are still too few competitions. Think about it, John. If there are various authoritative single-system magic competitions, world magic competitions, alchemy competitions, regional competitions, race competitions, there are too many competitions in the future. We can't have them all, right? Then there will be a focus. Each college has its own characteristics that it is proud of. Each college will focus more on the cultivation of students' mentality. Of course there is competition, but more of it is friendship and gaining knowledge. The blueprint outlined by Shichen rekindled their old hearts. Yes, let alone increasing the number of competitions. As long as we follow the current pace, what is there to worry about vicious competition? Everyone has a sense of competition, but it is no longer limited to an appraisal meeting, but is in full bloom. They dare not imagine how beautiful the future will be. Seeing that they were moved, Shichen struck while the iron was hot. You are also the first generation of builders and participants of the Education Bureau. What do you think of my development plan for the Education Bureau? Helvin said succinctly. It's exciting enough. Merriam also nodded. It's very beneficial to students and the development of the magic world. Then, Shichen blinked and put forward his own idea. We have some reputation now, so why not contact everyone privately and share the happiness? Helvins and Merriam, just recruit people. Why do you have to say it so high-soundingly? Merriam said expressionlessly. Let me make it clear first. You can recruit people, but you can't force them to build a basic college. This is not Merriam making a fuss. Although the basic college is really good, after the current development, they also see the potential of the basic college. However, this is indeed a long process, and it is difficult for other principals to choose to toast to their ideals with them. If there is this precondition, it will become very difficult to attract people to join. Shichen certainly understands that you have to eat step by step. Once people are tricked in, there will always be a way to make them voluntarily build the college. Shichen agreed immediately. Of course, I will never force others. Didn't you also voluntarily build the basic college? Malum and Hellwinds, Although, it always feels a bit strange, Shichen also said in advance, but I think you have seen my actions. At the latest in 4 years, my Screech Academy will build a basic magic academy and a professional magic academy. If everyone can't keep up with Screech's progress, you can't blame me for the source of students. Malum and Hellwinds, Damn it. He said so. Can they still not build a new academy? The basic college is indeed a long process, but the basic magic college is not. It is equivalent to the future Skriki becoming more professional, while they are still teaching students to learn magic in a sloppy way. Merriam took a deep breath and didn't care about other colleges. She whispered to Shichen, how do you divide it? Shichen was also generous in sharing his thoughts. Didn't we discuss it before? If magicians are everywhere, everyone must have their own competitiveness. It happens that I got a better piece of land, so why not just separate the colleges according to basic and professional? After a pause, he continued, the Basic Magic Academy will lay the foundation for students, and they will learn the basic use of magic in a comprehensive manner in at least 5 years. The Professional Magic Academy will refine their learning direction and increase their competitiveness after graduation. At the same time, when the Basic Magic Academy is promoted to the Professional Magic Academy, it can also conduct unified assessments to more accurately select suitable students and reduce the teaching pressure of teachers. Miriam and Helwins only knew about Shichun's plan before. But now that Shichun has explained it to them in detail, they can no longer sit still. If they wait until Screech Academy builds a branch in 5 years before going to study, they will be so late. Now it is only a gap of 20 students. But in the future it may be a gap of tens of thousands of students. This must catch up with the trend. Helvins asked directly, during the construction period of your new academy. Can we help you in any way? It is not in vain for him to refer to it. He can help. Shichun's smile deepened, of course. After the appraisal meeting, I will take you to see it even if you don't mention it. Otherwise, if only his family goes to college in the future, what's the point of taking the college entrance examination? Shichun thought and worried. Only a few of us are preparing in advance. Will they? Helvins pondered for a moment. We will first recruit people to join this gathering. And when they get enough benefits and see the beauty of the future, they will take the initiative to ask us. It's not a good deal to rush to the front. Even if they want everyone to keep up with the pace of this change, they can't show too much urgency. As for recruiting people this time, Miriam patted his chest. Leave the association to me. We will find a place to gather and try to get everyone to become members of the Education Bureau. Don't worry. We won't cross the red line of the Magic Association. Besides, the Education Bureau is now under the banner of helping the Magic Association to win people's hearts. The 3 principals analyzed the current needs and arranged each other's tasks without any hesitation. When the students were winning glory for the school, they also quietly recruited people and held a small meeting. The specific content of the meeting was very rich, but it was basically just a big pie that Shichun painted for Principal Miriam and the others. As expected, everyone chose to join this harmless Education Bureau in order to get cheaper and richer teaching resources and to get more professional teacher support. They were indeed very vigilant. The benefits of this Education Bureau were too good, which made people a little worried about whether there was something waiting for them. But on second thought, maybe it was just the top colleges that wanted to compete with the Magic Association? If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. When the time comes, the law will not punish everyone. The top colleges will be cleaned up, and they will continue to be their own quails. Thinking of this, they will join the Education Bureau without any burden. There may be many principals who have ambitions for students and the development of the magic world, but more of them just want to continue the long-term future of their colleges. They actually know it very well. If they can't catch up with this spring breeze, the only way waiting for them may be to be merged. Shichun was very efficient. After making sure everyone had joined, he showed everyone several basic training plans, which were from the 5 schools that held the league. And then after comprehensive discussions, they came up with various basic training methods. The Education Bureau is not currently forcing everyone to change their education policies, but just showing them to everyone for reference, and also marked various benefits that can be helped. For example, the body training of Screech College, the natural induction of Miriam College. The 5 schools will help everyone further develop their education at a very low cost, provided that they choose to unify the minimum learning standards of their own colleges with the 5 schools. Everyone looked carefully. Although this minimum learning standard is somewhat difficult, it can be achieved with hard work. The most important thing is that these training plans are indeed more rigorous and reliable than their original ones, and they are happy to take advantage. Almost 2/3 of the schools agreed and chose the corresponding training plans, and reached a certain level of cooperation with the university. There are many people in eyes, and there will always be a principal who passes the news to the Magic Association. But as Malam said, it did not reach the bottom line of the Magic Association. Although the Magic Association is not happy that they are doing things behind their backs, they will not intervene after all. The Education Bureau never mentioned anything unrelated to education from the beginning to the end. Moreover, they voluntarily spent manpower and material resources to cultivate better students. Why should the Magic Association refuse? They sent a lot of excellent seedlings to these colleges to help them raise them. Everything was as expected by Shichun. It was not until the end of the appraisal meeting that he barely finished what needed to be done and reserved some energy to pay attention to the students who did not perform well. No, it should be said that the students who tried their best but the results were not so impressive. At that time, the students were very dejected, and even felt a little lost and inferior. After seeing their results, Shichun was very rare and puzzled. This result is not satisfactory enough? Students. Chapter 188. For a moment, They even thought that Screech was speaking in a sarcastic way. Principal Screech, who was always demanding and spent a lot of energy on training them, actually said that they had good results. Hollinger reminded, "Teacher, you can take a look at our rankings." Sieshichin took a look at the specific results. The junior magician won the runner-up in the single competition. The intermediate magician was the third place. And the junior magician won the championship in the team competition. But the intermediate magician did not participate because there were not enough people. So, a very good ranking. Sieshichin affirmed. You have only been in the magic field for less than a year. And you can get the trophy. I think the principals of other colleges will be furious. Sieshichin sighed, but you can't blame us. We are just recruiting students as usual. Students, eh? Gara asked cautiously. Really? Excellent? Of course. Why do you think it's not good enough? Sieshichin asked back. You are only in the first grade. And you have won the fourth and fifth grade students of other colleges. Isn't it good enough? The students were stunned. And then suddenly became cheerful. Yes. They always thought that the seniors had a great harvest. But they only got a few trophies. Which was really bad. But then they thought about it. They were normal students. And they were normal students. And they could snatch trophies from senior students in other colleges. Which was already amazing. Sieshichin waited for them to figure it out. And sent them transcripts one by one. Scree has a tradition at the end of each school year, Sieshichin said, giving each of them a report card and a photo stone. This will record your various paths along the way. If you have written a diary, you can also check it, and maybe you can have a different mood and thoughts. The hard work they have gone through, the sweat they have shed, the achievements they have gradually made, will all be recorded on that thin scroll. And there is also a black history photo stone. These are all their precious memories of growing up. Several students suddenly got it. And some of them didn't react. Some of them wanted to open the report card immediately. But were stopped by Sieshichin. Sieshichin smiled and said, Go back and watch it. As far as I know, your seniors were so moved after watching it that they almost didn't want to go home. Stephen subconsciously said, Don't you have to stay in school during the holidays? Sieshichin laughed. It's only the first year. Of course, I still have to send you home. Otherwise, what if your parents are worried? Jella bit her lower lip. But, I want to stay in the college more. Sieshichin didn't force them, but smiled and told them, If you really don't want to go back, you can choose to stay in school. The teachers won't force you in the first year. If you want to go back, we will send you home safely. Of course, from the teacher's point of view, if you have expectations and are hesitant, then choose to go back. Whether we can go back anytime in the future, none of us know. But at the end of this year of great change, perhaps you want to go back and tell the people you want to tell that you have gained knowledge, gained happiness, and do not regret joining Screech? The student's eyes flickered. Yes, going home is not just about reunion. You can trick your good friends into signing up. You can show off how strong you are. And you can also tell those who once did not think highly of you how correct your choice is. Go back, everyone said in unison. Sieshichin shook his head and laughed, while Jiang Shui began to summon monsters to send them home. During this period, the school should still be holding final exams. Sieshichin thought for a moment and told them a few things to note. Next year, our recruitment time will still be around January. Students in the student union should remember to arrive in school in advance and pay more attention to your school pass. Don't miss any news. The students nodded. President Ophelia also emphasized this point. And they all knew it. Sieshichin continued. Students who want to apply for instructors next year need to arrive at school earlier for training. If you want to be an instructor, don't miss the news. Herman paused and asked with mixed feelings, Is it the training like this one? Then, he actually can't choose to give up. What are you thinking? Training freshmen is different from training you. Of course, it won't be so difficult. Sieshichin looked innocent and natural. If you don't believe me, you can ask your seniors. They are all going to be instructors. So there is nothing you can't say. The main purpose is to give you unified training to avoid different requirements. The students opened their mouths and hesitated for a moment, asking the seniors, Why does it sound so deceptive? While thinking, they heard Old Man Han ask, Are those posts on the school forum at risk of being exposed? Sieshichin said nonchalantly, How could it be? Freshmen who have not yet enrolled do not have the right to read the posts of seniors. They are all temporary permissions, and do not share the same forum area. If they could read the posts, it would be much less fun. Snaby would not be able to show off. Moreover, the students who had gone through the freshman training period had learned all kinds of reporting and deleting posts, and euphemistic discussion methods, striving to make everyone share the joys and sorrows. It can be said that as long as the posts during the freshman training period are prevented, they can basically have fun all the way until they graduate. The rare fun. The teachers don't want to expose it. But this also gave these first-year students an idea. Such a fun action that can tear the umbrella. What's the point of suffering a little? At this moment, they and the former Miao Miao have reached a consensus in thought. Xie Shichen knew without even looking that they were moved. And this was exactly what he wanted. He quickly changed the subject so that the students would not be unhappy about being instructors after thinking about it. By the way, because the journey is long, we will not hold a parent meeting for the time being. Your transcripts have been sent to your parents. Remember to ask them to sign and bring them back. Several students who probably failed in order to attend the appraisal meeting. Why didn't you tell me this important thing earlier? Help. This feeling of returning home in glory and having your little flaws discovered is too deadly. After sending the participating students of the appraisal meeting home, the freshmen of Screech School of Magic also faced their final exams. Thanks to the freshmen, the seniors did very well in the exams without any trouble this year, so they can spend a holiday with peace of mind. Unlike the freshmen who can go home, the seniors cannot go home. They need to continue to consolidate their knowledge, then go out to study and complete the tasks assigned by the school. The good news is that when the freshmen's final exams were over, Ophelia and the others came back one after another. They each gained something. Although these inheritances may not make them become gods in one fell swoop, they also gave them the opportunity to become gods and enough experience, so they could avoid many detours. Xie Shichen learned a little bit about it, and after making sure that Miao Miao and the others had returned safely, he did not pay too much attention to it. His mind has recently been more focused on the construction of the academy and the development of the education bureau, and occasionally pay attention to the Quiet Magic Association. This silent state is really too alarming. During the holiday, Xie Shichen naturally took the principal of his brother academy to take a look at the future Screech School of Magic that he was building. The academies currently planned to be opened include the Wizard Academy, the Natural Element Academy, the Special Element Academy, the Alchemy Academy, the Talisman Academy. In addition to allowing them to learn more about this knowledge, they will also try to integrate it with life as much as possible. The more detailed process needs to be done slowly. This is a long-term process, and there is no need to rush. Xie Shichen introduced the various magic arrays, teaching aids, and construction ideas of the academy to them. After a pause, he continued, after the senior students move here, I will let Luo'er go to the original Screech Academy to serve as the principal, so that he can accumulate experience. Principal Marim nodded, and suddenly realized something was wrong. You want my Luo'er to be the principal of your school? Xie Shichen remained calm and said, it's all for the development of the academy. I'm also crossing the river by feeling the stones. I guess Principal Marim doesn't mind sharing more of the burden. Right? Marim, I can't understand. It was agreed that Lore would serve their great cause. But now, he has become a student of Screech Academy. But Marim was too lazy to argue with Xie Shichen. After all, he had given enough. And he just let one person go. Next year, I will recruit students from all races. I won't compete with you for the good seedlings. Don't worry. Xie Shichen suddenly smiled and assured them. Helvins also suddenly said, next year, we will also lobby for noble students from all races, and gradually expand the scope of enrollment. Don't worry. John, I won't compete with you for students. John Malim. Hellwinds, do you think I won't recruit people of all races and wait until you become famous? Xie Shichen couldn't help laughing. With so many students, it's not like we're competing for students. We should congratulate you for finding more good students. John Malim didn't respond to this. He felt that he was just a step behind. Screeg had already recruited students in advance for 2 years, and he was thinking about recruiting students in advance. No, we have to do it next year. Otherwise, all the good students will be screened away by Screeg. Wouldn't their top magic school become a gimmick? Seeing their different expressions, Xie Shichen estimated that this meeting should end here. So he ended the topic and mentioned the subsequent development of the Education Bureau. The road has been opened up, and it is just a matter of walking. Of course, the unknown road always needs to be explored slowly, which also consumes more of Xie Shichen's time and makes him unable to take care of his students. He could only exchange various useful teaching aids from the school's mall as much as possible, and ask capable teachers to come over, trying not to waste their time and talent. Perhaps it was because he was too busy. Xie Shichen didn't notice something until the new student started school. He called Old Man Han over with a serious face. "Teacher Han, do you feel anything is wrong?" Old Man Han thought, "Who are you talking about?" Xie Shichen was almost scared to death. "There are still many people who are wrong?" Old Man Han. He stroked his beard. "The students are much more honest." "Is it wrong?" Xie Shichen frowned and said helplessly, "I'm talking about my students. The ones I personally taught." Old Man Han certainly knew. He just livened up the atmosphere. He pondered for a moment, and accurately pointed out what Xie Shichen wanted to say. "It's Asado." Yes. After Xie Shichen came back from his busy schedule, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Asado. It can't be said that he was wrong, but he felt more silent than before, occasionally with some pessimism and struggle, and scrutiny. This was not like the Asado he knew, but there was no problem in letting Xiaoxiao scan it. So Xie Shichen had to ask Old Man Han for help. Old Man Han sighed, "If you don't come to me, I will come to you in a while. There are indeed some problems." Xie Shichen listened attentively. Old Man Han lowered his voice. "Have you heard of Living Godhead?" Xie Shichen, ? Living Godhead? Old Man Han gave Xie Shichen a simple example. After the gods fall, they are called fallen gods. Unless the Godhead has long left the body, it can still appear in the new shell with their reincarnation. This is one of the reasons why they can ensure that they can slowly cultivate to become gods after reincarnation. But there is another kind of death of a god, which is more resolute and more desperate. He injected all his soul into the Godhead, which is called a part of the Godhead. Those who want to obtain the Godhead in the future will share the Godhead and life with him. He is indeed dead, but he is not dead. He is the Godhead, and the Godhead is him. It is better to say that he is looking for his successor rather than trying to take over the body. But in the end, he is still despicable, because he does not want to die. He chooses to hide in the Godhead and think of other ways to let himself pick peaches. After listening to Old Man Han's description, Xie Shichen frowned. What's the difference between this and those golden finger souls who want to take over other people's bodies? Old Man Han coughed. It's still possible, unless the holder of the godhood is extremely weak. It's difficult to invade successfully, but it's also difficult for the holder of the godhood to kill the other party. Isn't it? Xie Shichen rubbed his ring. If the godhood is broken, and then the piece of the host soul is picked out, is it okay? Old Man Han, ? Never expected that their principal Xie could be so cruel. Old Man Han had to remind him, after the complete Godhead enters the body, it becomes a part of the person. If you break it, Asado will also be weak. If he can't make it, he will be possessed before you find the host fragment. It doesn't make a difference now. I think he is relying on Asado's soft heart and kindness, and has begun to frequently control Asado's body. Xie Shichen's voice was cold. If it was just like this, he wouldn't be angry. What made him even more unhappy was that since he had frequent contact with the body, would it increase the physical fit and soul fusion? If the soul fusion is more despicable, he with a stronger soul will definitely be the dominant party. Then, will Asado still be Asado? Xie Shichen dare not gamble. Old Man Han thought about it, and made a few simple calculations. He quickly gave a suggestion. This may involve the node. We can't act casually. Why not do this? Xie Shichen listened to Old Man Han's trick and thought about it. Although it is a bit troublesome. If it works, maybe the Magic Association can get it. Killing two birds with one stone. I go call Asado, and the others over. Xie Shichen called the Mio-Mios on the school's easy pass with a smile, and crossed his legs happily. It just so happens that there are still a few Mio-Mios who haven't experienced the node. This time we will solve them together, so that they can practice with peace of mind when they come back. The cunning fallen angel dared to plot against his students? It's time for him to witness the greed of the association. Chapter 189. In the Magic Association, the new president looked at an overly polite letter, his eyes full of doubt and suspicion. Anshin Skriki surrendered to us with his own students? The president sneered and did not comment. The secretary next to him speculated, could it be that they pulled many principals to join the Education Bureau during the appraisal meeting? And now they are worried that we will settle accounts with them. It's hard to say. The president also believed this reason more. Not to mention, He said that his students have a complete godhood in their bodies. The president repeated this sentence again, muttering to himself. Which god is this from? The secretary quickly understood what the president meant. He bowed slightly, stepped back to reply to the elders, and gave Screech a letter expressing his willingness to help. This news quickly spread to many elders. It's not that they trust Screech, but they hope that this is true news. The elders of the Magic Association, even the president, are not simple and devout believers. They have been pursuing fame and fortune all their lives. They are willing to worship the fallen angels only to help the Magic Association to move to a higher level. Since the godheads and the fallen angels are broken, they can only find people to possess, and they need to rebuild themselves to become gods. So for the sake of safety, they can find fresh puppet bodies for the fallen angels. The association has many bodies that meet their requirements. As long as they sign the most demanding magic contract, these fallen angels can only obey them after they are resurrected. Before finding a way to harmlessly absorb the broken godhead, they are the indestructible weapons of the Magic Association. Of course, the fallen angels also understood the other party's calculations, but they really needed their help, so they could only secretly look for other opportunities. This is also one of the reasons why the wizard set up a suitable altar, and the fallen angels ran away one by one. And now, Screech told them that his student has a complete godhead in his body. What does this mean? It means that as long as they successfully obtain the godhead, they can comprehend the laws and become gods. They never doubted why Screech was willing to give up the godhead to please them. First, his students were not strong enough, and possessing a godhead was just slow suicide. Second, they, Screechy, did not have the magic talent corresponding to the godhead, and only the Magic Association could find the right person. In this case, why not use this useless godhead to do business and please the behemoth that might target them? The elders convinced themselves and even felt that this was God's mercy to them and recognition of the Magic Association. What kind of godhead would it be? The previous altar had caused many fallen gods to leave, and there are not many fallen gods left in the association now. Could it be fate? After the elder who made this guess said this, everyone fell silent. Fate. It is possible. He is so cunning and cherishes his life. But at the same time, if it is fate, no matter what, the godhead must be in our hands. All gods are not as good as a god of fate. Oh, maybe the god of time can be compared. But unfortunately, that god of time was too stupid and let that lucky boy get the fragment of the godhead. What a pity. The elders discussed the possible godhood, and the secretary came hurriedly with a smile. Your Majesty, Principal Screech said that he hopes his students can come to the Magic Association to study for half a year to consolidate their gains. He also said that he can sign a contract with the association on behalf of his students, and only hopes that everyone can teach his students without reservation. Silence. The whole dark room fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed out loud. Principal Screech, you are really the lucky stone of our association. Isn't this a pillow when you are sleepy? What a surprise! The secretary thought so too. As long as the student signed a blood contract with Screech and handed over all the rights to Screech, and Screech signed a harsh blood contract with him, then after a month, the deal would be completed, and they could get the fragments of the godhead and the strongest weapon of the Magic Association. Tell the president to try to meet the conditions he wants, a rather dignified elder said. As long as he is willing to sign an agreement, we can raise these students as our own children. After all, they are all members of their association. So what can't be taught? The secretary replied to the president cheerfully, and the elders didn't pretend at all, and every one of them smiled. That's great. In short, the teacher has already discussed it with the association, and when the time comes, you can just absorb knowledge like a sponge. After half a year, the teacher will come to pick you up in person. Understand? Shichen reminded again, don't worry about getting into trouble. In the Magic Association, you are the core students, and you can walk sideways without any problems. The 21 students had complicated expressions, but still nodded to show that they understood. Although it is not clear how Screech did it. It is really amazing. It has only been a short time, and the Magic Association has made peace? Not really. Hearing Lucius's doubts, Shichen answered sincerely, the Magic Association has such a deep foundation, since they are willing to teach you and send you. Of course you have to make as much money as possible before fighting. Meow mew, Chris couldn't understand. Why are they willing to do this? Sieshichin sighed. What else? Of course they saw your talent. Maybe they will try to sow discord between you. But just believe that the teacher will come to pick you up in half a year. Miao was stunned for a moment, nodded, and stopped asking questions. These 2 years were enough for them to understand all the subtexts and external emotional signals of Screech. At least at this moment. Screech's hairband told them that he was very happy. I guess he is really planning something that is not good for them to know. Miao and the others simply don't think too much about it. Anyway, in the end, Screech will always solve it. The carriage swayed to the headquarters of the Magic Association in the Royal City. Students got off the car one by one. Sieshichin stopped Novice, Bori, Ophelia and Lucius, and said that he wanted to briefly explain something to them. After making sure that all the students got off the car, he set up a barrier and said in short, "This time, you have a more important mission." Sure enough, several students looked serious. First, Bo-Ray. Sieshichin dug out a pile of potions and spells. Asado has a complete godhead and a divine soul in his body. When I get to the association, I will trade with him to take out the godhead. You will be responsible for taking care of Asado and adjusting his body in the next 6 months. Taking out the godhead will definitely cause damage. He doesn't believe that the people in the association will be kind enough to take care of Asado. But his character is here to sell his cubs. And to pay attention to a useless person. Asado, obviously, is a very broken character. So he can only be given to Bori. Bori's pupil shrank. And he never thought that Asado would encounter such a thing. Sieshichin whispered, "This period of time may be his node. Bori, take good care of your partner." Bori nodded seriously. "Teacher, don't worry. I will." Sieshichin was half relieved and looked at the next student. "Novice, you and Lucius will cover everyone together. Pay more attention to the prophetic elder of the association. Once he appears to be replaced or comprehended the law, use props to create accidents and break his godhood. Don't rush to let Asado absorb it. The teachers of the academy will assist you in the future. You should protect yourself first, and then make trouble as much as possible." Sieshichin did not give them too much burden. After all, except for Novice, the little guys are just about to enter the realm of the great magician. Compared with the legendary magician, the gap is really too big. It is only because of the magic props and various subtle troubles that they can play a certain role. Novice and Lucius have always been cautious. Lucius is still a dark son with godhood. As long as the Magic Association is not stupid, they will raise it high and put it down lightly. And there will not be too many problems. The two also knew the danger of this mission, and did not take it lightly. Novice promised, "I will make a detailed plan before I start." Sieshichin finally looked at Ophelia. Ophelia straightened her back and waited for the mission. Sieshichin said, "Do you know why the association is willing to take care of you?" Ophelia was stunned. "Why?" Sieshichin said calmly, "You either have inheritance or fragments of the godhead. Before you become a god, you are humanoid weapons. You can also say that they are their godhead storage devices. Of course, they have to be good to you." Ophelia paused. "But they don't worry about our hearts." Sieshichin smiled. "So, I sold it to the association for you." Ophelia and others? Sieshichin briefly explained the operation, and then said, "My contract is not effective, so it won't work for you. Just a formality. As for the Magic Association, of course, they want to let the students learn more now, and they will be satisfied as long as they can be satisfied. Anyway, they can control their bodies, and even souls in the future, and they don't need them to be obedient and brainwashed." After hearing Sieshichin's explanation, Ophelia's face was full of strangeness. She knew how mean Screech was, but she didn't expect that Screech was getting something for nothing. No, it should be said that he was robbing. Sieshichin got the advantage and still acted cute. "I don't want this either. They have too deep a foundation. If you don't take more, how can the college ban the association in the future? Anyway, I've told you everything I can say. You can find some good actors to help make trouble." "Oh, yes. Asado must be kept secret. I can't say to what extent the power of destiny can do." They knew the importance of this matter. After they were sure that they all understood the ultimate purpose of this trip, Sieshichin did not waste any more time and pulled them out of the carriage. In just a few minutes, the people who received them from the Magic Association cast a puzzled look at Sieshichin. Sieshichin patted Ophelia and the others on the head without changing his expression. and then said, "Go. Try to get everyone to sign." Ophelia held the contract and nodded heavily. "I know. Teacher. You are doing this for our own good. I will talk to my classmates." Meow meow. Question mark. Why did Ophelia suddenly become so strange? Everyone looked at each other, and then quickly avoided each other, as if they understood what kind of character they should have. Villa immediately raised his chin. What to sign? Ophelia. Don't fool me casually. We are one side. Ophelia blinked and said helplessly, Villa. I believe the teacher will not harm you. Villa muttered to herself, but finally took the contract and read it carefully. Xieshichan didn't care either, and walked straight to the waiting secretary, smiling apologetically. Sorry for the long wait. The students need to communicate properly. The secretary choked. Really didn't understand how the principal could make selling students sound so high-sounding. He led Xieshichan inside, and asked as he walked, Don't you feel bad? Of course I feel bad. They cost me a lot, Xieshichan said, sighing. But I don't know if it's because they use too many potions. Their current strength has stagnated, and there are still many hidden injuries in their bodies. I'm afraid. After a pause, he said nonchalantly, if I send the students to the association, any problems that arise later should have nothing to do with Skriki. Right? So that's it. The secretary suddenly realized. He was saying how could a student become a senior magician or even a mage in just 1 year. It turned out that it was because the students' talents and potential, and even their lifespans, were exploited. The secretary looked at Xieshichan with contempt, but replied promptly, Don't worry. If they are sent to the Magic Association, they will naturally become members of the Magic Association. Xieshichan hesitated again. I told them that I would only come here to study for half a year. If they are not happy after half a year, I will not come if you help me find an excuse. The secretary was even more contemptuous. Sure enough, the previous hype was so strong just for the rise of Screech. Now that the students have been recruited, Screech has won over a bunch of principals and colleges. Naturally, he is fearless and does not need a few old veterans who hold on to their college. The secretary felt sorry for these children, especially after Xieshichan asked for a lot of benefits from the association. The secretary threatened Xieshichan, President Screech. I think these are enough for your college to develop for decades. What do you think? Xieshichan touched his nose awkwardly. Okay. I'm just a little excited. You know, I have paid a lot for these little guys. Oh. Greed. The secretary had a blank expression and did not answer. Xieshichan carefully pointed a finger, the last one. Seeing the secretary's impatience, Xieshichan hurriedly said, I want to see my student take out the godhood. I hope he doesn't take his name. Otherwise, other students may not believe me. The secretary was stunned and frowned. But he had never thought about this problem. If you want to save your life, it's not that easy to take the godhood. Xieshichan pursed his lips anxiously, with some worry and tension on his face. The secretary thought about the pros and cons and finally agreed. But it has to be done by Screech himself. They want to crush some of these students' naive ideas. Little did they know that this was exactly what Xieshichan wanted. It wasn't that he wanted to interfere with Asudo's fate. It was the people in the association who forced him to intervene, fearing accidents, until the moment he was about to take action. Xieshichan was timid and nervous, which made the 20 students feel sore. Oh my god. I never thought that Screech's calculating fox face would have such an innocent and cowardly expression. It's too broken. But they didn't dare to say it, and they all turned their heads away, fearing that they would accidentally expose their abnormality. It just happened to be more in line with their temperament. Otherwise it would be easy to be discovered. Xieshichan held the fainted Asudo, and under the remote guidance of the elders, he took out the complete godhead very lightly and safely. The living soul in the godhead was not disturbed at all. Xieshichan was worried that things would change. So he pushed the still seriously injured Asudo to Borui without saying a word, and then hurriedly took the godhead to give it to the prophecy elder. The other party was very satisfied with Xieshichan's understanding of the situation. And before absorbing the godhead, he also gave Xieshichan some assurances. After all, he is a magician with a talent for prophecy, and I will personally guide him. Xieshichan was so moved on the spot, and then immediately became entangled. If he succeeds, will he resent me? No one answered him. He was no longer useful. Xieshichan didn't care. He acted on his own, and stayed with the students for a few days. It was not until Asudo woke up that he signed the final contract with the association and chose to leave the Magic Association. Before leaving, Shichen specially recruited students again and told them his difficulties. The academy really doesn't have enough teachers and magic resources. You should study hard in the association for only half a year. After half a year, the teacher will come to pick you up. At most, in half a year, the Magic Association will be disbanded and the teacher will take over the Magic Association. Don't blame the teacher. The teacher is doing this for your own good. There are many people in the association, but you are so talented. They will definitely focus on training you. Don't be afraid. If you can't get it, just rob it. Anyway, they dare not do anything to you. At most you will suffer a little physical pain. If you have any questions, try to find the elders. If you really miss me, just look at the magic dolls I gave you. They represent my concern for you. He will watch them through the doll. Don't worry. Every timid and cowardly mumbling of Shichen was a reminder to the students. The students were not stupid either. While nodding, they did not forget to play with Shichen. You are so long-winded. Principal. We will study hard. With some impatience and reluctance. He simply performed the role of an ungrateful person to the fullest. Good guy. This teacher and student are calculating against each other. The people in the association no longer had any doubts. Shichen reluctantly said goodbye to the students, entered the carriage, and smiled with relief. It's half a year. I have to plan well for this half year. It would be great if there were more opportunities like this. Xiao Xie thought regretfully. On the other side, 21 Miao also officially moved into the Magic Association at the headquarters. On the first day, the Miao went to the library of the Magic Association in batches to browse. On the second day, the Miao began to exchange ideas with various magicians, and then acted as if they were dying, deceiving various medicinal plants and precious potions to stay alive. On the third day, the Miao began to visit various elders to learn skills, and at the same time beat up a group of provocative magicians, and showed symptoms of dying again, and was fed medicine and sent by the elders with sullen faces. The first, when Miao went back to rest, he touched the doll and couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if there were more days like this. Every day, he could nourish his body, bully others, and didn't need to do homework or take exams. He was worshipped as an ancestor, and he could also cheat other magicians. It was great. The Magic Association gained a contract. Shichen gained freedom, and the students gained happiness. Isn't this a win-win situation? The past 6 months can be said to be calm, or it can be said to be full of ups and downs. Shichen was the one who was calm and collected. The freshmen were all taken care of by teachers and sophomores, so he only needed to show up occasionally. Shichen spent all his time on improving the Education Bureau and promoting its development. The results were very encouraging. After half a year, almost all magic academies had joined the Education Bureau, and at least half of them, after feeling the convenience of various magic teaching aids, began to have the idea of creating affiliated magic academies. They were also worried that if they didn't keep up, they would never be able to keep up in the future. Since the leaders are willing to spend money to create a new academy, they won't lose anything if they follow suit. Right? The most significant effect is undoubtedly Shichen's Basic Academy. Under Lore's management, the Basic Academy has also expanded a lot, and it's just a matter of recruiting students next year. Universalizing literacy is indeed an urgent matter. But if productivity can't keep up, there won't be so many students. So Shichen began to study the increase in magic potion production. It's not him who studies it, but he finds a teacher to study it. Anyway, to sum up the life in the past 6 months, it is stable and comfortable. Counting the days, it is time to pick up the students. Recently, the students have been making various troubles every few days, and Shichen should go to help clean up. Xiao Xie sighed, called Fanny to give some first-line gossip, and slowly went to the Magic Association in a carriage. And the ups and downs of the Students' Association life are about to come to an end. Oh my god! Novice, the foundation of the Magic Association is really deep. Fortunately, Screech let us come. Otherwise we would lose a lot of money. Bori, who had already reaped a lot of rewards, flipped through his plain space rings one after another, shaking his head and sighing. I don't know how Ophelia convinced them. They actually let us be storage. Novice explained in a low voice. Our contract is for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, we can be transformed into controlled puppets at any time. Of course, They are willing to let us be storage. Moreover, their own strength is not small. And they are also divine storage. It is reasonable for them to store more important association treasures. It can also show the association's attention to them and paralyze them. How good. Of course Bori understood. But he didn't understand how Ophelia could get the stingy magic association to agree. You know, these things were all placed on the elders of the association before. Ophelia walked over with a smile and explained a few more words. The prophecy elder found that his storage space is safe for no one except himself. Aren't they safer for those who have fragments of the Godhead? Moreover, now is a critical moment. The prophecy elder is about to completely digest the soul of the God and get the opportunity to comprehend the law. So he must be more careful. Bori gave Ophelia a thumbs up. And looking at the large number of space rings in his hands, he still grinned. It's so cool. So cool. In half a year, he got the Grand Mage, the treasures and the money. And the only thing missing was Asato's godhood. After returning, he would convert them into contribution points. Oh my God. He couldn't imagine how wealthy he would be. There is a fluctuation over there. Lucius hurried over and looked at Novice. Do we act now? Or wait a little longer? Novice calculated the time and found that their contract would expire in about 1 day. So, let's make some noise first. Do it tomorrow. And then escape. It's obviously unrealistic to let them rob the Godhead. But it's still possible to make trouble. After making the entire headquarters a mess, they can escape from the headquarters smoothly. After Screech picks them up, the life and death of the association has nothing to do with them. Of course, although the imagination is beautiful, it still requires multifaceted planning and everyone's cooperation. Asato had just recovered from his physical condition in the past 6 months. So he asked NASA to protect him and leave in advance when there was chaos. Others divided the work and cooperated to make the association as chaotic as possible. Everyone discussed each other's work, stretched out their hands together, and whispered "come on," which was also a signal to Sieshichin. At midnight, everyone scattered and started to act. In the dead of night, many large explosions suddenly occurred in the quiet and lonely headquarters of the Magic Association, waking up all the magicians. They didn't care at first, because the Magic Association had enough protective formations. But for some unknown reason, the formation didn't work. Large tracts of buildings were blown up, and the magicians hurriedly gathered together to rescue the disaster, while the 20 or so little guys hurried away while making trouble and looking for a way to leave. The association didn't guess that they were the ones who made trouble, because recently it was also a critical period for the prophecy elders. Maybe it was fate's last struggle. It was this guess that gave Miu Miu time to escape. They had the spare energy to blow up a few more buildings. And those who didn't had the spare energy to escape with all their strength. Run to the teacher, and you will be safe. Quick! Where is the Godhead storage device? Don't let them run away. Damn it. I'm activating the contract. Why is there no response? What's going on? Where are the people? Destiny can't hold on any longer. Come and help. In the chaotic environment, Miu Miu went against the current. They rushed out as fast as shadows. And when the last explosion sounded, they successfully ran outside the Magic Association. Sieshichin hurriedly pulled them into the carriage one by one, and then began to flee frantically. What does the explosion of the Magic Association have to do with them? Skricky? Xiao Xie not only did not reflect on himself, but even took out a handkerchief to wipe the students' faces. Nothing happened? No! Bori was very proud. I have touched their magic circles a few times. They can't be killed by the explosion. Sieshichin. Good job. Navius was still thinking about the Godhead. Teacher. We just interfered with them, but failed to make trouble. No. You are very successful. Sieshichin praised. It's so chaotic. It's easy for Aurora to steal someone. Students, eh? Chris was shocked. Aurora steals someone. Sieshichin nodded. Yes. She is the only legendary mage in our academy. Don't worry. Aurora has a mage tower, and she has learned a lot recently. No one dares to mess with her. Besides, who would believe that a legendary water mage would steal a legendary prophecy mage? It's useless. As long as they steal the students back, they can hide perfectly in this accident. By the way, did you steal the contract? No. Ophelia shook her head. We burned it directly. Sieshichin. Good job. What else can Xiao Xie say? The students have grown up after all. The carriage took less than an hour to get back to the academy. After arriving home, they all breathed a sigh of relief and took out all the treasures they had found from the Magic Association without saying a word. Look! Screech! These are all ours. Borui's eyes sparkled. Yes. Yes. Villa also took out a lot of storage items. What a fat sheep. Shichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You risked your life to get it back. So you can divide it among yourselves. If you don't need it, just go to the mission center to exchange it for contribution points. After the words fell, the students all exclaimed, Really? How many contribution points do you need to exchange for this? Rich. Rich. Ha ha ha. Shichen had to remind the students, My children, you will not have time to earn contribution points in the next 2.5 years. I think you should worry about whether these contribution points are enough. Meow meow, Can I ask why? Do you not have time? Julian asked a harmless question carefully. Shichen blinked, Because I want to train you to be a magic saint. Or an all-round magic saint who is excellent in theory and practice. And has professional life skills and side jobs. 2.5 years. Even if you are in the small black room all the time. Is still a tight schedule. Julian, Can he not be this almighty mage? Besides, you have wasted half a year. You have to be more careful in this year's exam. In the future exams, cheating may be mandatory. If you can't do it, it will cost you a lot of contribution points. And, before Shichen finished speaking, the students were already rolling on the ground with despair. Is this the pain of the first class? Which college requires cheating? Can't they even change their ways? The students began to calculate their future expenses. And Borui even directly searched for the space ring, wanting to see how many contribution points he could get by pawning all these things. Shichen seemed to see their plan, and folded his arms and snorted and laughed. Kids! Don't forget. We agreed that 10 years after graduation. Legendary mage. Shichen saw that they remembered, and nodded, save more good things. You can't become a legendary mage and not be able to grab a mage tower. Right? It just so happens that it will be time to seize the tower in 12 years. One after another, the big pancakes fell down, causing them to see stars in pain. The smarter ones even said they were tired and said goodbye to Shichen on the spot. They couldn't stand it anymore. They were really afraid that if they stayed for a few more minutes, their graduation requirement would become becoming a god. Shichen looked at them running away again, shook his head and laughed, and let them go. It was still early. They were all a group of little guys, and the future was still very long. Chapter 190. 2 years later. Screech School of Magic. After 2 years of development, Screech School of Magic has become the real leader in the magic world. Every magic change and education change has the presence of Screech School of Magic. And now the Education Bureau has lived up to its name with the mutual help and support of one academy after another. Last year, Principal Screech discussed with many principals and held the first Magic World competition, covering all walks of life. Basically, many outstanding talents have appeared in each academy. Now everyone is more willing and wants to follow the pace of the Education Bureau to train students into capable magicians. And Screech School of Magic has gradually become lively with the enrollment year after year. The faces of students in every grade are filled with happy smiles, and they walk with vigor. Any one of them is a reserve for the little Curl King. They dare not relax. In addition to the strict requirements of the teachers in the school and the strict graduation requirements, the more important reason is that their seniors are about to graduate. In the name of all the magic saints. In 5 years. Even if the resources are good, the talent is good, and the little black room can be endured. It is difficult to reach this level. Right? It must be said that the first batch of students of Screech were too hardworking and too competitive. Their existence made the later students dare not say that they have worked hard. It was also at this time that they really understood what the principal once said. Most students have not reached the stage of competing for talent. The most feared thing is that talented people work harder than you. What does that mean? Of course, they didn't want to compete with the first-year seniors, as they were not having a good time either. Hollinger, why are you still here? Go to the meeting. Alia came hurriedly, looking anxious. The graduation ceremony is in 3 months. And this is the first graduation ceremony. We can't mess it up. Of course Hollinger knew. He held his forehead with his hand. We still have a meeting today. He was almost going crazy from studying, and almost forgot that he was also a member of the student union. Now the seniors are about to graduate, and they are busy with graduation assessments and have no time to take on more college work. So Shichen and others have modified the requirements for promotion to the student union. And fifth-year students can step down. Now Hollinger is one of the 2 vice presidents of the student union. And Alia is the director of the cultural and entertainment department. This time, the graduation ceremony is mainly responsible by the 2 of them. Alia also laughed, yes. It will be fine after the graduation ceremony. It seems that we can leave school early in the 5th year. Hollinger was silent for a moment. Not necessarily. Now the seniors are so anxious. Isn't it just because of graduation? Alia is not very clear. She didn't spend much time with the previous class. And seeing Hollinger's indescribable look, Alia became more curious. What do you mean? Is it difficult? Hollinger thought of the senior Bori, who was so crazy that he rode a magic broom all over the sky, coughed, and told some gossip he knew. I heard that because their graduation requirements are the highest level, the review of various aspects is more stringent. To become a sage of magic, the most basic requirement is to get a score of 90 or above in each subject. Alia. She was shocked. Is Screech really not crazy? This is just the most basic? Hollinger nodded. If he hadn't been so absent-minded after knowing it, he would not have forgotten that he had to attend the meeting. The 2 walked and talked, and Hollinger became more and more silent. It's a long list of audits. And it seems that one of them is to cheat in various ways to get 60 points from the teacher. So Hollinger went to the bookstore outside the school silently and bought 1,000 cheat codes. It is said that you have to fight against the teacher who gives the most advice and last at least 2 hours. These teachers who give the most advice are all legendary wizards. Anyway, that's what they say on the surface. But in reality, they still beat the students so hard that their mothers don't recognize them. And Alia was shocked. And Hollinger hummed, all-round development. There must be some results in all fields. Anyway, after reading the graduation list, Hollinger felt that he was not cut out for this job. Otherwise, he would have to postpone his graduation. Early? This is really good news that can only come in dreams. Alia couldn't help but sigh, oh my god. I don't even dare to think about how they can graduate. It seems that the graduation ceremony should be made more grand. At least to prevent the seniors from leaving too sadly. Hollinger hesitated to speak, but finally didn't say anything. However, the graduation requirements for a class of 20 people are so outrageous. Can these students who are in the same class after combining theory and practice be reliable? Forget it. I don't want to expect Screech to have a change of heart. I might as well start preparing now. Xiao was started to buy all kinds of cheating manuals. Oh my god. I really don't know how I can graduate. This is the 372nd time that Bori has been broken this year. More than Lucius. 21 subjects to be retaken. 21 subjects. Submit perfect scores within 3 months. Screech is going to kill me. Going to kill me. Novice is reviewing manuscripts. They said they wanted to squeeze out another journal and develop a new journal. Now the newspaper is also developing in full swing, with the help of Scricky's various props and the development of the Education Bureau. Although their foundation is not enough, they can already be compared with the Stern Journal. Their sales volume is even higher than that of the Stern Journal. This also makes Novice and others more cautious, fearing that their Chensey journal will have errors and omissions. Oh, I have to digress here. Shichen was very opposed to the name of this journal at first, and even protested silently through multiple red animal hairbands. The principal wanted to save face, and he hoped that the students could turn back on their own. However, several students, represented by Lucius, argued with reason, and were unwilling to change even after being cheated again and again. They even published the journal to publicize it. Shichen fell, and he did not protest silently. He had made a big promise to them before graduation, and if they couldn't do it, they would be allowed to postpone their graduation. How dare the students postpone their graduation? Although they were reluctant to let Screech go, they knew with their toes that once they postponed their graduation, that year would definitely be worse than death. This is also the reason why Bori is now living a life worse than death. Novice revised the manuscript and put it aside to wait for Ophelia's final review. Seeing that Bori was still mumbling, he had to comfort him. It's only 3 months. Just bear with it. Scritch will have to bear the name of Chensey Journal for the rest of his life. Bori choked. Can he just bear with it? Scritch was cheated. What does it have to do with him? He is too shy to be embarrassed. The name is reversed. except for the college teachers and the young people like them. No one knows that it is the principal's Oriental name. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Ha! Bori felt wronged. Novice. I'm going to delay my graduation. It's no use calling novice. I told you not to try. But you still tried. Who can you blame? Lucius fanned the flames. You are the only one in the class who failed a double-digit exam. Bori. You still have a long future ahead of you. Bori's face turned green. Novice tried to hold back his laughter. And before Bori looked over, he argued seriously, the more capable, the more work. If it weren't for Bori's help in trying, we wouldn't be able to meet the requirements of cheating to get points. That's right. Bori snorted heavily and continued to lie on the table with despair. This damn difficult, harsh graduation requirement. Bori felt even more wronged. When Ophelia and Vera came in, they saw Bori lying on the table with a pitiful look on his face. Ophelia shook her head and laughed, and took the manuscript for final review, while Vera gloated, "Little Bori, are you still frowning?" She had completed most of the requirements, including those related to force. Now, she could finally wear her little skirt openly, without worrying about it getting dirty. She was wearing a red dress today, revealing a beautiful white calf. Very youthful and beautiful. Bori didn't even look at her. Vera hummed, "If you don't answer me, I won't tell you a big thing." Bori looked at her sideways. "Do you have accurate information?" "Of course." She tapped Bori slightly in the air with her nails painted with beautiful nail polish, smiled sideways, and said in a delicate voice, "First-hand information?" "What?" Lucius was hooked instead, and looked over curiously. Vera shrugged and smiled. "Parent-teacher meeting. There must be a parent-teacher meeting every 5 years. Have you forgotten?" Lucius. Bori and Novice, Lucius and Vera confirmed the time. Now. Is Screech kidding? Vera smiled. "Of course not. My father told me in person. He has arrived at the school. It will probably be these few days." Bori couldn't hold it in. "Why are you so happy?" Vera continued to spread his hands. "I have almost completed the graduation requirements. Is there any difficulty that needs to be solved?" Bo-Ray, who failed 21 subjects, Lucius, who still has a few papers to write, Nevis hesitated. "There is no one at home, so it shouldn't be that bad." "I know that." Ophelia answered him gently. "When I went to Screech to hand in my homework, he mentioned that he would open it for you." Nevis, ? Bo-Ray, ? Lucius, ? He opened it? Isn't he the one who held a parent-teacher conference? Vera was shocked. How to open it? Ophelia had a strange expression. Teacher Fanny said the same thing at the time. But he said that although he was the principal, there were still many teachers who had to speak. And there were also speeches by parents of outstanding students. During these time periods, he could naturally be the parent of Nevis. After a pause, Ophelia patted Nevis on the shoulder. "Why don't you hurry up and clear the graduation list? I think Screech really wants to show off his children." Nevis, who was not much different but not too little, said, Lucius gloated again. "Yes. Novice, your last name is Screech. If you can't achieve it, how can Screech set an example for others?" Novice said with difficulty. "But Lucius, His Majesty Russell is still the Pope. If he knew that you still failed a course, he would be embarrassed." "Right? Oh, and Her Majesty Stasia." Lucius, who doesn't care about his father, but cares about his mother, also has a gloomy face. "Damn. The world is so big. Why does Screech hold a parent-teacher meeting? Isn't it enough to cheat students with envelope correspondence once a year?" After a brief eye contact, several male classmates, who thought they were nothing, started to check their graduation lists silently. The parents were all invited. Who knew how much time Screech was going to give them? Sieshichin did invite the parents to come in advance to tighten the strings for them. But it wasn't all for them. After the parents arrived, Sieshichin took them to visit every corner of the college one by one, and introduced to them the sweat and happiness that the little ones had shed in these places. And sometimes there were even photo stones. Give parents the opportunity to fully understand their children's school life. Thank you all parents for coming. I'm sorry that I only officially meet you when the students are about to graduate. After taking them around the campus and letting the parents fully understand the students' daily lives, Sieshichin took them to the meeting. In this tiered classroom, where the students have stayed for 5 years, Sieshichin stood on the podium and looked at the 20 parents in the audience one by one with a gentle smile. Before, everyone also had a rough understanding of the children. But I guess, after knowing their daily lives, parents must want to know about the results of the students' studies. Many parents nodded. Yes, although they could know their children's fame from time to time. And they were proud of their children. They were naturally eager to know more detailed results. Shichen took out a sheepskin scroll from the ring and distributed it to the parents one by one. The scroll recorded in detail every progress, every footprint, and even every talent of the little ones in the past 5 years. Although it was just a pile of numbers. For the parents, it was a symbol of their pride. I don't know since when. The children who still need to act cute and ask them to do things have grown up. Thicker is the most emotional person. His child was sentenced to death at the beginning. If he hadn't come to Screech, if Principal Screech didn't give up, and if the child himself didn't give up, how could he have achieved today's results? We as parents are still not very competent. Thicker looked at the report card, as if he saw Ophelia stumbling forward from the age of 15 or 16. When parents poured cold water on her again and again, she still unyieldingly found the direction to move forward, made some achievements, and then showed her sincerity to the parents. But what about the parents? Although there was encouragement, there was almost no help for the children in their study journey. Thicker wondered if his children and himself would go to another extreme without Screech. Will he regret it for the rest of his life? He didn't know. But at this moment, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. This was the most beautiful scene he had ever experienced. There were many parents who were as emotional as Thicker. Some couldn't believe that their children could be so good. Some cried with joy and thanked the college and God for not forgetting their children. And some smiled knowingly and silently recited their children's names in their hearts. This is their baby, their pride, and after all, they have grown up in a place they don't know. After Shichen gave everyone enough time to read the transcript, he started the process one by one. It was somewhat similar to the process in the previous life, but still quite different. First of all, Shichen made some changes to the parents' speeches. He wanted to record what the parents wanted to say to their children at this time. Requirement, it must be praised, and can be said in front of many parents. This will also become one of his graduation gifts for students. Of course, the parents agreed without hesitation. After 4 years of getting along and exchanging letters, they have long learned how to get along with their children. Now they can praise their children in front of everyone. And they are so happy. The one who responded the fastest was undoubtedly Sheldon Muster. It might be very difficult for him to find his daughter's shortcomings, but to praise her strengths. He could say that he never repeated himself in 10 days. To be honest, if Shichen hadn't stipulated a maximum of 3 minutes, he would have become a personal show. Shichen asked the next parent to come on stage with a smile. You can tell your children more compliments in person. I think they will be happier. Sheldon left the stage with a reluctant look. Of course, I will tell Vera in person. Poor Vera. Because of her many advantages, her slow-talking father couldn't let the parents hear her excellence. Hey! After the parents finished speaking, Shichen also said a lot of words praising Novice on behalf of Novice parents. And the process came to an end. Afterwards, the teachers in charge would also come to praise the students they led. After many processes, only the end was left. In the future, they can go a long way and become more and more dazzling. I am looking forward to the moment when they shine. After Shichen finished speaking, the parents were moved to wipe the tears from their eyes. Yes, they were also looking forward to the time when their children would shine. After the parents' meeting, the parents walked around the campus again with their children, and were reluctant to leave when the teachers of the college helped them go home. Miamio and the others were also a little disappointed. But it was not entirely because of their parents' departure. But their parents' departure was also reminding them that they should leave too. No matter how noisy it was. No matter how much they said they had to finish the graduation list early, and could not delay graduation. Their hearts were still filled with deep reluctance and sadness. In 5 years, they supported each other. They built something from nothing. They gained friendship. Teachers who loved them. Reconciled with their parents. Reconciled with themselves. And experienced countless beautiful memories. Screech School of Magic is not just a school where you can study and leave. For them, this place has become their second home. And Screech is their elder, who has no blood relationship. Walking through one familiar building after another. Finally sitting cross-legged on the lawn. Looking at the still simple and beautiful Screech School of Magic. Waves of reluctance and unwillingness surged in my heart. But no matter how reluctant they are, they have to say goodbye. They looked at the checklists in their hands. and their eyes suddenly became red. Really? I don't want to leave. Villa choked. Her smile was uglier than crying. Actually, at first, I stayed for Chris. But later, she pouted. Screech was too fierce and ruined my little skirt. I almost wanted to run away. But after thinking about it, I had to save face. What's more, she felt that she would regret it for the rest of her life if she left. So she gritted her teeth and persevered. As it turned out, she was right. She made the right choice. At first, I didn't think I had the talent I have today. Amelia was silent for a moment. Then continued. I just wanted to make a living and get a diploma. I knew I had no talent. So I never asked for anything. But, thinking of Screech's step-by-step ice-breaking process, Amelia couldn't help but smile. Without him, my life would be like this. Right? Hey, now looking back at my old diary, I'm really stupid and naive. Herbert put his hands behind his head, feeling full of emotion. Screech's beating me was not a big deal. Now I want to go back and beat myself up. Me too. Isabella nodded heavily. I actually followed you here to find a way for you to learn magic. Luckily I didn't choose to leave. Then I try my best. Nathaniel said gently. It's been ruined once. And it doesn't matter if it's ruined again. Who would have thought that this is a new life? They talked about the reasons why they stayed one by one, and suddenly realized that perhaps the biggest reason why Screech meant something different to them was that this was their place of salvation. More or less. They all realized that if they hadn't come to Screech, if they hadn't met Siashichin, their future would be terrible. Unfortunately, there is no if. They still came. Boom! The students subconsciously looked up, and clusters of elemental fireworks suddenly appeared on the sky. They were of different colors, representing various talents, exploding into beautiful fonts and flowers, and then slowly disappeared for a long time. This is, without waiting for them to react. The student union president Herman led many representatives of younger students and shouted in unison, "Happy graduation." Their voices echoed through the sky and echoed in every corner of Screech. They paraded the floats along the path around the college to celebrate the graduation journey of the first batch of Screech students. Didn't they say that the graduation ceremony would be held in 3 months? Freya opened her eyes wide and was shocked by the excitement. Wow! It's the first graduation ceremony. So it has to be grand, and the excitement will last for 2 months. Genevieve quickly searched the forum and soon got the answer. Meow meow, surprise! This is too extravagant. Isn't it? Will Screech agree? Siashichin is of course happy to do so. It's the first graduation ceremony, so it should be a big grand. Besides, after studying for a long time, the students have a sense of academics. If there is a chance for them to have more fun, as long as it doesn't affect their studies, Siashichin will accept it. The first day is a grand fireworks and float parade. The second day is various impromptu performances and exhibitions. The third day is the dense schedule, along with the blessings from the younger students. Gathered on the last day, the real graduation ceremony. Even though there were only 21 graduates, the scene was not deserted at all. All the teachers and students of the whole school were present. They sat in the audience, watching the 21 students wearing Screech graduation gowns. When the principal read out a name, they would applaud in unison. They are the first batch of students of Screech School of Magic. In the crisis time when the school was on the verge of being abolished, they were not afraid of hardships, difficulties, and dared to climb. God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, 5 years later, they have completed their studies and will also pack their bags and embark on a journey to a more distant future to shine. Siashichin awarded them graduation certificates and honorary certificates one by one. As the only honorary graduates of the college, their statues will be placed in the Hall of Honor, together with the college, quietly waiting for the arrival of new friends. After the graduation ceremony, the students should pack up and leave the school. There are not many things, because they can all be put into the storage props, making it seem like they are just leaving the school. But everyone knows that they will not be back for a long time. Where are you going? Bori was holding a piece of grass in his mouth and leaning against Novice, saying, Novice and I are going to wander around the continent and digest the fragments of the Godhead. This was discussed a long time ago. They wanted to wander around freely and see the various scenery on the continent. Vera thought about it and looked at Chris in a dilemma. What about you? Where are you going? She was eager to try. How about I go with you? Chris said helplessly, Vera, you have to think it through. I am going to the abandoned wizard tower to study, and strive to build a private tower as soon as possible. Ah? Study again? Villa refused immediately, and looked at her good sister Arabelle. What about you, Arabelle? Where are you going? Arabelle gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, baby. Fry and I are going to find the opportunity to become gods. Screech asked us to do that. Sieshichan provided them with a channel to go to other planes for training. Of course, there were many restrictions. But among these little guys, they were the only ones who had not been infected with the cause and effect of becoming gods. In the end, they still had to go out and find it themselves. They were all good at alchemy. If they went to the science and technology plane, they might have a lot of insights and take the path of becoming gods through science. Vera was dejected. So, is she alone? Vera looked at the other students pitifully. Emilia was holding the black cat and the dragon cub helplessly. We also have a mission. To go to the land of the dead to find the opportunity to become a god. Although they had experienced the persecution of the old pope, they were still different from those who had the fragments of the godhood and had already got the opportunity. They had aura, but were unstable. After the old man Han made a few divinations, he pointed them in the direction and asked them to practice more. Ophelia hesitated. Freya and I will travel to various countries together to prepare for the throne and improve our magic power. Otherwise, you will come with us? And then be a little tail? Villa shook her head immediately. She would not interfere in this friendship between two people. Freya would never see anyone else as long as Ophelia was there. Ophelia was a master of keeping things balanced. If there was only Vila, she would definitely not go with them. The boys guessed that Vila was not willing to go with them, but still explained their itinerary. Nathaniel said to Osido, Teacher said that we have no background, so we still have to fight for the future. Osido and I plan to go out to do business. With him telling fortunes, I can feel more at ease. Lucius crossed his arms and raised his chin. Don't count on me. Anna and I will stay in the church to develop the church. In the future, the church must be a force praised by everyone. Julian stammered for a long time. I stay in the demon realm? Do you want to come to the demon realm to play? You are welcome. Darren had a calm expression. I want to make a weapon suitable for everyone. I have lived around the furnace for the past 10 years. Herbert spread his hands. Don't look at us, brothers and sisters. My mother asked us to go back and learn how to be a good elf king and queen. And we are not allowed to go out casually. Villa was angry. Oris, what about you? Oris replied slowly. Teacher Jiang said that after I come back in 10 years, I must have contracts with no less than 100 high-level monsters. Otherwise, I will be in trouble. Villa, why does everyone have their own plans? Is she the only one who doesn't? In the end, it was Genevieve who saved her. Genevieve chuckled a few times. Okay, Miss Vera. You just want to go out and play, right? Come with me. I take you there. Vera slowly opened her eyes. Really? Of course. Genevieve raised her eyebrows, winked at Vera, and said in an ambiguous voice, I got the key to Teacher Ariel's house. I will go to my sea area to see the underwater city first, and then go to Teacher Ariel's world to pretend to be a succubus. Teacher Ariel said that the men there are top-notch and easy to tease, and they are very fun. Vera was very excited. Can we also cross the border? Scritch seemed to say that this is not in compliance with the regulations. Chris couldn't help but say, Vera, you two girls go out together. It's easy to be bullied. Genevieve blinked. Who dares to bully us two magic saints? Chris, is it possible that you still have feelings for Vera and are jealous? Chris, Vera laughed. Genevieve, you are so mean. Genevieve also made such a joke because she knew that they had nothing to do. She smiled and told Vera about the pass process. It is a bit troublesome, and you need the teacher to help apply. And there are many restrictions, but the benefits are also many. I have already made an appointment with Ariel and Screech. I will go there as soon as my application is approved. In the name of Ariel's niece in the countryside. Do you want to go? Villa was madly excited. Go. I want to go. Ariel's clothes are so beautiful. It must be super fun there. Villa made an appointment with Genevieve. They told each other their itinerary, and also to avoid their friends worrying about them on the long journey. While talking, he also talked about the current college. Screech is really a bitch. We are leaving, and he is also moving. Why is the school so stingy? Can't they let us enjoy the treatment of a new school for 1 year? Bori curled his lips. Herbert agreed very much. Yes. I heard that Screech School of Magic will move to the former Wizarding Academy in the future. And this will be a basic affiliated school. Well, we, the first batch, can't even see the shadow of a new school. In the future, when people ask us where we graduated from, we say, I graduated from the old Screech School of Magic. Will people suspect that we only have basic level? Ha! I'm just worried that things will change too much in the future. I even took a photo of the college. Hey, Screech and the younger students will also move away. It feels like things have changed. So, in 10 years, will we report here or to the new school? Darren asked a fatal question out of the blue. The students were all silent, and their expressions became strange. Yes. Where will Screech be by then? The new school. Navius was very sure. Screech said that the principal of the affiliated college is Lore, and he should go to the new school. Besides, our newspaper will also follow Screech. It was built in his name anyway. No one dared to answer this question. If the petty Screech heard it, they would be cheated before leaving. They changed the subject tacitly, and made an appointment for the last dinner before leaving. They decided to leave after the dinner. They didn't want to say goodbye because they could meet again. It seemed that as long as they didn't say it, they would just take a very long vacation. Wait! Seniors! Wait! Wait! Before the Mio-Mios dispersed tacitly, the out-of-breath GRA called them. Without even taking a breath, GRA said in one breath, Screech said that you haven't done the interview for the Breno Journal yet. Wait until you finish it before leaving. Mio-Mios, Oh! They agreed that the magician would report to them, which made them happy for a long time. As a result, due to the fragments of the Godhead and the tight academic schedule, the interview has not been carried out until now. Boruid looked strange. Why do I feel like I've already done an interview? I was thinking about praising our college in the journal. Lucius listened and paused. Anyway, the graduation requirements have been met, and it doesn't matter whether it's published in the journal or not. So why not delay it a little longer? Why? Anna was curious. Lucius said righteously, Isn't Screech going to hold a college entrance examination? What if it's difficult to recruit students? Wait a few years, when it's almost time to recruit students, and we do the interview again, which can be regarded as promoting Screech. The most important thing is that they are probably already successful and famous by then. Even if they are not, they are still famous. When their interviews are published, they are also promoting Screech School of Magic at the same time. What a great influence. I don't mean anything else. I just want to reduce the burden on Screech. He has worked so hard for the development of the Education Bureau, and I can't let him be busy worrying about enrollment. I definitely don't mean to trick the juniors into coming in. Absolutely not. Chris also understood it immediately. He pondered, then I won't take the exam. The characteristic of our class is unity. We should take the exam together. We can't favor one over the other, which will have a bad influence. Yes. 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 Wait for me to ask Screech when he will start recruiting students. We will try our best and give him a surprise then. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister. Go back and talk to Editor-in-Chief Breno. You should know that we are also thinking about him. It will be a win-win situation in the future. Hey, maybe we will become legendary mages. Even if not, we can interview him again when he becomes a legendary mage or a half-step god. It will be a great profit. They talked about various tricks at once. The core idea was that they would interview when Screech started recruiting students through the college entrance examination. GRA opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally said timidly, Well, seniors, goodbye, and have a safe journey. 21 graduating students stood at the school gate and said their final goodbyes to GRA. This time, they left with a smile. Gone? Fanny was reading absent-mindedly, and when she saw Xieshichen's expression change, she hurriedly asked, Yes, we can finally move. Xieshichen smiled and shook his head. They are kind and want to help me recruit students. Fanny curled her lips. It's good to know it in your heart. It's still a bit embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing. Xieshichen didn't feel embarrassed. He was kind-hearted. The children were too kind. Let's go! Divide the students first. The seniors will go to the Magic Academy, and the juniors will take basic courses here. The little ones have to help me promote it. I can't let them down. We also have to make the little ones proud of their alma mater. Chapter 191. 5 years passed in a flash, as everyone worked hard for the future. Time seemed to have become a meaningless timekeeping tool. Suddenly, it seemed as if I was still in the original Screech School of Magic, still fighting wits and courage with the Magic Association. These 5 years can be said to be a period of rapid development of the Magic School. One after another, teaching aids were developed and used in various schools. Many teachers brainstormed and perfected the training plan. With the help of the Education Bureau, they also found the path they should take. 1 year after Meow Meow graduated, the universities of Malum and Helwins were also built and moved together. The following year, they began to recruit basic students and professional students with basic knowledge, and educated them in 2 schools respectively. Many principals, with a keen sense of smell, also held emergency meetings to transform their colleges. Some thought that the teachers in their colleges were average, so they took the time to consolidate the foundation and managed it as a basic magic college in the future. Some thought that their colleges were better at a certain profession, so they simply learned from Principal Screech and set up a professional magic college. They would specialize in one subject, and then provide more in-depth teaching to students who wanted to delve into this area. Some thought their teachers were more comprehensive, so they shamelessly learned from several leading colleges, and finally became a comprehensive magic college. Gradually, it developed, and the prototype of a university was formed. In addition to the various literacy programs of the basic colleges, more and more students and colleges gradually increased, and the entire magic college flourished. In the 4th year, the teachers recruited by Xieshichan and the native teachers of this world found a way to solve the rapid loss of magic elements. After the conservation of elements, the speed of absorbing elements gradually slowed down. The requirement that junior magicians could graduate is now simply wishful thinking. The minimum must be an intermediate magician. In the 6th year, the first batch of students recruited by many affiliated magic academies also graduated. Xieshichan's dream of taking the college entrance examination in another world has also come true. Without saying anything, he took everyone to the Education Bureau for a meeting to discuss the time of the joint college entrance examination. Unlike the original world, this world basically starts school from January to March and goes home once at the end of the year. So Xieshichan thought about it and gave 2 time periods. One is November, the time of our previous appraisal meeting, and the other is January, so that students can have a good year. The principals chose the former without hesitation. The graduation exam, of course, must be taken when the students have the most knowledge. Otherwise, if they fail the exam after the new year, how can we detect their true level? Of course, after the Chinese New Year, they might have forgotten most of the knowledge points for the exam, but they thought that getting the results would be more reassuring than waiting anxiously for the exam. So they collectively chose to take the college entrance examination in November. What about the basic exam? Merrim thought of the students in the basic college and made a simple analysis. Now we have quite a few affiliated magic colleges. In the past, we asked them to take their scores to register at various colleges. Since our magic colleges select talent through the college entrance examination, it is better to let the students in the basic college take the basic exam as well. At that time, we can directly select people based on their scores and the students' wishes, which will also reduce a lot of trouble for students. That's right. We discussed with each other again and finally decided on the time for the college entrance examination and the basic examination. After development, School Easy Pass can now play the role of networking. Although the scope is still small, it is also possible to store everyone's grades. When the time comes, teachers will enter the information into School Easy Pass and let students choose their future colleges through School Easy Pass, which is not bad. Next, it is more critical: the standard of exam questions and corrections. This is very important, since the college entrance examination has been brought into this world. The biggest feature of the college entrance examination must be guaranteed: fairness. Moreover, they are the magic college entrance examination, which is definitely not like the original world. Practical examinations are also very important. So, how to minimize subjective errors is also worth discussing. The principals discussed this matter intermittently for nearly a month before they gradually finalized all matters. Then the next step is promoting the college entrance examination. Have you heard? Our final graduation exam has been changed to a joint college entrance examination. It is said that many colleges will jointly set questions for joint school examinations, and finally choose the magic college based on the results and students' wishes. A student shared the gossip he had just heard with his deskmate: "We are just a small college. And it is really difficult to compete with students from large colleges, like Screech, for places. Originally, if you study by yourself, there are still many possibilities. But there are too many unexpected factors in self-study. Some students also analyzed it. In fact, it feels like this trend has been going on before. Right? Schools are gradually reducing the number of recommended admissions. Even if you go to register, you still have to go through layers of assessment. Yeah, I think it's good. The results are out in advance, and the college's admission standards are also out, so we can know which college we can go to directly. Otherwise, if we study by ourselves, if the college we go to doesn't accept us, won't we have time to go to other colleges? The student glanced at the corner and pouted, just like Daly. If she hadn't chosen to go to Miriam, she wouldn't have been forced to come back and study for another year. Well, Daly is very strong, but Miriam is not suitable for her. I think Screech is quite suitable for Daly, but Daly herself doesn't have the confidence and doesn't dare to apply. Not to mention Daly, even the top student in their college didn't dare to apply. Unlike the previous wide-ranging enrollment, Screech's enrollment has gradually become stricter. But the freshman training that makes people's scalps numb remains unchanged. Almost every week, someone is eliminated. Who dares to bet on this possibility? But even if some people are discouraged, there are still many people who want to study at Screech. Because, here it comes, the theme of this issue of the Breno Journal is an interview with the Screech legendary class. A student came in hurriedly with a pile of newspapers. This issue is about the most mysterious necromancer, Her Majesty Amelia. Does anyone want one? Ah, Her Majesty Amelia? I want it. I want it. A girl raised her hand quickly. Wow. There is too little news about Her Majesty Amelia. Except that she always carries a black cat with her. There is no other news. This time she was interviewed. Thank God. Thank Editor-in-Chief Breno. Daly also bought a copy. She was from a civilian family and didn't have much money. But she would not miss any interview with Breno. Each of these legendary figures could make her blood boil. As if she would have this opportunity in the future. Amelia. A civilian magician. A 26-year-old legendary wizard of the undead. She said, I once had nothing, including my undead talent. She said, it was difficult. But thinking of Principal Screech, I chose to move forward. She said, thank you Screech School of Magic. Thank you Principal Screech. Thank you Teacher Mance. Without them, my life would be a poor girl with nothing. Daly stared blankly at the headline on the front cover of the newspaper. Her heart gradually burning. She knew Her Majesty Amelia. Although mysterious, it was not difficult to find out that she had studied in Screech. It was only 6 years. And including her study experience, it was only 11 years. In 11 years, Her Majesty Amelia went from being an orphanage girl with nothing and being judged to have no magical talent to a legendary wizard admired by everyone. Their identities were so similar, but their situations were very different. Daly's smile gradually became bitter, but when she opened the interview, she found that she was wrong. Her Majesty Amelia. They really had no conditions at that time. And all they had were responsible teachers. In order to find a way out, the teachers took them to exercise in the muddy garden without stone roads. Because there was no precedent, the teachers also took huge risks to inspire their mental strength. Without sufficient funds, they could only drink porridge for lunch. But they still survived. Because of the responsible and idealistic teachers. Because of the principal who would not let the children suffer even if he suffered. And because of their unyielding spirit in desperate situations. They succeeded. In the first year, they saved the crumbling academy. In the second year, they got enough funds to start improving the academy. In the following years, with the joint development of teachers and students, the academy became better and better. They may have been mediocre and unpopular, but in Screech, they only have one identity. That is, the students of Principal Screech. The principal said, learning magic depends on 99% of hard work. It is not time for everyone to compete with talent. As long as you work hard, everyone can succeed. The principal did it, and brought out one generation after another of the legends of the magic world. Daly looked at the interview with Her Majesty Amelia. Her eyes were red, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, Her Majesty Amelia and the others had such a hard time back then. But they still survived. She was just rejected once. What can't she survive? It's just that she doesn't have enough talent. She can grit her teeth and fight for Screech Academy. What if? At this moment, Daly made up her mind. she thought. If she can't even get into Screech Academy of Magic, what can she do to study and achieve the future she wants? Not only Daly, but other students were also deeply touched. But they also understood that they were indeed afraid of the many tests that Screech had to go through when he entered school. Although there is now a college entrance examination, a school like Screech will naturally have to conduct another round of tests on campus. Right? Just as they were thinking about it, everyone suddenly heard that seniors from various magic schools would come to give them a lecture. Daly was stunned, and the whole class was stunned. Lecture? Lecture? Is this what they meant? Oh my God! Amelia, you become more and more shameless since you left the academy. Bori looked at the whole article, which was full of hard work, and was shocked. Are we running on the muddy path because there are no cobblestones? It's obviously because Screech doesn't want us to run properly. So what? Amelia remained calm. Just tell me if there are cobblestones on our muddy path. Bori, what about this? Take a huge risk? Isn't the spiritual power stimulation the safest course we have ever taken in the hands of the teachers? Amelia's expression was calm, but after the stimulation, you were embarrassed to stimulate the desk with your butt up. Wasn't there any risk? The risk of delaying the class if the stimulation failed. Bori was silent. This class of students is definitely the worst cheated one, he said sincerely. Amelia rolled her eyes. What did you say? They all finished the interview, but they just didn't send it out. Bori coughed a few times and said righteously, I just said something that a senior should tell them. Amelia watched Bori leisurely. Novice added with a smile, Bori said that if you want to be like him, practicing both magic and martial arts, becoming powerful and not threatened, then go to Screech. Amelia, What he said was not wrong, but it was too high-sounding. Bori crossed his legs and smiled. I didn't lie. If it weren't for Screech, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. I am super grateful to Screech. If you want to talk about shamelessness, it's Chris who is shameless. He brought back the motto of the instructor. It is said that the batch of students who have graduated went to the campus network overnight to post complaints. Vera gloated. After cursing for thousands of floors, he finally found the motto that is not a human being. Bori was curious, which one is it? Chris said naturally, achieve yourself and surpass yourself. This is not only the school spirit of Screech, but also the code of conduct I follow. After a pause, Chris emphasized, I have always done this. Although, isn't the school spirit of our college tearing up umbrellas? Ophelia tilted her head, puzzled. When did the school spirit and teaching style change? Chris remained calm. Just now. The students who had finally gathered together couldn't help but burst into laughter. They talked about their interviews with each other, saying that they must go back to be a teacher and give back to their alma mater after they become successful. That they would definitely go to provide guidance whenever they have the chance. And that they were almost corrupted, but fortunately they were saved by Screech. Everyone was talking about how great the college was and how desirable it was. But no one talked about their student life in detail. Similar to, we rely on self-consciousness in exams, and the teachers trust us very much. Every exam makes my heart beat faster and my blood burn. In fact, they are trying to cheat but fail. But this ambiguous attitude makes no one notice anything wrong. After learning that this college entrance examination is a collective test, and that as long as you are admitted, you will not be eliminated again through internal training, everyone decided without hesitation to take the exam at Screech. Only Screech is the top university in their minds. In this legendary interview, whether you know it or not, you will have endless yearning for Screech Academy. Those who are not familiar with it can see the academy that makes people miss and reluctant to leave through these playful words. If the academy is really not good enough, how can it make students think about it for so long? The appearance of Brito's interview has added fuel to Screech's enrollment. Afterwards, Screech students who entered various magic towers for professional studies also came out to speak. They were unprecedentedly united, and everyone described a fairy tale-like academy. One person said that maybe he lied because he was paid. But everyone said, then, take the test. Give it a try. If we succeed, we will go to Screech. Countless parents encourage their children. Look, the academy exchanges letters with us parents every year, so that we can learn to love you. What a kind and generous academy. Wow. I want to go to Screech. I must be admitted to Screech. Countless low-talented and non-talented candidates were also very excited. I heard that the affiliated Magic Academy will also have a unified exam. I will definitely be able to go to the affiliated Magic Academy of Screech. Among all the college's recruitment propaganda, Screech spent the least and had the best effect. The reason? My students are kind and united. What else could it be? Xie Shichen looked at the newspaper propaganda and smiled more gently. If you treat them with care, you will always get the students' care in return. They are all good kids. John Merrim, who knew something about the inside story, held inside, it seems that the educational characteristics of our college are not prominent enough. Lost? Xie Shichen frowned. Don't talk nonsense. What educational characteristics can our college have? Isn't it all about loving, caring and instilling? The two principles, It is really hard to understand. How could a principal lie to himself? This realm is too high, isn't it? The two principals lowered their heads in embarrassment to handle the official business of the Education Bureau. It was not that they didn't want to talk, but they were afraid that if they continued to talk, they would unite and beat up the principals of the brother schools. Xie Shichen didn't know what they were thinking. He looked at the notice from the school and felt very happy. Xiao Xiao, host, your Miao Miao are here to see you. They are indeed his good students. They came back to help him work only a few years after graduation. Xie Shichen pushed the affairs of the Education Bureau to Malam and the others without saying anything, and left in a hurry to meet his students, who finally came back. 6 years later, the little guys have grown up, each with their own unique temperament, and their aura has become harmonious. If you don't look carefully, you can't even tell that they are magicians, without needing to confirm. Xie Shichen raised his eyebrows. Your Majesties? Teacher. The first person to discover Xie Shichen was not Borui, but the first one to pounce on Xie Shichen must be Borui. He acted like a teenager, with a height of nearly 1.9 meters, and could be hugged at will. If Xie Shichen had not been good at fighting, he would have been pounced on. Even so, when hugging Borui, it was still a little awkward. He was too big. How old are you? And you still pounce on the teacher? Xie Shichen said, smiling and looking at him. Not bad. You are not bullied. Bo Rui was so proud, of course. Who can bully your student? I am Bo Rui Aotin Yamos. Xie Shichen. Well, you are awesome. You are so old. Why do you still like such a childish thing? Bo Rui smiled, jumped down, and dragged Xie Shichen forward. 20 little guys looked at him neatly, and after seeing Xie Shichen's familiar smile, they couldn't help but pounce on Xie Shichen. Xiao Xie was just one person, so of course he couldn't hold them all. But it didn't matter. Everyone crowded together, with smiles on their faces that couldn't be dispersed. Grow up, my little boys. Xie Shichen rubbed their heads one by one. Even though they had become powerful people, they were still the children that Xie Shichen could rub. Oh, you can't say that. Bori asked in a mean way. Scritch. You see, we are all legendary mages. Right. Xie Shichen pondered for a moment. Yes. You are all legendary mages. Before Bori was surprised, Xie Shichen suddenly said, come and help me supervise the exam. It just so happens that there are not enough legendary mages. Bo Rui, ? Other Miao Miao, ? Bo Rui said tactfully, I want to learn from you. Xie Shichen pretended to be sad. Your Majesty Amos actually wants to beat me. A muddle headmaster? Bo Rui, ? No. How can Screech have the nerve to say that? Muddle headmaster? Xie Shichen said with a straight face. Since you have become legendary wizard so quickly, I think you can. No. Chris refused immediately. I want to graduate. And I want to graduate now. Don't think of assigning me any more god-making tasks. God knows how much hair Chris lost after the mountain of the legendary wizard of 10 years fell on him. No. Resolutely refuse snowballing and inflation. Okay. Xie Shichen said regretfully. Then you can help me supervise the college entrance examination. And we will get together after the exam. Seeing that the progress has come to the end, maybe this will be the last gathering. Xie Shichen thought about it, but did not show any abnormality. Let's set it up in the original college, and we will go to the back mountain for barbecue. Okay. Vera cheered. Scritch. I want to eat the tender animal meat you cultivated. Ophelia pursed her lips and smiled. I want to eat the magic plants. The magic plants you cultivate are always very tender. That's not difficult. But we are not students of the academy anymore. We secretly kidnap the tender animals and give Principal Laura a headache. Ha ha ha. It's better to leave some clues to make those juniors and seniors who already have criminal records, nervous. Ah, you are so bad. I won't do it. I will just pick some fruits with Arabelle. They talked about the upcoming party, and Xie Shichen did not interrupt them, enjoying the intimacy and warmth of the grown-up little guys. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone left reluctantly, not disturbing Xie Shichen's rest. On the way back, Xie Shichen was rarely melancholy. He had always been the cold teacher who sent off batch after batch of students. But he didn't expect that at this moment. He was reluctant to leave these little guys. Xie Shichen couldn't help but ask Xiao Xiao, "Will I leave after completing the task?" "Yes, host." Xiao Xiao gave a positive answer. "You can come back occasionally. But the speed of the two worlds is different. And when you come back again, things may be different. So you must find a successor in advance." Xie Shichen was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Then can I choose to stay?" Xiao Xiao was silent for a long time, not knowing whether she went back to ask or didn't know how to answer. After a while, Xiao Xiao answered, "Well, if there is a legitimate reason to stagnate for 10 years, you must leave after 10 years. This is just a mission world. Host, you are not from this world." Xie Shichen understood. It's just that he still couldn't bear to leave these little guys. He put his mind at ease, stopped thinking about these future things, and began to prepare for the college entrance examination with all his heart. Time passed little by little, and soon it was November at the end of the year, and the first magic college entrance examination was about to begin. The day before the exam, countless staff members were busy. They had to secretly transport the test papers, arrange the examination room, arrange the invigilator, and arrange the overall supervision teacher. Because it was the first magic college entrance examination, Miao Miao also came to help spontaneously. They were not bragging. Absolutely no student could cheat under their noses. Absolutely impossible. They signed a military order and were dispersed to various colleges and universities, where the examination venues were arranged to do overall supervision. As the proposer, Xie Shichen, the overall planner, was also very busy, responsible for solving all unexpected factors. The Magic College entrance examination is divided into two parts, namely the physical examination and the question examination. The question examination is a paper-based test, which is all basic magic knowledge points and some cultural knowledge. It will take about 2 days. The physical examination is a practical examination. The Education Bureau will uniformly divide the examination content and venue, and give an examination goal, and then let the students play freely. You can form a team or go it alone. Many invigilators will give scores based on each student's performance, and then take the average score after removing the highest and lowest scores. If the scores of everyone are very different, they will be rescored and the reasons will be explained, under everyone's orderly arrangement. The first Magic College entrance examination is also approaching its end steadily. At the end of the last day of the exam, all the students of the affiliated Magic Academy made sounds of liberation. Finally, the exam is over. I feel that this exam is so difficult. I think so too. But it's quite interesting. I saw a lot of big names in the examination room. Is this a special treatment for our first class? Hey, I saw it too. I think I should have a chance to study at Screech this time. What about you? I'd be a little worried. They chattered about the college entrance examination that had ended, but they were not depressed. Regardless of the test results, they had tried their best, and they will also move towards a brighter and better future in an increasingly better educational environment. Xie Shichen sat at the gate of the Screech-affiliated School of Magic waiting for the students to come. He couldn't help laughing when he heard the energetic complaints and fantasies of the examinees. This scene was too rare to see. If it weren't for the surrounding buildings reminding him, Xie Shichen would have thought he had returned to his original world. He sent off batches of students, watching them relax and go crazy after the exams, as if they had completed their missions again and again, and gained a full sense of accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations to Principal Xie Shichen for completing the main construction task, building a university that everyone admires. Your Magic Academy is the harbor where dreams set sail. Ding! Congratulations to Principal Xie Shichen for completing the main reputation task, becoming famous. You are the pioneer of the great education cause, who deserves to be remembered in history. Ding! Congratulations to Principal Xie Shichen for completing the main education task, cultivating 21 God Reserve Forces. You are the guiding light for countless students on their way to study. Ding! Congratulations to Principal Xie Shichen for completing the achievement task. The Magic College entrance examination is in progress. Under your leadership, all students will have a chance to study, no longer affected by talent or poverty. In summary, you are the best principal. I am the principal app. The auxiliary task is over. I am evaluating your grades and entering your information. Entry successful. Ding dong. Congratulations on being admitted to the Lord God realm. The position you are admitted to is the host training camp manager. Please report to the Lord God realm as soon as possible. Xie Shichen, ? He hesitated for a moment. Admission? Lord God realm? Aren't we going back to the original world? Xiao finally didn't have to keep it a secret anymore, and said happily, of course not. You had a car accident in your original world. How could you go back so easily? Host. Congratulations. You will be my boss's boss from now on. Whether you can match an excellent new host depends on whether you can protect me. Xie Shichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are so forced to buy and sell in the main god world. You don't even ask me if I am happy or not? Xiao hesitated. There are many benefits in our main god world. It's just a bit busy. But it is very suitable for a rollicker like you. The host. For example? After Xie Shichen knew that he was being recruited, he was no longer panicked. What benefits? If it's not good, I might as well not agree. Anyway, you have to compensate me after completing the task. Xiao. I ask for you. Xie Shichen nodded. Try for more. I'm such a rare talent. Shouldn't I get more benefits? I see. How come Xiao, who is easily fooled, can always give him benefits? It seems that he is also very important to the main god world. Xiao Xie touched his chin and smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible. It's just to bring some team members to work. Not too demanding. Right? Then you should be able to get more benefits. Brother Xie. Screechy. Are you waiting impatiently? We went to buy a lot of fruit wine. Hee. After this party, Screechy must admit that I graduated. Otherwise I will get him drunk. Not far away. His students came in groups and made a lot of noise. Xie Shichen casually patted the dust on his body and greeted them with a smile. It's over. Let's go to the dinner. Xie Shichen smiled. And you didn't need to look at the hairband to know that he was happy from the bottom of his heart. It's not a farewell dinner, but a joying dinner. After the meaning of the dinner changed, it seemed that even the mood became different. Screechy's legendary class will never disband.